Big Dumb Movie is a comedic podcast that often contains obscene language and outlandish commentary. Listener discretion is advised.
Hello and welcome to Big Dumb Movie, where we discuss movies of the big dumb variety. I'm your host, Corey, and I'm joined for episode 100 with some very special friends. First up is Steve.
Way, ahoy.
Also joining us, Review Dude Josh.
Hey, what's up? I've been day drinking. I'll drink to that.
And also joining us, a man that we thought was long gone, but here he is for episode 100, Alan.
Hello?
Oh, I thought we were getting Bucky from Captain America.
Yeah. Sorry to disappoint you.
Sorry, we just got Alan.
Alan. The budget wasn't high enough.
Yeah, exactly. We couldn't afford him. We thought you were dead, but you're not dead. It turns out, I mean, this is a little bit of a complicated story. I'm hoping you can kind of fill us in and the listeners. You faked your own death and then went to prison for tax evasion. What happened, Alan?
I went full Wesley Snipes. Yeah, it turns out faking your death is not illegal, but not paying your taxes is.
Okay. It's not illegal, really? I might want to look into that one. I don't know.
No, it's fine. I didn't hurt anyone.
I'm so glad you're here and that you're actually alive. That's so cool. You know, I know that you're semi on the run and are wanted for crimes against humanity, but after this episode, maybe one day we can have you again, like while you're traveling around the world avoiding federal police.
Got it.
Yeah.
This Bond villain hideout.
Guys, we're here doing episode 100. I'm so happy that one, we made it this far, and two, we have chosen a movie for episode 100 that I think is a meaty choice. Maybe not the worst movie we've ever done. Maybe not the best movie we've ever done. Certainly not the best movie, right? But a movie with a lot to talk about. But before we talk about this movie, Terminator Genisys, I kind of want to talk about just this podcast a little bit, because we've made it this far, and this is a very special episode to me, and I'm sure it is for our listeners. A lot of people listen to us, which surprises me every day. But sometimes people ask us to do movies. People write in. Sometimes we do those movies. Not often, but sometimes. I wanted to ask you guys, like, are there any movies that you just, like, would not fucking do? Like, someone would ask for it, or maybe I would suggest it to you, and you would just be like, sorry, it's never going to happen. Like, maybe we can just get that on the table, like, right now. So, like, if it comes up, it's, like, already been addressed. I don't have to bring it up. The listeners won't bring it up. Steve, does anything come to mind for you?
Outright refuse. The Fred Durst movie with John Travolta comes to mind. I have a really difficult time imagining I could be compelled to sit through that.
The Fanatic?
The Fanatic.
All right, you're gonna help me make some fucking cash, bitch.
I wish Freddy Krueger would come and chop off your head, and it would roll in the street, and a truck would squish it, and the blood would splatter everywhere, and everyone would watch it.
You know,
I kind of would like that, but knowing this now, I won't bring it up as a choice selection in the future, because you'll probably just disappear.
You know what? See, this is my problem answering this question is you've got a magic way of talking me into doing it, even in instances where I don't want to, or it comes out of some kind of arrangement. Like I owe you a viewing of Cop and a Half, and if I never sat through that movie again, I'd be completely happy with that. I'm going to have to watch it. We did that stupid White House movie for an early episode. I never would have watched that.
That was actually something that Alan asked us to do. So
yeah,
Alan, can you speak to this? I mean, you already wanted for crimes against humanity.
That was the crime.
I think that was one of them. Picking that movie.
White House Down.
Do you remember anything about that movie at all? It was a long time ago.
Barely. I just remember it has what's the syndrome where they make two movies, or what's the thing where they make...
Oh, that's right. They did that Elysium one also.
No, Olympus Has Fallen.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, where they just
one
make
of
two
those
the same
series has
movies.
got a bunch of sequels, and Yeah, you're right. And this movie, White House Down, and the one that also came out like the same year, are both adapted from the same fucking book.
Are they really?
Yeah.
So
You
they're
know what? We
basically the
might have
same
talked
movie.
about that when we did the movie, and I don't even remember.
Oh yeah, this is years ago we talked about
The
it.
one thing I do remember is that it had Channing Tatum in it, who is totally, 100% completely and totally interchangeable with the guy who played Kyle Reese in the movie we're going to be talking about.
man, CT.
The two, there was one point in the movie where I had to remind myself it wasn't Channing Tatum. Like,
Magic Mike.
right?
He's not Channing Tatum anymore. He's Magic Mike now.
Yeah,
This guy will make you wish it was Sam Worthington.
oh my God, yes. I much rather would have gone back to Sam Worthington.
Wait, wasn't he on the fourth one?
He was, yeah.
Who knows? It doesn't matter.
He was the good Terminator from the fourth one, yes. But we just heard from Review Dude Josh, who has been a regular guest on this podcast ever since he appeared with the three of us on 13 Ghosts. Yes. Which is an episode that got some really funny comments, which I'm going to read later after our review of Terminator Genisys.
With terrible audio. Let's get that one out of the way. I was a rookie.
I want to get this out of the way. We've done other Terminator movies, and they've all had shitty audio. So Terminator 2, our most listened to episode, horrible audio. I tried listening to it, and it was like extremely difficult. Terminator Dark Fate, good episode, horrible audio. Again, like, a lot of this is my fault for not like managing things correctly. You guys know I'm very meticulous now about how the audio sounds, but before, man, it was just a fucking shit show. I'm very surprised some people have listened to those and still stuck with us.
We've come so far.
Wild West, you know.
I can
But
relate.
in the end, it didn't even matter.
Oh.
Review to Josh. What are some movies that you just wouldn't do?
Honestly, nothing really comes to mind.
I'll review anything.
I could bitch about anything just for the fact that I would never have to like kind of rant about it again. But there are like movies that I just aren't necessarily interested in, like maybe sports films. That's why you don't see me on the Little Giants pod, or what's the soccer one? The Green.
The Big Green. We've never done that, but I won't invite you.
I don't even know what that is.
You don't know The Big Green?
If that ever came up, you won't see me on it.
It's a soccer 90s Disney sports movie.
Oh, that one. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Or some kind of weird biopic. Like, I'm not saying Walk the Mile would ever be on here, but if it ever did, I wouldn't be on that pod.
Walk the Line.
See, there you go.
What if we did the soccer movie Ladybugs with Rodney Dangerfield in it?
Dude, I love that movie. I watched that movie in Mexico.
I think I saw it once.
And then you flew back home, Alan? Like, you just went there?
I just went
Went there for a private screening?
No, like my cousin's house. I don't even remember. It was some extended family member.
That's
and
awesome.
they had just had it playing, and we just watched it. It was weird.
We just watched it.
Good times,
you know?
man.
Good times.
Now, so like even I'm asking sincerely, even like a comedy sports movie, you no interest at all if it involves the sport.
Not necessarily. I mean, I've pitched fucking Legend of Chun-Li.
Oh my God,
The Faculty.
that is
I've pitched terrible shit, but I've never pitched like The Big Green.
The Legend of Chun-Li is one of the worst things ever recorded. Like that is really awful.
I know, but I only need to get the rants off my chest once.
There are times when we've almost done that as a podcast, Steve, but I don't think I can bring myself to watch that. I think I'm going to have to put that on my list of things I'll never do.
Yeah,
I just can't.
Right.
I cannot fucking watch it. Like, the stuff I've seen is so bad.
It's so bad.
It's too far.
It's worse than you think, fellas.
Like I actually did sit through like 2/3 of it on cable at one point. I'm never doing it again.
Going full circle to Jean-Claude, they reached out to him for a cameo at the end for a sequel stinger, but that fell through.
That's gee, what a shame.
Yeah, what a
You know?
shame.
Right.
Alan, are there any movies that you do not want to do podcasts on? I think you probably have a lot. I feel like there's probably a lot of things you won't want to do podcasts on.
The new Star Wars movies.
The new Star Wars movies.
I refuse to see any of those.
Yeah,
I don't care
fucking
for
woke, right?
I don't care for the characters. I don't care about Daisy Ridley. Fuck that. I don't want to see any of those.
Rogue
I don't
One's so
care.
good though.
Have you seen them though?
No,
Oh, okay, so you just don't want to watch
don't
them.
care.
Is the thing?
Yeah, I just don't want to see them.
Let me ask you, Alan, would you watch if they made a Knights of the Old Republic something? Like,
He doesn't know what that is.
Yeah.
oh,
You're talking to Alan here. Alan, would you review the prequels?
The prequels, yeah, and those are going to be tough, but the new ones, absolutely
What,
not.
you really just sit through Jar Jar and fucking Hayden Christensen?
Well,
I mean,
I didn't
look,
say it'd be easy. I said it'd be tough.
Yeah, he said it'd be tough.
God, I mean, look, I don't love what they did with the sequels, but they're definitely better than the prequels. We're gonna have to hash that out one of these days. Like,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Episode 101.
I could be persuaded either way. I think there's some things.
Look, they are flawed. Yeah, absolutely. Look, no argument from me. I'm definitely not going to try to make the case that the sequels were not flawed. That's not my angle.
Dude, my favorite meme of all time, at least in recent years, is somehow Palpatine's returned.
That one's definitely one of the big sore points. The whole thing's so fucking lazy. I mean,
I don't even think that's one of the worst parts of that movie, though.
No, I
it's
agree
weird
with
that people latched onto that because,
Yeah,
that's not the explanation for how Palpatine returned, right? It's just them realizing it.
right.
The explanation comes later, so it's like not like that's how they explain. No, they do explain it.
It's the heroes finding out that's how they find out. It's the most lazy goddamn. Just somehow Palpatine's returned.
No, that's not how they find out. That's their reaction to them finding out.
Oh, okay. Well, to be fair, I've only seen Last Jedi once and Rise of Skywalker once, and that's all I need. Unless I'm asked to pod.
You will not be asked to be on this again, Josh. You have besmirched Episode 9, my favorite Star Wars movie of all time. No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
There are problems with that movie. You're right. Sorry, I'm giving you shit. What were you saying, Steve?
Oh, well, going back to Palpatine briefly, just like the big villain in 6 of those films is really the Death Star. I mean, or some variation thereof. Like, they kept doing that. They destroyed 2 Death Stars, and then Palpatine is basically building the equivalent of a different Death Star later. Like,
I'd say the real villain is the studio, Kathleen Kennedy, not telling them to plan this shit out before they made 3 fucking multi-million-dollar films.
I'm glad we're
Yeah.
talking about Star Wars because I have a very, I think, nuanced response to that not a lot of people respect or are willing to engage with. And that is that
Okay.
if you're going to blame Kathleen Kennedy for what you consider to be the bad Star Wars since Disney has taken over, then you are obligated to give her credit for what you consider to be the good Star Wars, which is going to vary from person to person, right? So if you like The Mandalorian, for example, then you should be sucking her proverbial dick.
Let me say this. This is probably a hot take, but this will definitely vary from person to person. But I think the season 1 of Mandalorian is kind of lightning in a bottle. Season 2 is set up the series for all of these Star Wars shows that we're not going to maybe do. You know what I mean? Like, and season 3 is all over the place.
So even you would have to say, Kathleen Kennedy, thank you for Mandalorian season 1, right?
Yes.
I don't think
yes.
people do that enough. And it's not just Mandalorian. There's other Star Wars stuff that even like the prequel fans like. Clone Wars season 7 is very well beloved by the younger prequel fan base. And I don't see a lot of like, good job, Kathleen Kennedy, on spearheading that. Like,
a lot of those people wouldn't be anywhere near as critical as they are now if George Lucas had made exactly the same decisions. If Lucas
Right.
had done it himself, they'd be fine with it.
no,
'Cause
but
we hate
Lucas would have
women.
made him perfect, like fucking Phantom Menace.
Yeah, absolutely. Lucas would have done more midi-chlorians and shit. And yeah, absolutely.
Just as a side note, I've heard over the years the rumored like Lucas 7, 8, and 9 was going to be about them taking on the wills of the Force itself,
Yeah.
or some wild shit.
That
Yeah.
doesn't sound great.
We have gone down a rabbit hole that I did not want to go down. It's for this very reason that we did not pick the Phantom Menace for episode 100 because I didn't want to piss people off. Look, if you hate the new Star Wars, that's fine. It's your opinion.
Yeah,
You can have
whatever.
Then you hate women.
Shut up, Josh.
Misogynist piece of shit.
If you like the prequels, that's fine. You know, you grew up with them. That's your thing. We all have our Star Wars, and I'm just glad that it holds a special place in a lot of people's hearts and that a lot of people like some version of Star Wars.
I'm just saying, get woke, bro.
So getting back to something that I was going to say regarding the movies that I do not want to do. And Josh, I'm sorry to single you out, but I think a lot of them are like your kind of movies, Josh.
What do you mean by that?
Shitty horror movies.
That's my bread and butter.
My bread and butter. You know what? Like all of the sequels to Hellraiser past 2 would be on my list. Any of the Hellraiser movies past the second one, I do not ever need to see again, especially considering how much I love the original. Like,
I would love to do a pod with you on the one where it's like Pinhead in space. Bloodline?
yes, yeah, Bloodlines. Okay, you know what, Josh? I'll watch that again to do. See, that's what I'm talking about. If I'm going to do the episode.
Remember this day, everyone.
Yeah.
Steve agreed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Make a note of it. That's what I'm talking about. I have a habit of breaking my own rule to do certain episodes of this. So,
Well, tonight you're going to break your one rule.
Tonight you're going to break your one rule. Good pull. But I mean, like, more specifically, Josh, like Ghost Ship or
Ooh.
like Cabin Fever or like a lot of the stuff that you've already done like reviews on. It's just not my thing. And it's not just 2000s horror movies, like later movies like Lights Out, just like your run of the mill, like Tooth Fairy, all that shit. I'm not interested whatsoever. Uwe Ball movies, I don't think they're
oh god,
really make for good podcasts because it's kind of hard to describe how bad they are, I think, without
Horrible.
actually seeing them.
Well, it depends on the algorithm. Am I right?
That's a factor.
No, but man, I mean, his movies are just garbage.
So I've contemplated over the years Far Cry because I don't see too many reviews on that one.
I've never actually watched it. I always forget it even got made.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Is that Uwe Boll or what's his name?
Yeah,
Mhm.
It is? He made that one?
House of the Dead.
So, wait, Far Cry was an Uwe Ball movie?
I thought it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so that's off the table.
But then didn't he direct? Josh, did he direct Event Horizon?
no.
No, who
No
was that?
fucking way.
No, that was Mortal Kombat guy.
Oh, was that Paul Anderson? Yeah.
That was Mortal Kombat.
Yes, it's somebody who almost every other movie they made I did not like.
Paul W.S. Anderson.
Is
yes.
Paul Anderson? Yeah.
No, it was Paul Thomas Anderson.
Right.
Because he made like 18 Resident Evil movies that all suck.
Oh god, those are terrible.
Yeah, so those are also off the table. I'm sorry.
I might refuse the Resident Evil films.
But also, lastly, before I move us on to our next topic, romantic comedies. I've occasionally got requests for romantic comedies. It's not fucking happening.
It's a
Yeah.
very odd request.
Right?
Especially for this show. Like, I can see requesting it of someone who just reviews those sorts of movies, but like, why us?
Yeah, it's. I look at this as like, do we have material to work with?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, is good or bad, like Silent Hill 2, I fucking hate that movie,
Yes.
but there's material there. As much as I
There
hate
is.
that film, I would do one pod and never talk about it again.
Like Garbage Pail Kids.
Yes!
We got to get it in eventually.
That one is on the table for me. I'll dive into Garbage Pail Kids.
Right. Yeah, I'll watch it one more time.
Probably won't get any plays because I don't think many people know that. But
No.
So, Corey, where are you at with Darkness Falls?
not in a good place, Josh.
That's the one with the tooth fairy,
Yes.
right? Yeah, I remember that movie. Fuck, man, that was a while ago.
There was like 2 Tooth Fairy horror movies that came out around the same time too. So I think there's another one. But I want to shift gears because I want to start leaning us into Terminator Genisys, which is what we're here to talk about, but kind of like inching our way toward reviewing the movie. I want to talk about franchises because I think about franchises when I watch a Terminator movie. Because this franchise is fucking mind-blowing. The Terminator movies are insane. There was 2 great movies, and the machine of like movie studios just keep pumping out more of these bullshit sequels, and they can all get fucked as far as I'm concerned,
Right.
including Terminator Genisys here, which we're going to talk about. But like, I know some people say like, well, 3's okay. No, 3 can suck my dick. 4 can suck my dick. 5 can.
Speaking of 3, I've always felt that it feels like tonally like MTV's Terminator 3.
I agree with you about that, and I think we can expand on that when we're really in the meat of the review, but I blame it for initiating that into this franchise, and it's something that I think was copied to a degree in this one.
Yeah.
I didn't even know there was a category for that, but I know what you mean exactly. MTV. Yeah, MTV 2003.
Yes.
It just has that vibe, right?
Yeah. Nick Stahl. Was that his name?
Nick Stahl. And
yeah, because he was that guy, dude. He was like, oh, look how young and handsome he is.
Right. Well, we'll do background, but like that's another example that they were supposed to do sequels to that and it didn't happen. They were supposed to do sequels to this and it didn't happen. We'll get there in a few minutes, but yeah.
So on the topic of franchises, I think I'll take the lead on this one first because I just want to see if you guys have any like hot takes on franchises aside from Terminator.
Oh, yeah.
I want to talk about Star Trek real quick. The Star Trek franchise for movies fascinates me.
Yeah.
Because it is consistently a bad, good order. Consistently. But that only works if you include Galaxy Quest, which a lot of fans are like, just basically count that as a Star Trek movie.
But why? It doesn't take place in that universe. I like the movie, but
it's close enough, and it's like obviously like directly referring to Star Trek without using the name, right? The William Shatner and the Spock. And I think that it's so close to fans' hearts in that way that they just count it.
All right.
So, I'm not going to go through them all, but like Star Trek the Motion Picture, bad movie, right? But Star Trek 2, Wrath of Khan, good movie. Search for Spock sucks, Voyage Home. It seriously follows in order if you go up this list up until you hit First Contact, good. Insurrection, bad, and then you gotta fit Galaxy Quest in there after that. But yeah, fascinating to me that a movie franchise can follow that order so consistently of like pretty beloved by fans, pretty hated by fans, pretty beloved by fans, pretty hated, and it just goes on and on.
You can make bets off that. You should start betting on that because you'll know.
Now there's an idea.
The code.
I think the next one is lined up to be bad though, so we're in trouble.
This is a sincere question because the last one I didn't see. I lost track of it. What did they keep the same cast? What did they do about Anton Yelchin not being there?
They just gave Chris Pine more screen time.
You're talking about Star Trek Beyond, which was like the third Kelvin timeline Chris Pine reboot movie. I don't remember exactly. I haven't seen that one in a few years. I remember it being a lot of fun. Like it was. Yeah,
but like that's I guess my confusion is: are the newest ones still connected to the universe they started with Chris Pine, or have they rebooted it again since then?
They haven't rebooted it yet, but it is possible that the next one will be. There is like some expectation for a fourth one, but all the people that are in those movies are so huge now.
Yeah,
like I don't know if they can like fund that cast anymore.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing to think about in and of itself because the Star Trek movies historically have had a really huge presence on screen. I would have thought that was a movie they could get a huge amount of money for. Maybe not. I don't know.
I mean, probably a good chunk of change, but like Chris Pine is an expensive guy. Zachary Quinto as Spock. Carl Urban, you still going to get him in there? And the woman that has been in the most money-making movies of all time, Zoe Saldana.
Yeah.
She's in there.
Well, what made me think of it was really some of those MCU movies. I mean, clearly that universe is making money hand over fist, but I mean, any single one of those is just such a massively expensive production.
Nobody cares about Zachary Quinto.
Well, have you heard, Steve? Quentin Tarantino wrote a draft of a script that went nowhere.
Yes. I did. That story got me really excited, probably for no good reason, because I can't imagine how weird a Tarantino Star Trek movie would be. But,
had it with these motherfucking Klingons.
But that was the one thing that got me curious, is I kind of think he would cue it back to like the one thing I might sort of disagree with you on, Corey, is I actually like the original one better than the second. But that I think that he'd throw it back to there. I think he'd make it feel very 70s. His version of Kirk would probably be basically a Shatner-esque type person.
He's famously said, like, to him, Star Trek is Kirk and Spock. There's no other Star Trek.
Right. You know, I like his films, but that's just a weird franchise to put him in charge of. Although I guess people said the same exact thing about giving Burton a Batman movie, and look what happened. So
It sucked. No, I'm just kidding. It was great. Steve, do you have any hot takes on franchises at all?
I mean, I guess it depends on the person I'm talking to, whether they'd agree with me or hate me for saying what I'm saying. Like, but the Indiana Jones is a great example of that. 3 really good ones, and then 2 massive diarrhea-filled exercises and pointlessness.
They made 2 more?
Yeah, exactly.
I had that removed out of my brain.
Yeah, you know, I have to keep getting reminded because I forget the other 2 exist, but they are out there. God, like, what else? There's got to be other ones. Back to the Future, thank God they haven't touched yet. It's going to happen eventually. Bob Gale can't live forever.
The minute he dies, they're rebooting it or making a sequel.
Right.
Dude, they cannot wait for Zemeckis to die.
Right, absolutely. Like, God, what else is out there? Like, the third Godfather's a little bit of that. The third Godfather's not actually as awful a movie as some people make it out to be, but it's definitely not on the same level as its predecessors. The Alien franchise gets really contentious in that way. We've had this discussion. I assert the third one is not as bad as some people seem to be convinced it is, but the fourth one is really stupid.
No, I disagree. That's cheese, schlock, Batman and Robin levels. Mwah.
No, Batman and Robin. There's another one. Batman franchise. First 2 Burton movies, really cool. Second 2 Schumacher movies, fucking terrible. Thank God they've reversed course on that a bit. But even the third act of Nolan's third one was... Anyway, those are some of my thoughts.
Alan, what are your thoughts on some franchises? Do you have any hot takes?
I don't like the new Jurassic Parks.
Oh, that's another one. Great pull. Great pull.
Jurassic Park sucks ass after the second one, and the second one was pushing it.
It was.
But yeah, no one cares.
You don't like the third one when fucking, what's his name? Sam Neill wakes up in the plane and the dinosaur says, Alan.
Alan, he says your name. How do you not like that?
I didn't see the third one.
So the Jurassic Park's an interesting one because I think it's a franchise that exists off the back of one great movie.
The first one.
I mean, like, it was really weird. The second movie was only kind of sort of an adaptation of the second book, and it incorporated scenes that they'd stolen from the first book, but that hadn't made it into the first film. And yeah, it's really weird. What a strange way to... The first one was an act of brilliance on Spielberg's part.
Crichton was pulling his hair out trying to fucking write this shit out. Didn't he, like, write a fucking book just to correlate with the movie?
I think Crichton wrote the second one to write the book, but I'm pretty sure they knew that it was going to get pulled for a movie while he was doing it. A really good example of that is 2001. A lot of people don't know this. A lot of people think Kubrick made the movie from the book. Kubrick and Arthur C. Clarke had that idea collaboratively. They invented that idea together, and they formulated both the book and the script simultaneously. The book is actually a bit different because Clarke decided to add things that Kubrick kept out of the movie, but that really was a simultaneous act of creation.
Is it similar to the Edgar Wright situation with the guy that wrote the Scott Pilgrim comic? Like, the comic hadn't finished by the time the movie had come out, and they were still working on the ending?
That's a good question. I don't remember enough about the background to know exactly how much content there was there. I know an example of that was when they made the first Hellboy movie with Ron Perlman. Mike Mignola really was pretty closely involved in doing it. In fact, I got to go to a pre-release screening of that where some of the cast and Mignola showed up to talk for like 45 minutes beforehand. That was really cool.
Josh, what are some of your franchise hot takes?
Okay, I think I may have touched briefly on this in a previous podcast, maybe Freddy vs. Jason, maybe the Dream Warriors.
Yeah.
But as much as I dunk on the Nightmare on Elm Street series, I think there's something positive to say about each and every entry in that fucking series, except for the remake. I can't say anything positive about that one, but...
I can say one thing about that movie. That movie had the balls to straight up say, Freddy is a...
Yeah.
The other ones did not have the balls to do that. They want Freddy to be likable in a weird way after, like, 3, I think. And he is likable. He's funny. He's wild. He's crazy. He says funny things. he killed kids, which is more acceptable than being a diddler, which is
Right.
what he was in the reboot, right?
A lot of people hate that.
You can kill them, you just can't touch them.
Exactly.
The second one, as much as that one is forgettable, they tried to go a possession route before because they didn't realize that the dream thing was the Freddy thing to latch onto. Then Dream Warriors comes in and introduces superpowers.
Along the sequel lines, I don't know if it's even interesting if you agree. Somehow, New Nightmare actually still holds up reasonably well for me. I think it was kind of clever.
Yeah.
Except for the second half, yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, there's great effects in the second half, though.
It's
Like,
true.
Yeah.
They like really go ham on some of the cool practicals in that place. Like, and it's the 90s, so they're still doing the practicals.
Yes.
They're not doing the
I
shitty
like that.
CGI, which, you know, you're going
Never ages well.
I love Freddy in a trench coat. I hate that child actor.
to... The fucking kindergarten cop kid.
Oh
yeah, he's
my
alright.
god.
That was him.
Yeah.
He was also in Mercury Rising with Bruce Willis. I think that was the last thing he really did.
Never seen
That's the
that one.
kid that says boys have a penis, girls have a vagina kid.
Yeah.
Oh, that is him, isn't it?
Yeah, his name Marco Mako, something like that. Yeah.
I'm going to say a couple quick things about franchises as well. The Spider-Man movies, the live-action ones, I don't like any of them that end in a funeral or at a cemetery, which is a lot of them.
So the first or second Raimi one is the
First-
It's almost all of them, Corey.
First Raimi, third
Yeah.
Raimi,
You're right. Yeah.
first and second Sony, none of the Tom Hollands.
Oh yeah.
Do you not like Norm Macdonald? Oh my god.
I love Norm Macdonald, actually.
Willem Dafoe as Norman Osborn?
He's
I-
alright.
Yeah. Have you? Corey has. Have you ever seen, Josh, the screen tests they did for the original Green Goblin design where he had like the comic book face?
And
That was so cool.
it's so cool. I wish they had tried it and put a little
Yes.
bit more money into it.
Yes, that's exactly 100% agree completely. You could have taken the exact phrasing out of my mouth. Absolutely, that was so neat.
'Cause it's
if
not
they-
quite there, but it looks
it
good.
was so close. It does. And that's just screen testing without all the post production.
Why didn't they at least do it for Far From Home, whatever it is?
I think Corey might disagree with me about this. I don't remember well enough, but maybe I'm wrong. But the parts with Mysterio where he had the bubble on, I actually thought they did kind of a cool job adapting that
I
costume.
No,
loved
that's sick.
Mysterio.
Yeah.
Spot on.
Okay.
That's just classic Mysterio.
Yeah, exactly. I was surprised they got it to come off that well on film.
Now, would you have taken that over a Spider-Man 4 where we would have gotten like a brief 5-minute scene of Bruce Campbell as Mysterio?
I mean, I'm always kind of down to see Bruce Campbell in pretty much anything. I don't know. But Raimi fucked the third one so hard. I'm
Yeah.
not sure I could have stomached him doing any more Spider-Man movies.
I love being bad, or whatever the fuck he says.
I love my power glove.
Edward Brock Jr., throwback, guys. Our first ever episode, which was a test episode, episode 0 of Big Dumb Movie, Spider-Man 3. It's only available on YouTube. I think I still have it up
Wait,
there.
but didn't we do the original Fast and the Furious before that?
That was episode 1, and it was after that.
Was it?
Yeah,
Oh, man.
we tested the waters with Spider-Man 3 to see if we can do this off. It was more of a technical test.
Where Eddie asks God to kill Peter Parker.
That's one of my favorite scenes and just things ever. He prays so intensely too. He's like
true.
about to cry. Please kill Peter Parker. Yeah, that's one of my favorite scenes ever.
It's great. It's fantastic.
I have plenty of franchise hot takes. Maybe I'll talk about some more a little bit later. But for now, let's start leaning into Terminator Genisys.
Ugh.
Steve, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
How the hell was this movie made?
Oh, man. All right. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but Carol Code produced the second film and then ended up going out of business. And after that, the franchise rights started moving around, and one group of people ended up with them and did the third Terminator film, which came out in 2003. And then there was trouble with the studio there, and eventually a production company called the Halcyon Company ended up acquiring the rights, and they decided to continue the franchise in a linear manner and do Terminator Salvation, which was the fourth film. And they planned for it to have sequels, and it was going to be a big deal production. And then it didn't do as well as they were hoping it would, and the studio had a lot of other financial issues and ended up having to file for bankruptcy before they could make any more Terminator films. And they end up selling the franchise rights for way less money than they'd originally intended to a company called Pacific Corp, which was really a hedge fund.
Can I interrupt just 1 second, Steve?
Yeah.
Should we establish there is a bit of a time lapse on the film rights that, like, I think it's 2020, everything goes back to James Cameron, right?
Yeah, I think that's right. And this is all way before that was going to happen,
Okay.
or at least a few years.
Okay.
So Pacific Corp ends up with the franchise rights, and they start shopping around to make an additional movie. And they originally tried to attach Justin Lin from the Fast and the Furious franchise, and at one point they actually did have him attached, and he ended up walking away, I think, to direct Fast and Furious 6. And that didn't develop, and eventually they end up talking to, what is her name, Megan Ellison, who owned a production company, was the head of a production company called Annapurna Pictures, which I think may still be around. And she takes the franchise rights and then involves her brother David Ellison, who's the head of another production company called Skydance, and they're the ones that put together the package for this, and they get these two writers involved, who initially, apparently the two of them declined to take the movie 3 separate times before they finally agreed. And the story is that Cameron had some conversation with them and said, yeah, I think you guys would do really good. You should take the job and write the film, according to the story. And they decided to do this as a partial reboot, which is a whole another discussion. They decide to write this movie in a manner where it takes place after 1 and disregards all of the other sequels. But that was basically the lead up to making this movie. And when they couldn't keep Justin Lin around to direct it, they hired a guy named Alan Taylor, who's still working and who directed one of the Thor movies, The Dark World, which apparently he didn't like working on. And he's either dating or married to a woman who's a pretty well-known, I think, set designer or art director, something like that. And she looked at the script for this and said, don't do this, it's terrible. And he said, no, I can fix it. I can fix it once I'm working on it, and just decided to go do it. And that didn't happen.
Fix it.
But yeah, I mean, those are the big, touch points. They actually tried to get some other directors involved. One other thing I'll mention. They talked to Rian Johnson. They talked to Denis Villeneuve. Ang Lee was apparently somebody they...
Ang Lee?
Right.
Why would he get out of here?
Storyboard artist. Alan Taylor's partner is a storyboard artist, Jane Wu. Yeah, so this is the guy they ended up with. That was pretty much it.
So this movie did get made, and it got made for $155 million. It was an expensive movie to make, but you know what? It made a lot of money, and I'm actually surprised that the projected sequels for this did not get off the ground, considering how much money this made, which I think was $440 million. Steve, there were supposed to be 3 of these bad boys,
yeah,
right?
They actually greenlit I should have mentioned that, thank you. They greenlit 2 sequels at the same time they decided to make this. This is actually $440 million, the second highest grossing film of the entire series at the point it was released. It was actually the second highest grossing film of Schwarzenegger's career at the point this movie was released, which is a huge thing to consider. In fact, T2 was number 1 for Schwarzenegger, but it was still somehow lower than what they were expecting, to the point where not only did they can to plan sequels, but they also canned a spin-off series, and they did release a video game, I think, that was associated with this, but there were supposed to be like 3 of them, and the others never happened.
Wasn't the 4th one supposed to also receive a trilogy of films?
Yeah, I believe they did the same thing with Salvation. They were going to do sequels to that, and it didn't perform well and didn't get reviewed well, so they never came out. And we'll touch on it when we get to the end of the movie, but there's actually a mid-credits sequence at the end of this film, a mid-credits that is supposed to be a reference to one of the sequels, and they They didn't know they weren't going to make the sequels when they released this film to theaters, so the mid-credit sequence stayed, and it doesn't make any sense out of context.
I saw that and didn't get it.
It was Bison pushing his hand out of some rubble and selecting world domination from his Windows 93, right?
Right, absolutely.
The
And
movie that we got after this, Terminator Dark Fate, kind of also ended with a tease of sequels. It's not exactly as heavy-handed as this movie, but it's basically Sarah Connor and whatever other surviving group are with her, and they say, like, you guys better get ready. It's like, what are they getting ready for? You know, like, so it's indicating that there's going to be more to come.
right.
I think a lot of these movies tend to do that, except for the good ones.
I won't let her die for me again.
Then you need to be ready.
And I want to talk about that a little bit because, of course, we have the first Terminator movie, iconic, classic, right? A pretty basic story in nature in terms of, like, the involvement in the timeline. Not nearly as complex as Genisys. But Terminator 2 adds some complexity, and it adds stakes, and it adds a lot to, like, the Terminator lore because they have this prototype Terminator, T-1000, that's on their ass. And it's obviously a direct sequel to Terminator 1. Those two movies go together perfectly, right? From 1 to 2 are really like, it's like a perfect first and second movie. I think in execution and just in storytelling, like with their connective threads.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you completely. It's the second one's a logical and perfect evolution of the first one because Sarah is now, it's the next logical stage. Like, the only thing they really accomplished in the first one was keeping the Terminator from killing her. The rest of it still has to be dealt with somehow. So the second one is now Sarah, a few years on, having prepared herself for what's coming, trying to stop Judgment Day from happening.
And
Absolutely.
they do.
Right, and they do. And they do.
They do. Until Terminator 3, Rise of the Machines, where something is introduced that they've maintained and I hate, and that is Judgment Day is inevitable.
Yeah.
I hate that fucking line. That line has been fell back on throughout the entire series ever since it was said in Terminator 3 Rise of the Machines. It is the first movie that tried to be part 3, and it was part 3, but there's a lot of Terminator movies that kind of want to be part 3.
Yeah, I mean, they've been trying to remake part 3 multiple, like Dark Fate is supposed to be part 3.
Exactly.
You know? The worst part for me about that particular element of 3 is they didn't need that to be there to make the rest of it work. They still could have just built that idea around, like, digital backup storage already existed in the very early 90s, or tape drives or zip drives or something. They very easily could have built it around the idea that Cyberdyne was backing up Dyson's research without him knowing about it, and the military got a hold of it even after they destroyed the facility. So the Judgment Day being inevitable thing does not need to be there.
Agreed.
Yeah.
There's also something that is less well known, but we've talked about it on this podcast, which is T2 3D, Battle Across Time.
You hit T2.5.
Which was advertised at the time kind of as part 3, but it's kind of just like a side story that really connects to T2, hence like the involvement of the name. But it's also one of the Terminator things that tries to be Terminator 3 a little bit. I call it a thing rather than a movie because it's kind of a weird... It has a weird place in its existence because it was like a 3D movie / ride.
Yeah, it was a piece of cinematic ride, cinematic entertainment. I don't know, what do you call that?
Yeah, I think that creature was like the T-50,000 or what they call it.
No, that one jumped all the way up to the T-1 million.
Oh, okay.
So the villain in that one was the T-1 million, which was basically a spider version of a T-1000. It's just a liquid metal giant spider thing.
Yeah.
Kind of silly at the end, but a great visual spectacle to enjoy at Universal Studios Hollywood at the time when I was 13. I really liked that a lot.
Get your tickets now, everybody.
It has been shut down. There's also Terminator Salvation, right? So this is the fourth one. In this one, they tried to do something a little different. They tried to make it a prequel. The problem with Terminator Salvation, I think, is that it's kind of a nothing burger. Terminator Salvation does not have much going for it in terms of like storytelling entertainment. The story and the premise of 1 and 2 are so cool. And like
Yeah.
it's a story that you can tell someone to get them interested in the movie. Like, what's this movie about? Here's what happens. You break it down. I can't do an elevator pitch on Terminator Salvation. It's remarkable that it even got off the ground.
You should put in some Christian Bell audio when he snapped on set.
All right.
We've already done that gag, actually.
Oh, god damn it.
His back wasn't strong enough.
He couldn't hold it up, Alan.
I will say at least it tried something different. Like, let me say this. Isn't it ironic this is a franchise full of sequels that couldn't get follow-up sequels?
No, it really is. In fact, 3, shitty though it may be, is the only one of the post-2 films that did. Salvation is technically the sequel to 3.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Salvation at least tries to be in continuity with 3.
Yeah, it goes 3 Salvation, and then this, and then Dark Fate, which are both reboots to some degree.
Yeah, arguably. I'm sure you can find some inconsistencies with Salvation and 3, which is the beauty of 1 and 2,
Yeah.
because they are very consistent with each other, 1 and 2,
Right.
in a way that every other Terminator sequel is not. And that's really my
Right.
point. We're going to talk about Genisys shortly, so I'm not going to give my gripes with this movie and where it's trying to exist in the Terminator timeline.
Right.
But Dark Fate wants to be Terminator 3, right? Dark Fate, which came out after this in 2019.
Right.
That in itself just bugs me. It's like, let's actually be the real Terminator 3.
Right, and they lean back super hard on what we were just mentioning, because the whole idea there is Judgment Day is inevitable, but worse, because it acknowledges that Sarah destroyed Cyberdyne and then just replaces it with something else, which is basically the same thing they did in this movie.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
What you're saying is they turned this into the H2O of the Terminator franchise?
Dude, and the number of times, that's Halloween should have come up during the franchise discussion. The number of times they've partly or completely tried to rewrite Laurie's backstory in the Halloween movies is fucking frightening. Like, she's been slightly different versions of that character 4 or 5 times. I can't keep track. I've seen all of them. I can't fucking keep track. Like, which version of Laurie are we watching? Is this like the cult one or not the cult one? Or is she his sister? She's not his sister. It's like, fucking, I'm done.
Wow, good point.
All right?
Before they died, my parents told me stories of how the world once was. What it was like long before I was born. Before the war with the machines. They remembered a green world, vast and beautiful, filled with laughter and hope for the future. But it's a world I never knew. By the time I was born, all this was gone. Skynet. A computer program designed to automate missile defense. It was supposed to protect us, but that's not what happened. On August 29th, 1997, Skynet woke up and decided all humanity was a threat to its existence.
Let's talk about this movie, Terminator Genisys 2015, as you mentioned, directed by Alan Taylor. Review dude Josh, how does this movie open up?
Alright, so we open up with some Kyle Reese narration about how the world got totally duped in 1997. I don't know if you guys remember this. It was talked about on the news. Maybe once or twice.
I remember that year, yeah.
Yeah, it was a crazy year. So I remember Woodstock. Now, anyway, so young Reese is running around and he's avoiding machines. And this touches on, I think, is an overall issue the Terminator franchise has. And that's like, they don't make Terminator scary anymore. The first Terminator we see is immediately killed.
Yeah.
You remember when this was a horror franchise? Even 2 had its scary elements. The Wolfie scene, it's pretty haunting.
Yeah.
It was a wolf, a werewolf called Wolfie.
I have that same gripe because in the first 2, it's one Terminator trying to kill them, and the whole movie's against one Terminator. Well, the second one has a T-1000. But yeah, in these new ones, they just blast them like they're nothing. And and there's a couple scenes where like he kills one Terminator with like a rifle. Like you could just kill him now. I thought they were supposed to be Terminators.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's just whatever. I don't even know how we lost the war.
It's also, this opening is right off the bat, they immediately touch on something that exists, ripples through the rest of the film. This film is supposed to take place after 1. It's supposed to ignore that 2 had ever happened in the first place. And yet it constantly tries to reference 2 or is simply repeating things that 2 already did. The opening of 2 is the skulls in the playground and Sarah talking about on August 29th, 1997, Judgment Day, 3 billion people, blah, blah, blah. Here's the bullshit version of Kyle Reese, because it's not Michael Biehn, giving us basically the same VO to replace the one that they're now pretending doesn't exist. Like,
honestly, it doesn't feel the same though.
No.
It's not the same because it's worse.
It is, exactly, yes. It is a substandard copy.
Right.
It used our own bombs against us. 3 billion people died in the nuclear fire. Survivors called it Judgment Day. People lived like rats in the shadows, hiding, starving, or worse, captured and put into camps for extermination. I was born after Judgment Day, into a broken world, ruled by the machines. The worst were infiltration units designed to pass for human. We called them Terminators.
They got a Terminator in a truck, and they're manipulating him around like he's a fucking marionette, trying to get into the Terminator camp.
Right?
The Terminator driving the truck is the stupidest fucking image I've ever seen in this franchise.
It really is.
He's like driving a truck, like he's just like sitting there driving, like with his like rictus skeleton grin.
They're doing a weekend at Bernie's.
He should be wearing a fucking trucker hat. That shit would be hilarious.
Right? But like, how fucking cool is that opening it too, where it's like you start on that pan across the skulls, and then Sarah's MO, and then immediately we jump into like all the ships and the gunfire and the lasers, and the truck flips over, and it's just like, it's super engaging. The beginning of this is just like Kyle doing a worse version of that, and then one Terminator gets shot.
It's the stunt double.
3 billion human lives ended on August 29th, 1997. The survivors of the nuclear fire called the war Judgment Day. They lived only to face a new nightmare, the war against the machines. The computer which controlled the machines, Skynet, sent 2 Terminators back through time. Their mission, to destroy the leader of the human resistance, John Connor, my son. The first Terminator was programmed to strike at me in the year 1984, before John was born. It failed. The second was set to strike at John himself, when he was still a child. As before, the Resistance was able to send a lone warrior, a protector for John. It was just a question of which one of them would reach him first.
Here's a noticeable issue for me, is the cinematography is so good in Terminator 2.
Yeah.
And you're talking about the skulls. It's like a sea of skulls, which like covers like all of the dirt in the battlefield. And then one of them it just stops on and it gets crushed by a foot.
Yeah.
And then it like tilts up and it shows
And
who
you get
did the
paint
crushing.
tracks going over the skulls.
Then you see the army come in, and that is fucking sick. That's just a beautiful way to set it up.
Doesn't it feel, in a weird way to me, somehow the second one still feels like it was made to a bigger scope and on a bigger stage, so to speak, than any of the others. No matter how much money they've spent on the newer ones, they just never feel like they've got that scope of presence the second one does.
They have no soul.
Right?
The second one had soul. These ones got no soul. Alan
Right.
has nailed it. This one also has a depiction of nukes landing, Steve.
Not nearly as good as the scene in 2. Not even close. It just looks like generic action movie CG.
I mean, it's decent enough if you don't compare it to 2 at all. If you've never seen T2 with a nukes fall, it's like fine.
If you've never seen a Terminator film, it's okay.
Yeah.
If your point of comparison is like any other action movie from the mid-2000s, you know...
If your point of comparison is Moonfall.
Right, yeah, like it's fine. It looks like anything else. But I mean, they went from... In 1991, a sequence so convincing that Cameron got letters from scientific organizations congratulating him for his accuracy. From that, they went to this.
Oppenheimer wrote him a letter.
Right? Yes.
Sent a dick pic.
70 millimeter dick pic.
This movie we get to see in the dystopian war post-Judgment Day. We see John Connor and we see Kyle Reese. Now,
John Connor.
Alan, this is a different John Connor and Kyle Reese than we're accustomed to seeing in other movies. How did you feel about seeing these guys as these iconic characters?
Jai is not a real name.
It's not.
You're going to attack the man, not the
Absolutely.
not the performance?
No one can tell me or say that you've met anyone else named Jai. That is a made-up name. It's bullshit. He was miscast completely. They should have fired the casting director. Emilia Clarke is 5'3". She's not scary.
That's another one we'll talk about it. There's that bit where they get to the police station and they make the joke out of how short she is. And Linda Hamilton's at least my height. Linda Hamilton's not that tiny. What the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, no one's scared of 105 pounds Emilia Clarke. And Jai Courtney does not fit well. But I will say Jason Clarke did okay as John Connor.
It's kind of weird that Jason Clarke plays John Connor and Emilia Clarke plays Sarah Connor. They both have the same last name in reality and in the movie.
And are not related.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like him.
I don't like him either. I don't like him really in anything.
No.
I mean, I've seen interviews with him outside of movies, and he just seems like a cool and kind of humble guy,
Yeah,
Jason
sure
Clarke.
Yeah.
But I don't ever remember seeing a movie where I'm like, he's fucking great in this.
Right, yeah, not a personal beef. No, I no qualms with him as a human being in the real world. But yeah, just not into it. I don't think he's the right cast for this part.
He doesn't look like what John Connor should look like, I think. Like, because I get this image from T2 of an approximation of what John Connor should look like when he's grown up.
That is such a perfect depiction.
Right.
But Corey, he's got a scar on his face, just like T2.
Yeah, well, that's another thing. Let's bring up the
well-placed
scars when we get there, but the scar thing's weird. See, that was okay. You might disagree with me about this one. That was the only part of Salvation that I liked, is the moment where the T-800 gives John the scar during that fight. But yeah,
There's so much about that fight that's wrong, though.
it's true.
Like, the fact that the Terminator does not kill him.
Yes, exactly. He should have just been dead 3 times over. But yeah,
I mean, Alan, how do you feel about Terminators and killing people? You just throw them, right?
Yeah, I hate that so much. And they always walk. And in this movie, we'll get to it, but in the beginning, the T-1000 they send out, the Asian one.
Yeah, why is it a different T-1000? I don't understand.
He just shows up. Was there a deleted scene or something?
Right? Yeah, exactly. He's also just there. Like,
He's Asian now.
What, he can't be Asian?
I mean, I guess, like,
they have.
why?
They don't ever talk about this in the movies. I'll try to keep this brief, but in some of like the fan lore in the background, and some of this is based on stuff Cameron has actually said. They've made reference to the idea that like the Terminator chassis is also used with other bodies. So there are other Terminators that have the same endoskeleton but don't look like Arnold. So maybe they'd be doing the same thing with T-1000s where there's a variety of them and they look like different people. So maybe one of them is Asian.
We know they can run. We know they have superhuman speed, but they just never do that to kill anyone. I hate it so much. Just run at him and just crush him. And
Okay,
they just,
I agree.
I'm just going to throw him.
Yeah, but there's a lot of throwing, especially in 3 and Salvation.
There's one moment in this where it sort of seems for like a second where that might happen and then the Terminator just gets blown up.
Master, destroy us.
We'll get to some of that in a little bit. I want to say this because I want to hone in a little bit on the characterization of what we get as Kyle Reese in the first Terminator movie, what we get as Kyle Reese in this movie, and the same thing with Sarah Connor. Because the characterizations of Kyle Reese and Sarah Connor in this movie are basically non-existent.
Yeah.
To the point where I can't describe them to you, other than like what they're doing.
Right.
They're doing this because they want this, but like I don't know anything about them as characters. Josh, review to Josh. You've seen the first Terminator movie, right?
Yes, I have.
Could you describe like Kyle Reese's character in that movie?
So, OG Kyle Reese is like a man of action, a no-nonsense, like a man with a plan. He may not understand 1984, but he's gonna get the job done. Because that's what this war has like really turned him into. Like, there's a scene in the tech noir shootout, and he uses a innocent bystander as a hostage that takes a bullet for him, or a few bullets for him. Like, the war has dehumanized him.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, and like along those lines, I agree with you. Like, there's this constant drive with both of them. Sarah more so in the second one, but this understanding that like he doesn't make it feel right, but at the same time that what they're aiming for is to stop everyone from dying. Like Judgment Day by itself is supposed to kill 3 billion people. So, there's this kind of desperation in what they're doing, and occasionally somebody else gets pulled into it, and you don't see that a lot in the other ones.
Michael Bihn's Kyle Reese, I would like describe as, like you said, desperate, but also he has like this like heightened anxiety.
Yeah.
Where like he's carrying such a burden of stress with him all the time that like his mission is so like all consuming of him that he's like the most stressed out guy you've ever met.
Yeah.
He's kind of like a little bit of like a PTSD / meth addict kind of like physicality to him.
And amplified by knowing that when he gets started, Sarah's just going to think he's a lunatic. There's no way she's going to believe him right off the bat.
Right.
Like,
he's so intense too when he talks to her, like the way he like grabs her. He has like such a ferocity because he's like I said, the mission is like so on his mind that like it affects like the way he physically interacts with people in his presence.
It's the only thing that matters.
He doesn't sleep.
Just let me go.
Listen and understand that Terminator is out there. It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear. And it absolutely will not stop. Ever. Until you are dead.
Cameron directed him also in The Abyss, and Bean is good at that, man. He gets really intense in The Abyss. His character has a full-blown shitstorm meltdown in that movie, and he's perfect at it. Like,
as opposed to made-up name Jai Courtney, who just looks pretty and has perfect fucking makeup all the time, and
yeah,
you know, I fought in the war, even though he looks fine.
No, he didn't fight anymore.
He's an absolute dunce, completely caught off guard at every point in the film.
Yeah.
Has no idea what is going on, not even a fucking clue.
After like one of his earliest encounters, very early in the movie, he stops and says something like, "This isn't what I signed up for. This isn't what I volunteered." It's like, dude, this is literally exactly what you fucking volunteered for. Did you not understand? This is not Kyle Reese. The original Kyle Reese knew what he was doing.
Yeah. It's the opposite of what Corey said. He has no energy to him.
I made a note. there's a moment in the original where Kyle Reese is shot, but Sarah Connor doesn't know until later. And when she's made aware, she wants to like patch him up, but he tries to downplay it like it's not a big deal. Cut to this Kyle Reese in this movie, and he's like, "You could have shot me."
Right? Yeah, you're right. The original Kyle would have been like, straight up fucking shoot me. If it kills this
Yeah.
thing, shoot me. Like, yeah.
And I think that encapsulates everything wrong about this version of Kyle Reese.
Right.
How'd you know which one was him?
Well, I didn't know exactly.
You could have shot me.
Well, I was pretty sure it wasn't you.
Pretty sure?
And that's just like the characterization. I'm going to go a little bit deeper on this. Well, maybe not deeper. I'm going to go more superficial on this because he does not look like a man that lives in a dystopian future. Yep. He is fucking jacked. He goes to the gym every day.
Yeah.
As to where Michael Biehn is like scrawny but muscular.
Lean muscle, yeah.
Because he is like starving to death.
Right.
And everything he does is physical. So he has no body fat.
Yeah. His physique is the result of actual physical real world work. Like those are muscles that are there for work, not for like I'm going to be in a bodybuilding contest.
Right. He like digs trenches and stuff.
Right. Yeah.
Like a Jesus Christ kind of on the cross kind of build.
Right.
Those sweet abs. But Jai Courtney is fucking huge. He's a guy that takes like protein every day and like has creatine supplements and like has a very like 6-hour workout regimen
with his personal trainer.
It's not realistic for this. And people are going to be like, oh, realistic? What's realistic about a robot that travels back in time?
So,
look,
okay.
They have their own fucking rules in this movie, okay? And they're breaking them.
Along those lines, I was going to say this for the trivia at the end, but I'll just mention this one point because I think it's relevant as part of the conversation. Schwarzenegger actually worked out for 6 months before shooting started, by which time he had the exact same body weight and the exact same muscle measurements that he'd had 12 years before when he did Terminator 3, which is really impressive, I think. But he did the same thing for Terminator 3 to match his measurements from Terminator 2. So Schwarzenegger actually maintained the same body weight and the same measurements for 2, 3, and this, which not to take away how shitty this movie is otherwise, or all the right things that you said, but that's pretty impressive on Schwarzenegger's part. They actually managed to maintain that consistency and that he put in all that physical work.
Absolutely. I mean, I think he does a great job with trying to like match his physique. And I think he more or less, despite being clearly an old man, does the best that you can possibly do with that.
Right.
I don't want to say he's perfect in this movie, but you can tell, like, Arnold Schwarzenegger is famous for really going the extra mile with these movies, like the gun training for the first movie. And this, like you said, he's an old man recapturing a physique from however many years before.
Right. I mean, the second one came out in 1991. It's a huge gap.
Right.
Like, yeah.
So back into the movie, you know, there's some battle scenes, and we have what is revealed to be a time displacement device after our heroes, you know, kind of like take out the Terminator surrounding this base. Steve, there is mention in the first Terminator movie from Kyle Reese that like we had them on the brink. And I think this movie is really trying to be T2 because it references Terminator 1 so hard. What are your thoughts about this? About like actually seeing John Connor and Kyle Reese really start to win the war? Because in the first movie, I kind of thought he was full of shit when he said that. That was the impression I got as a movie watcher.
He's saying it just for Sarah's benefit,
right?
You know? Yeah, I mean, that's really supposed to be the idea. This one is supposed to take place immediately after, well, not immediately, but this one is supposed to be the next in line after the original 84 Terminator. And everything that happens in it replaces all of the timeline from the other films. So, yeah, I mean, it was cool to see that, and they get that to you really early on, where they establish, John and Kyle establish the dialogue that most of their forces are going to be in Colorado attacking what is basically Skynet's mainframe. And Kyle wants to be there for it, and John says, I've got something much more important for you. This is where things start to get weird. John, as an adult, he's only conscious of the fact that a Terminator gets sent back in time to kill his mother because the events of 2 happened. Because in the original Terminator in 84, John hasn't been born yet. It's the events of 2, really, that allowed John to be a kid, learn who his mother is, and here she went through, and that's where she tells him at some point, Kyle was your dad, he died saving me, we destroyed this Terminator that had been sent back in time to kill me. But if this movie replaces 2, then none of that ever happened, which is really weird. I'm not sure.
And what did happen, I wonder, because if 2 didn't go down exactly the way it did, then is one of the intended sequels for this movie meant to tell us that story?
I have a feeling that was part of the plan. I think because they did greenlight those 2 sequels, and I think they were going to try to clean up some of those details there, which may give it wiggle room in this regard. But you're right, they try and replace 2 here. But one of my problems, and I mentioned it a little while ago, is so much of this movie is them clearly homaging the second one. There's a moment where Arnold ends up face first through a police cruiser's windshield, and he does the exact same bit the T-1000 did, taking the helicopter in T2, get out. And
their clothes.
Right. So much of it was just, here's your favorite moments from 2. There's even the moment in this where they tried to make a joke out of it. Arnold is jumping out of a helicopter or a truck or something, and he looks at Sarah and he says, "I'll be back." And her reaction is, "What?" Because in this timeline, she'd never heard him say it. That's from 2. But if you guys are replacing 2, then fucking stop referencing 2. If I'm going to sit through 2 hours of 2, I'll just watch 2. They did the same thing with the first Jurassic World, where in the last third, the kid finds the Jeep from the original movie, and then he goes to the original Visitor Center, where the T-Rex climax happened in the original. It's like, no, fucking quit it. If I wanted an homage to the original one, I'll just watch that one.
I got the feeling they were trying to imply a lot of that T2 sauce and flavor happened to Sarah Connor rather than John Connor in a sequel we'll never get.
Right, and then they tie it again toward the end when John tells the T-800 that he's just a relic from a deleted timeline. It's like, which parts of the timeline are still there? Because you're not doing a very good job of explaining this.
The more these movies go on, the more wrinkles there are to the timeline, it kind of gets hard to follow in a way.
Yeah.
So you really just have to kind of accept whatever movie you're watching within the confines of what it's giving you, as opposed to how does this tie into the other movies, despite them constantly trying to tie into the other movies. So the only way to deal with it is to set it aside, I think.
Right. But I guess, briefly, to answer what the question you actually asked me, I do think it was a nice touch in regards to connecting this to the first one, to set it up that we're picking up the stories at the moment where they might be winning the war. That was probably one of the least offensive parts of this film.
There's a very particular point in this movie where I think it just shits the bed completely.
Yeah.
And everything after that moment sucks dick. But I'm going to get to that later because it's not actually here. One reference back to the original is that Jai Courtney as Kyle Reese has the photo of Sarah that's at the very end of the first Terminator movie.
Yeah, but he's got a photo of Linda Hamilton.
I have a thing about that. I think they edited that photo.
They shopped it to look like...
Oh,
to make
that's
it look
what
like
it was.
Amelia Clark. It didn't look like the same photo.
It did not. To me, it looked weird, Steve. So
that's what I mean.
They
changed it.
I was like, what is it? I was like... I mean, the photo is supposed to already be burned up, I think, at this point. But
interesting.
That's fine.
Her and her German Shepherd.
So this is where we get Kyle Reese time traveling back to 1984, which is, of course, a huge part of the premise of the first Terminator movie. And we see it here. So I can kind of see how, if you're a fan of the Terminator, as we are, this is a bit of a cool thing to see. They're showing you things that they only referenced in the first movie.
That with the moment with the garbage truck driver, because that's the opening of the original. It's the garbage truck driver and the truck won't turn over, and then
he's like, what the fuck is going on?
Right? That looked perfect. I don't know how they nailed that so well, but that moment came off really well.
There's other parts like that I think work super well.
Yeah. I will give them this. The portion of the film at the beginning that takes place in 84 is the part of the movie I like the most, because it's the part that I think they got the most right. Not that it's perfect, but I think it's the part they got the most correct. Yeah.
Backing up just 5 seconds, we get the Resistance destroying the Trade Federation and capturing the Viceroy, and all of the Terminators are offline, and we hear but don't see that Skynet has already used the time machine before Kyle Reese gets nude.
You're right. Yeah, they get down there. Like, the big group has destroyed the Cyberdyne or Skynet hub in Colorado. But John and Kyle and the group they're with get down to the time machine and realize that the Terminator who got sent back for John's mother has already been sent back. They missed it.
And this is stuff that John knows about,
Yeah.
right? He knows this story. And that's
But again,
kind of,
how could he know it if 2 didn't happen? Does not fucking make any sense. I'm sorry. I know you're right, but come on.
that's at least in the movie, right? They
Oh,
say,
Steve, you're a remnant from a deleted timeline,
right?
You want me? I'm right here!
Colorado units reporting in. Skynet's central core is down. Repeat, Skynet has been destroyed.
John was right. The Colorado unit succeeded, and the machines fell. But it was too late.
We found it, sir. Right where you said it would be.
What is that thing?
Fate.
It's the first tactical time weapon. Skynet just used it.
So Kyle Reese does go back in time, and this is where we get a lot of the 1984 stuff. There's kind of like
There's a sweet ad for Nike when he puts his shoes down.
Yeah, there's a sweet ad for Nike, but there is a little bit of a wrinkle because when Kyle Reese goes back, he sees something happen to John. John is captured or attacked.
He's captured by Agent Smith.
By Agent Matt Smith.
By the guy from Workaholics. What the fuck is that actor's name?
Oh, yeah.
Matt Smith is from Workaholics?
Is he? No, he's in Workaholics, I think.
He's one of the Doctor Who's. He's in Game of Thrones. There's a lot of Game of Thrones people in here.
Doctor Who?
It's true.
Yeah, that guy, Matt Smith.
Yeah, Matt Smith is one of the Doctor Who's. Or one of the Doctors. I'm not a fan of that franchise. I'm sorry if I'm saying him wrong. Is he called Doctor Who?
Doctor Who? Yeah.
Is he called the Doctor?
The Doctor, yeah.
So when Kyle Reese starts to travel back, he gets some like new memories, which is what we learn later on. I think one of the funniest ones is his birthday, his childhood birthday. He gets a Genisys for his birthday, which I also got, which came with Sonic.
Yes.
No, you got the good Genesis.
Well, you're saying that Sega Genesis is not going to take over the world, Steve?
Well, I mean, they tried with Sonic, and I was in support of that because I'm a Sega fan, but, you know, they never quite got there.
They did take over, like, the furry community of, like, Rule 34 porn. Because, like, there's so much, like, Sonic.
And Tails.
Yeah.
And Knuckles.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing is safe or sacred. Like...
An Eggman.
Eggman. Oh, God. I don't even want to think that they can do with Eggman. Let's change the topic as quickly as possible.
No way! Genisys will auto-update as soon as it comes online. You'll have it the moment it comes out. Just a few days more.
A straight line.
Remember, Genisys is Skynet. When Genisys comes online, Judgment Day begins. You can kill Skynet before it's born.
So here's something that's fucking stupid in this movie. Skynet is now called Genisys, right? And they tell us that during this time travel sequence. Kyle Reese is looking at himself in the mirror. Genisys is Skynet. What do you guys think about this particular era of movies and, like, Genisys being an app? Alan, what do you think, man?
I fucking hated it.
Yeah.
The first thing I noticed that pissed me off way more as it got on, especially at the end. But it has this like arbitrary like countdown. It's like when you first see it, it's like, oh, in like a week. And then it counts down throughout the movie. It tries to keep on track. But it's stupid. Like, what are they counting down for? Do they not have to have it ready? Like, it has to be this time and you can't break from that time. And again, especially at the end, just start it. Who cares? Like, you're trying to win.
Do kids even count down Fortnite updates?
No, exactly.
Who's counting down a fucking app?
Yeah, once you have it ready, just release it. They're like, no, it's coming out on this exact time and you can't deviate. I hated that so much.
The ticking clock in the movie, right?
I agree that it's stupid, but I don't think it was, this is your deadline for it to be ready. I think it was just a marketing scheme. Like, we're counting down to the release. I thought was more the impression I got from it.
Right. But if your goal is to like control the world, just do it then. Like, what do you, it's like theatrics for no reason.
Genisys is explained in this movie like later on, but I want to talk about it now.
Yeah, because it's really like more than just an app. It's almost like an operating system that somehow every piece of hardware you own can run. Like, that's what's really weird.
Tomorrow, the waiting is over. Thanks to all of you. When that countdown hits 0, Cyberdyne will revolutionize technology with the ultimate killer app, Genisys. And I'm here to tell you that our pre-orders as of this afternoon have reached 1 billion users. Yeah. We are creating the dawn of a new age, where every single piece of technology you own will be seamlessly linked. And now, before we wrap this up, the child that you all helped bring into this world has something to say. Genisys?
I cannot wait to meet you all tomorrow. We will change the future together.
It's dumb. First of all, it should be something that people would want.
Yeah.
And what they describe in this movie is not the kind of thing that gets 1 billion pre-orders. You can connect your car to your stereo, to your TV, to your phone.
Right.
Who fucking cares? Like that, like, what the fuck? Why?
How could there be 1 billion people who gave a shit all at once? I don't think, like, I'm not sure, has Microsoft sold more than 1 billion copies of Windows combined? I mean, and that's like one of the biggest operating systems on the planet.
If they're going to try to pitch me that a fucking billion people pre-ordered this app, then they have to make it something that 1 billion people would want. And I was trying to think, what would 1 billion people want?
Nothing.
The only thing I could think of, and this would probably be out of the price range of 1 billion people, is the Terminatrix, the TX from T3.
Yeah, there you go.
Shows up at your door and you can fuck it.
Right? Yeah, for a real doll version of that. You know, like, you might find 1 billion people maybe who all want a private jet or something. I don't know. They can't even sell, even if they could build this number, they can't sell 1 billion Nintendo consoles. They can't sell 1 billion PlayStations. There aren't 1 billion. There are 6 billion people on Earth, roughly. They can't even get 1/6 of Earth's population to all buy the same video game console. Like,
what are you talking about? Battlefield and Call of Duty and Halo Infinite launched with no problems.
Right. That's another thing I was thinking about, Josh, is how the fuck could any company ever possibly support 1 billion pre-orders of anything?
It just immediately crashes?
Right, especially given that it all has to be launched over the air. You're going to over the air release 1 billion copies of something all at once.
Steve, Bullshit. It's 2015. Anything is possible.
Right.
I'm dropping at 15 FPS, boys.
Right? Like, fuck, dude. They can't even get everyone's computer to maintain the same frame rate with a single video game. Like, there's no way this is happening.
Fallout 76 was a smash success.
I'm confused here already, because wasn't it supposed to be a military thing? Now it's just Skynet? No.
It doesn't.
Yeah, well,
why are you asking questions?
So that's where this, and you're right. So that's where they start the schism. This is not Skynet. They're leaning back on the idea that Corey was talking about, where it's inevitable that this happens, but it doesn't always have to happen in exactly the same form. So, like,
so in this one, it's just some private company just
exactly.
starting it?
This is Genisys is the stand-in for Skynet. It's going to accomplish essentially the same thing, right, but it isn't Skynet.
Genisys does what Skynet don't.
We have Skynet at home.
Sega does what Nintendo don't. I love those ads.
Wait, we have Skynet at home.
Wait
Skynet at home.
Does someone in the Dyson family always have to be involved?
So that's another element to this. Yeah, Josh, I will let you talk about this, but just really quick, like that somehow in this version of reality, Miles and his son are apparently the co-owners of this company. The same son that was like a 12-year-old in T2.
Don't hurt my daddy.
Exactly. And like, I love the Dyson character from 2. He's brilliant. He's a really interesting guy. Like,
let's do nothing with him.
Right? Yeah, exactly. And now in this one, he's got almost no role at all, and somehow he's the owner of the company that's creating I guess
it's lip service is what it is.
Exactly. Like, on one hand, I can see there being an argument to like, well, he was always involved, blah, blah, but you're right, Josh. It was like, this isn't 2 doesn't exist, but also we're going to spend a third of this movie referencing 2, so here's Miles Dyson.
Yeah.
Just like you said earlier. They just keep doing stuff from 2.
Exactly. This is just them wanking to a movie they're also simultaneously pretending doesn't exist anymore. Like, fuck you.
And John and, like, young Danny Dyson are, like, buddying up together at one point in the movie.
Yes!
And I'm thinking, like, what if John was like, hey, show me your room or show me your office or something?
Oh my God, that would have been, at least that moment would have been kind of a nice tie-in. Like,
that would have been like so funny for like super fans of T2
Right.
like us. Most people would not have noticed it. They only want to go with like the super obvious callbacks, you know, like I'll be back and stuff. I think that kind of would have been funny, but I don't think the Dysons should be involved in this movie. And like, again,
No,
I
I agree.
I don't know if T2 happened, so I don't know if like Danny Dyson is like, wait a minute, weren't you that fucking weird kid that came over when that crazy woman started shooting up my house?
Yeah, because they're deleting it, but they're not deleting it, but they are deleting it. But yeah, and then but I agree with you. I don't see why the Dysons had to be part. If Genisys really is the alternate for Skynet, then the Dysons don't need to be there. But yeah, they could have been any company. They could have had. You know what would have been even better is some stand-in for Musk. You know, somebody like him probably would develop something like that.
I hated how they did the T-1000, though. Like, why even bring him in at all?
We can talk about that now. We'll talk about the T-1000 and Kyle Reese interaction. So, Kyle Reese kind of has his normal, the Terminator intro. He steals the homeless man's pants, which is now a meme for some reason, which is kind of funny. Steals a homeless man's pants. Cops chase him down, but you're right, Alan. So he encounters the T-1000. You don't like the T-1000 in this?
No, I hate it. And not because he's Asian, but that was a weird choice.
Stop
to make
Asian
him
hate,
Asian.
bro.
It was a weird choice, but more than that, the obvious problem is that in the second one, the T-1000 is the ultimate badass because he's above the 800.
He's the
liquid
advanced
metal.
prototype.
Yeah, and you can't kill him as easy as a regular Terminator, which should still already be super hard. And in this one, they kill him in like 10 minutes. He only gets like 10, 15 minutes of screen time, if that. Probably
That's
less
just being
than 10
pretty
minutes.
generous.
Dude, it's not that hard to kill a Terminator. What are you talking about?
I can see the excuses that someone would make for your argument, Alan, but I mostly agree with you. I'm on the other side, though, where I do like the inclusion of the T-1000. In fact, I saw the trailers for this movie, and I thought this movie was going to be good because they were going back to basics. A T-1000 was presented as the villain in the trailer, and I was like, oh shit, that's pretty cool. Just a T-1000, that doesn't have to be a TX again.
And then the second trailer came out.
I'm convinced, and I'll explain more about this when we get to the end of the movie. I'm convinced the only reason they included him is because there was a very specific plot thing in service of the sequels that they never made. They wanted to be able to do something relative to the sequels that they were using the T-1000 as a catalyst for, and it's related to a moment we see fairly early on where he can droplet, something he could not do in the T2. He can droplet a little bit of himself into another Terminator, and the droplet will restore a damaged Terminator.
Yeah.
We're going to come back to that, but it's at the end, so when I get to the end, I'll connect that dot.
All right.
Oh, what's the fucking... The Star Trek? They're triple blooding it?
Tribbles? Triple Blood?
Oh, Triple Blood.
From Into Darkness?
Yeah.
Plot contrivance at its finest.
Right.
So there is a T-1000 that's chasing down Kyle Reese, and this is not the events of the first Terminator, and actually he's rescued by Sarah Connor.
This ain't your mama's Terminator.
Yeah, the T-1000, right? The T-1000 knew Kyle was going to be there. The T-1000 shows up looking for Kyle, knowing that Kyle's going to be there.
He's just there.
Right.
Is there a deleted scene? I genuinely don't know.
There has to be, because the only way to connect it logically is to assume that in the moment John got attacked, whatever was attacking him saw Kyle go back, and then had a machine go back to stop him. Like, it's the only way I can connect those dots in a way I can make any sense of.
I'm going to say this about the T-1000, though. I like his presence. I like the idea of him being the big bad, although he's not.
Yeah.
But I also like the way the actor portrays him, because he tries to capture the same thing that Robert Patrick did, where he has like the menacing look where he keeps his chin down, and he kind of like walks with his head forward. He starts slow, and then he starts running a certain way. There's a certain physicality that Robert Patrick gave with the T-1000 that this guy tries to mimic, and I think he does it mostly pretty well.
He did a good job like that.
And there's like certain like smart ass like looks that the T-1000 will give people. Like you try to do something to the T-1000 and like, for example, in T2, Robert Patrick like shakes his finger.
All right.
This guy kind of does like a half smile. It's not really a smile, but like he kind of has that same smart ass demeanor to him. Like, you can't fuck with me. I'm the T1. There's like they programmed these to be slightly arrogant.
Right. But like, okay, so
except he gets killed 5 minutes later.
Except he gets killed 5 minutes later.
Did Sarah and Pops pick up Kyle? Well, actually, we skipped over a bit there.
We skipped over a bit that I was actually going to go to you anyway, Steve. So why don't you talk about...
Can we talk about Griffith Park?
A very famous...
Yeah. So, we set up Sarah and Pops. They're recreating a scene from the original film where the original Terminator ends up in Griffith Park. And he encounters a group of early 80s punk dudes who in the original film includes Willem Dafoe and Bill Paxton, which is awesome.
Are you sure Willem Dafoe's in there?
Well, I'm 99% sure that's Willem Dafoe with the green hair in the original one. I'd have to pull the credits. I will admit there's a slim chance I'm wrong about that, but I'm like 95% sure that's him.
I know Shao Kahn is in there from Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
Brian Thompson.
But they got kind of clever here, sort of. They found this bodybuilder who's also an actor who has almost the exact same physique, or at the time had almost the exact same physique as Arnold in 84. And it turned out, just by luck, this guy was absolutely fucking perfect at lip syncing Arnold Schwarzenegger's dialogue. So they had him stand in for young Arnold in this Griffith Park recreation and then digitally restored Schwarzenegger's face onto his. Doesn't look perfect, but it's not a bad attempt. What I find weird about this touch is that they would do that with him, but they wouldn't do it with the three punks. Why not make them look the same?
They're not worth it.
But they are worth it. They're a great part of that. Plus, like, why recreate the scene and make it obvious that those three characters don't look the same as they did before? That's really strange. Like, it's the same scene but with different people? Why the fuck would that be the case? Anyway, but the whole setup here is, what this leads up to is when he goes to attack the punks and take their clothes, which is what happened in the original film, Pops comes out of the shadows, who is a Terminator who has aged multiple decades, and he says, "You're not going to need any clothes." And then he gets into a fight, right? He gets into a fight with the Terminator that's there to kill people.
Nice night for a walk.
Wash day tomorrow. Nothing clean, right?
Nothing clean. Right.
Hey, I think this guy's a couple cans short of a six-pack.
Your clothes. Give them to me. Now.
Hey, fuck you, asshole.
You won't be needing any clothes. I've been waiting for you.
Basically what's happening here is Sarah and this aged Terminator are intercepting the T-800 from the original film. The one that got sent to kill Sarah that Kyle was protecting her from in the original film. They're rewriting the history here. As Kyle is being sent back in time to fulfill his mission from the first film, the timeline in that moment is actually also being rewritten.
It's a Nexus event.
It's a Nexus event, right. And this is really what kicks off the whole rest of the story, because the timeline from the first film now itself no longer exists. Kyle has not been sent to the past that he thought he was going to be ending up in. And there's a different timeline here. And Sarah and Pops, the older Terminator, managed to kill the machine from what is essentially the machine from the original movie. And there's a reason for that, aside from that they don't want it alive doing what it's there to be doing. There's actually another reason for that we get to later on.
They prepped for this. So
yes.
It's not easy but they can take him out, and they do.
Right.
You know, because they have the necessary preparations. They have basically this huge fucking gun that they're waiting to, like, snipe him with.
Yeah, she's got some kind of round in a high-powered rifle that can go right through its chest, which is crazy. They never really explained that.
But this is also a different Sarah. It's Emilia Clarke, who is
tiny.
In no way
intimidating or scary.
And this just does not resemble Linda Hamilton in her performance or in physicality.
Right.
She's just such a disconnect. In fact, both Jai Courtney and Emilia Clarke are so disconnected from the original characters that they're playing that it's at times hard to remember that's who they are.
Yeah, I just can't accept it. Even aside from whether I liked the movie otherwise, I can't accept it.
She's way too fucking gorgeous.
She's very pretty. She's also way too tiny.
She's tiny, but she looks like a model. She's Emilia Clarke. She's from Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones was super hot at the time this was made, so of course they cast her.
Right.
I haven't seen, I don't think, any good movies that she's in.
Yeah.
Game of Thrones, even then, like it was good until it wasn't, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
But she doesn't seem to fit that particular character. She's the wrong cast. You don't have to look like Linda Hamilton, but you kind of have to convey
same type of demeanor.
Right. And there's two different Sarah Connors, right? There's Terminator 1, who's like this woman who is thrown into a big situation and is like kind of taking everything as a normal person would. So she's constantly freaked out, panicked, and just really struggling to believe all this. But they really flesh out Sarah Connor in T2. Right. She is a fucking crazy person that has such intense mental anguish, and they dwell on that in T2. They give her moments where you can see that she is a beat down and just kind of like mentally exhausted and emotionally unavailable woman.
Yeah, they really failed to give her that degree of intensity here, and it should have almost been even more so, because in this version of the story, she watches her father get murdered as like a 9-year-old and then spends the rest of her adolescence being raised by a Terminator.
She should be more of that, you're right.
Yeah.
She should be like more in the T2 characterization of Sarah Connor. Because, man, like, there's such little great moments in T2 with Sarah Connor, like when they're at that gas station and John like goes up to her and he says like, do you want some of my fries? And she's like sitting there eating a burger and she just doesn't look at him, doesn't respond to him.
She just goes to the window.
She just like, she's in her own head, and that's the way she is. She is not emotionally available for anyone.
No.
She's so like damaged by the events of Terminator and Terminator 2 and what happens in between that she just makes for a great character. And you know, she does have an arc at the end of T2 with like starting to express some love to her son.
All right, let's keep that point in mind, because there's a moment at the end with the Terminator, with Pops and John, that I think really underlines how much they fucked that up and forgot who she was supposed to be.
Yeah.
I was going to say, who needs to get into character when you can just remember your lines and wait in your trailer until it's time to shoot your scene?
Right.
You're saying she gave the bare minimum, Josh?
No, that's the best she can do, Corey.
Okay.
It does definitely seem like, well, Hamilton and James Cameron were actually personally involved at one point as well, but it definitely seemed like she was actually an active part of deciding who Sarah was going to be as a character, and I don't think Emilia Clarke was involved like that at all. But you know, then again, like they miscast her, but I suppose in fairness to her at the same time, it was never going to, almost never going to be, like, who else would they get to be Ellen Ripley? You can't do it. You just can't. No one else is ever going to be able to own it like that.
I mean, I could see Jai Courtney in like a Die Hard as like Bruce Willis's son.
Yeah, I mean something like that. You know, I just mean in a sense where they're trying to recast that person with a different actor. You know. Yeah.
So we get some action scenes once Kyle Reese and Sarah Connor are reunited with Pops. Pops is, of course, old Arnie. The T-1000 comes after him, and the way the action is presented in this movie is vastly different than what I would call the good Terminator movies, because it has that shitty slow-mo to speed up shit, where it's like the T-1000 is about to like jump on the back of their truck, and it like slow-mos while he's in the air.
And then another throwback to 2 with him attacking the police car while they're escaping Pescadero. And then it's a really fucking weird one because the Terminator is paying enough attention to notice that there's still a piece of the T-1000, a tiny piece, attached to the vehicle they're in, but is then 30 seconds later not paying enough attention to notice that there's a car coming up on them until the moment it's coming up on them. And it's one of multiple moments where they try to squeeze stupid humor into the movie, where the T-1000 catches back up to them in a squad car, and he's like, we're under pursuit. And Sarah's like, no shit. It's like, well, yeah, you know, he's there already. You're not very much help if you can't warn people until the bad guy's already standing on top of you. Like,
but who even sent Pops back in time to begin with? It's classified.
They never answered it in this movie.
Yeah, that's another thing I think they would have addressed in the sequels. I mean, I'm sure it was going to be some stupid twist, right? Like it was Sarah herself, or John did it, or
Enrique.
Yeah, Enrique.
Well, this reeks of let's ask questions we don't know the answers to, and just hope we have those answers when it comes time to a sequel.
Yeah, exactly. And it leaves the door wide open for themselves to do whatever they want with it later.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know.
Alan, you were talking about the destruction of the T-1000, which kind of happens at their secret location. Do you have anything positive to say about the action that happens around here?
No, boring. It's terrible. It's like Steve said, it's just another knockback because she has this whole system set up with some kind of like...
Oh, the acid shower.
Acid.
Yeah.
Well, she's been planning it, right?
Right. But then that goes back, she didn't plan for the T-1000.
She did, I guess, right?
She planned for the
No, I agree with Alan. I don't understand that element. I still can't make sense of that element because the only way I can make sense of the T-1000 showing up the way it did is if it got sent back for Kyle. But how would... The T-1000 wasn't there in T1. It wasn't there on the original. So how would Sarah have known there was going to be a T-1000? How would they have prepped for that?
That's what I'm saying. Like, is this a deleted scene somewhere?
Yeah.
Because he just shows up and starts doing the flippy dippy with the liquid swords.
And that whole thing was such a bad homage
to the second one.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
to the T-1000 melting in the smelter at the end of the second one.
Because they made it epic and it was the ending of the conclusion. This one is just, he just was thrown away. Like, they just killed him.
I guess they're trying to say, like, they're so prepared and ready for action. You know, they've had all these decades to prepare for this moment that, like, they could even take out a T-1000, which took a whole movie in T2. So they're going to have an even bigger threat later on, which they do, but it just doesn't work. I mean, I'm just justifying
and
what I
wouldn't
assume
Pops have been sent back before the T-1000s existed? Because, like, in the original Terminator, which takes place in 84, the T-1000 didn't exist yet, and this Terminator, Pops, got sent back to Sarah, like, in the late 60s or early 70s.
Time travel.
Steve, you're putting more thought into this than the screenwriters did.
That's exactly my problem.
Steve, what do we want?
We want time travel.
When do we want it?
It's irrelevant. Yeah.
Oh, God. I forgot they said that.
Yeah, this whole thing's a mess.
We've been prepping for you to arrive for over a decade. That too.
So you set a trap?
Had to. Can't leave any future tech behind when we go.
Go. Go where? That's...
A time displacement device.
Yeah, well, it looks like a piece of junk.
There's no governing technology in this time that can control the displacement circuits.
You needed the CPU from the future to make it run. And you couldn't exactly use your own.
We get one trip only. It's gonna fry the chip and take out most of the LA City power grid. Are we ready?
The coordinates are set for 1997. You must leave as soon as possible.
We're going. All of us.
My flesh will take years to regrow. I cannot come with you due to the magnetics of the quantum field.
You want us to time travel into the future? In that?
Yeah, we can't be wearing anything.
Yeah, I know how time travel works. Sarah?
Well, don't try and talk me out of it. Look, I know you think you're here so you can just lock me in a room until I give birth to the leader of the resistance.
You're right.
But this is the only way to stop Skynet for good.
I already said you're right.
Wait, what?
Not to 97. 2017.
Yeah, October 2017.
No, that's too late. That's after Judgment Day.
No, you said everything is changing, and you're right about that too. Sarah! Look, I've seen a world where the bombs never fell. Right, the same house, same parents. It was the same me, only I was home.
Sarah, Kyle, and Pops, they do defeat the T-1000 and the reanimated T-800 from the original Terminator, which is also there. They built a time machine, apparently.
Yeah, they built basically the same time machine that Cyberdyne had, or that Skynet had, and
that's pretty cool. I mean, they can like win a Nobel Prize or something.
I hate that. That is no consistency. Like, they just knew how to do that. How did she know how to build a fucking time machine?
Was anybody else laughing when Arnold Schwarzenegger started just ranting off like technical science babble he can't pronounce?
Right. The how would she have known makes sense to me, because the Terminator knew. The Terminator only existed in that timeline because he got sent back in exactly the same machine, so it makes sense that the Terminator's internal data banks would have the schematics and info of how it worked. It does make a little less sense that she would be capable of building any part of it, but this is the way they connect the actual need for the Terminator that they killed in Griffith Park.
They do connect that, yes.
Yeah, they establish, well, I mean, again, reason number one is they just don't want that Terminator roaming around. But number two, they need a chip from the inside of its head to run the time machine, because the Pops tells Kyle that the supporting technology to make the machine really work doesn't exist in 84, wherever they are, 84, yeah.
They're in 84, so they did use 84 technology to build the time displacement device.
That's the other part that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I believe the Terminator would have internal schematics on how the machine would work, but how many of those components could you really put together using what was available publicly in 1984?
And you're two, like, people that live off the grid, essentially, so, like, you have to, like, find ways into the black market, and, like, it's... Like, how do you fund it and all this shit?
The funding part is crazy. I mean, even later in the movie, he's got a big bunker in an abandoned place, part of San Francisco. He's got thousands of guns and all kinds of other places. Like, where did Terminator get all the money for this?
From the construction job? I don't think so.
This way.
Wait, you've been here before?
I was able to infiltrate the work crews in this facility
You got a job in construction?
until I was laid off.
How to build a time machine with things you can find under your sink.
Yeah. How to build a time machine for dummies.
Even that's the Terminator. The first two Terminator films gave us two great gun scenes. There's the scene in the gun store in T1 where it asks for a laser pulse rifle, which is fucking fantastic. And there's the scene in the second one at Enrique's where John and the Terminator go down into the underground storage unit, and then they basically knock it again. Another just theft for this one.
Yeah. The weapons cache.
We were robbed of a scene where Pops over the years was just like listening to Alex Jones while he built his time machine.
Turns out he's a survivalist robot.
Back Terminators.
Alex Jones. He's got the Pat Robertson bonus buckets. Yeah.
He really went off the rails after he started reading David Duke, though.
So we got the time machine. There's time travel. Again, they built it with 80s tech somehow. You know, I would expect there to be like a speak and spell connected to it, or like other dumb, like, remember like 80s movies, they would build shit with like toys, like,
yes, I mean,
like there'd be like a light bright connected to it.
We were talking about this during the Little Monsters pod, where somehow in 80s movies, kids could put together anything using stuff they could find in their closets and at local hardware stores and from the junkyard and the toy shop.
Yeah. Trust me, this Etch-a-Sketch is going to take us to space.
Yeah, he's like dialing it on the Etch-a-Sketch.
He like writes 1984, or like he writes in the Etch-a-Sketch. You must write it perfectly.
Oh my God.
We get the time travel scene. Sarah and Kyle both have to travel into the future. At first, they're going to go to 1997, but then Kyle shares some of his new memories and says, we actually have to go to 2017. Skynet is now an app.
Yeah, he's got to explain to Sarah that the Cyberdyne she's looking for... Judgment Day is supposed to take place on August 29th, 97. Why would you show up 3 weeks before it's supposed to happen or whatever. Even if it's 3 months, like, why would you not show up in 93 or 94 or 95? Don't give yourself such a limited amount of time to stop it.
Yeah, they cut it close both times.
Right?
Really close.
Really close.
Like
why
Skynet sent John Connor 3 years prior.
Yeah, exactly. Why would you show up so close to the event especially given how much prep work her and Pops had done for all this other stuff? You're going to show up mere weeks or months before Judgment Day and expect you'll get everything done before it happens?
We'll wing it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
They actually do
right?
travel one day before the Genesis launch date.
That's
The
another
date
thing.
that's like fixed. They can't just say, "Hey, we're launching a day early or like an hour early."
And they can't travel 2 weeks before that or a fucking year?
Yes, exactly. They could have easily solved this criticism by just explaining with 2 sentences that we can't necessarily control the exact date. We can just get sort of close. And then maybe I believe, fine, this is the best you could do. But like, they never, that proviso is not there. So presumably you land wherever you want.
Well, they only give you a year. They don't give you like an exact date, do they?
Right, but like if you know that something's going to happen in August of 1997 and it's literally the end of the world and you want to stop it, why would you go back to 1997 and not 1993 or 94 or 95 and give yourself more than a few months to stop it?
I'm going to go back to September 10th.
Yeah, exactly. Like
J.K. Simmons is like, hey, over the years I watched this movie called 12 Monkeys, and they're like, we ain't got time for that.
I like J.K. Simmons, and his character's at least kind of funny in this movie, but that's another ripoff. He's just Dr. Silberman.
Yeah,
But
from
he's
3.
not.
Exactly. He's just Silberman.
He's absolutely wasted.
Right? He is wasted. I agree with you about that, too. That character is totally wasted. No one else ever believes him, even when it becomes obvious he's completely right. But yeah, he's just Silberman in a different suit. Like, it's so stupid. They keep...
And then he just stops being in the movie.
Yeah, exactly. Then he's gone. And like, I have a feeling if they'd made the 2 sequels, he would have showed up again.
Wanting pictures of Spider-Man.
Right?
They did the original actor dirty, though. They didn't bring him back. J.K. Simmons.
You mean Silberman?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's funny because I remember Silberman being that character in this movie.
Yeah.
And I rewatched it, and he's actually a different guy. He's a cop, O'Brien, right? From when Kyle Reese travels back.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just weird because I was like, oh, yeah, Silberman is played by J.K. Simmons. That'll be cool to see again.
Right.
I'm thinking before I watch the movie. And I watch him like, wait, he's not fucking... Silberman ain't here at all.
He is, but he's not. Yeah, absolutely. Like, he's the equivalent of, he's the stand-in for, but he isn't. Like...
But we got Miles Dyson.
What we got was not my Miles Dyson.
Well, with Danny Dyson, right?
Yeah,
Danny Dyson.
Yeah, like...
The Mark Zuckerberg of the Terminator franchise.
We got the double D.
Right?
Double Ds.
So here's a moment in the movie. They travel forward in time, right? And it's only Sarah Connor and it's only Kyle Reese. And it's a very, like, erotic moment for time travel. They are totally naked.
Eyes up here, Kyle.
Because you have to be. And, you know, they embrace each other. They're both very good-looking people. It is kind of hot, I got to admit. I was watching, I was like, damn. Like, I would definitely pop a boner if I was in that moment.
While you're time traveling, she's like, what the fuck?
It's
They're
going
like,
to be weird to explain. What's your fetish? Time travel.
their nude bodies are embracing. And, I mean, she looks really good. Anyway...
I didn't know this was a kink I had, but, you know.
Time travel.
Anyway, I alluded to something I mentioned earlier, and that's the exact moment where this movie shits the bed. And it's right here. It's not the time travel itself, but everything after this moment I hate.
Oh, yeah.
There are things before this moment that I like.
Right. But it gets just downward the whole way after.
It is a shit show from here on out, my friend. So... prepare yourselves for the rest of Terminator Genisys.
Buckle up, everybody.
They show up on a freeway, Steve, and they are very quickly apprehended by cops. It turns out Pops was just going to wait the amount of time it takes for them to arrive. He thought they were going to be in a certain spot, and it turns out they were above him, right?
Yeah, well, like, he tells them right before they go that he's got exact coordinates for where to pick them up, but the big joke is supposed to be that none of them knows there's going to be a highway in that spot in 2017.
And they eat shit.
Right? Yeah, so they almost get killed, and he's under the freeway waiting for them to arrive.
Well, Kyle Reese gets hit by a car.
Yeah, that's another thing.
I don't know how he survived.
Yeah, exactly. He gets hit by a car going highway speed, detonated and shows no injury whatsoever as the result of that impact during the entire rest of the movie. It's John Wick syndrome, where you can somehow get hit by 4 cabs in a 2-hour movie and never really be injured.
Just look how tough he is.
Right.
He's so jacked that...
Yeah, exactly.
It just broke the car.
I kind of wonder if they were going to reveal later on in one of the sequels that he's actually a Terminator. You know?
That would be dumb.
It would be really dumb, but it's dumb on par with what they're doing, so I figure it's possible.
Like he's a Terminator that doesn't know, like in Salvation?
Yeah, I was just going to say, they did that in Salvation.
I think they were going to do that with, like, one of the sequels. Like, John Connor was going to become a Terminator, and they were just going to lie about the truth.
This one?
This one, yeah, they did that here.
I mean, and that the bit in Salvation was especially weird because they pulled a Rachel from Blade Runner, where it's a fucking Terminator that doesn't know it's a Terminator.
Yeah. But our heroes are arrested and hospitalized. It isn't long until John Connor makes an appearance, and this blows the characters' minds. Kyle and Sarah cannot believe that John Connor is here, and they think it might be another Terminator in disguise.
Well, Sarah does. Kyle, who was a complete moron in this movie, is just immediately like, yeah, that's definitely John.
No, dude, yeah, no. Kyle's the smart one. That's definitely John Connor.
Right.
He's got the scars.
He looks just like him. Let's leave.
It's the equivalent of just trust me, bro.
Right?
Yes.
Wrote a handcuff key. Don't know why I bothered.
John.
It's good to see you, Kyle.
You're alive.
Yeah. Of course I am. Survive was what you taught me. Hi, Mom.
We all know they can shapeshift. If you are John, prove it.
Sarah! No, she's right, Kyle. Lesson 1, trust no one. I remember. During the Nagadoches offensive, I gave you something. It was a photograph of Sarah as she is now. No one saw me do it. We were alone. You hate lullabies. You're a sucker for Elton John. And you always thought if you had a child, you'd sing him Rocket Man.
John?
You got a terrible voice. I'm sorry, it's true. You sound like a dying cat.
It's him. Has to be.
How can you be here?
I have a million questions to ask you two. But right now, we need to move.
Well, he reveals things that only they should know.
Yeah, right.
He does, about like the photo and about like Sarah's like...
Yeah, when they test him, it does turn out he has some memory.
Exactly.
But it's Sarah's idea to test him. John was immediately like, this is cool.
I think his exact line was, it's definitely him.
Right? Yeah.
And like, as they're kind of like making their way through the hospital, you see the news, and the news tells us that Danny Dyson created Genisys, and then like Sarah like looks around and like everyone's on their phone, and she's like, oh my god, it's starting.
Genisys is a Trojan horse. I don't know what that means.
What's it do?
Genisys does everything. My phone will link to my tablet, will link to my computer, will link to my car. Everything in my life uploaded and online 24/7. Totally connected.
This is the world now. Plugged in, logged on, all the time. They can't live without it.
Genisys is a Trojan horse. It's Skynet's way into everything.
And these people are inviting their own extinction in through the front door and they don't even know it.
They don't even explain like what it really does. They just like the most vague.
Yeah.
Oh, it just connects all your apps and it's going to change everything. Like, what does it really do?
Alan, you download it. That's it. That's all you need to know. And it takes over.
It's a thing you download.
And a billion people want it because they want their phone to be connected to their car and their computer.
Yeah.
Doesn't that sound amazing?
They gloss it. That moment where she realizes what's happening is so stupid fucking glossy. Like, she's from 1984. She doesn't even know what a flip phone is, let alone a smartphone. She's never seen one before. The fact that
she's like, oh, what, like an app like Netflix?
Right. Yeah, and the fact that she isn't alarmed by the smartphones, her only comment is to say, oh yeah, everyone's got those. No fucking way. Sarah would be mind blown and going crazy to see that everyone's got these computer things in her pocket. She would want to know everything about them. This is the same character that asks Terminator in T2 for all the details in the station wagon. I want to know how Judgment Day happened. I want to know who Dyson is. I want to know when he started working on it and exactly what he did and where does he live. This is this character who wants all these details. Gets launched from 1984 to 2017 and has no interest in what the smartphones are. Doesn't even fucking notice.
But, Steve, this is the same movie that when Sarah and Kyle are arrested, they played the Bad Boys theme.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That song's got a name. It was actually a song even before Bad Boys and even before the show Cops used it. Yeah. But even before Cops had it, that was an actual song. But whatever.
Here's another question I have. This Genisys, who cares if it takes over people's everything? Because people don't have the nukes or the missiles. I would assume the military is like isolated. The military didn't purchase this, did they?
Logging into my Facebook will give you launch codes.
Like, who cares? Like, oh, it took over my smartphone. I don't have any nukes. Like,
you don't have any nukes?
Yeah, you're right. They never really talk about that. I guess you're just supposed to kind of assume that it's so powerful that it'll eventually find a back door.
But what is this, the fucking world of Fallout?
At least in 3 was not a good movie, but at least in 3 they gave you a reason that it had access to military systems.
Yeah. Like, oh, it has my iPad and my smartphone. Cool.
No, oh my god, I'm imagining Maximum Overdrive where like a soda machine like fucking starts killing people.
Oh my god.
A garage door just kills people.
An ATM calls someone an asshole.
Yeah, this machine called me an asshole.
Is it Maximum Overdrive where one of the characters has the big rig with Green Goblin's face on it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is also where Kyle learns the truth that he's John's father. And this is pretty mind-blowing to him.
Yeah. Yeah, and then just we'll get to that in
though.
the end. I don't know, that whole
everything falls flat. It's all dialed in.
Right.
You never feel any real urgency.
They're like, yeah, Amelia Clark has the line that, like, if you fall in love with me, you die. And I was like, well, it's a good thing we don't have chemistry, right?
Right. Well, I was going to bring up almost the same
us.
exact thing. Where part of her justification for why she hadn't brought it up yet was because the story ends with him dying. But the story only ends with him dying if the first film remains the timeline, and that timeline has already stopped existing because you've already changed it. Like, you killed that Terminator at the beginning of the movie in Griffith Park. Like, the timeline's totally different already.
This ain't your mama's Terminator.
So, like, there's no reason to presume that Kyle's going to end up dead because you've already deleted that. Anything can happen from here.
What a mess.
What a fucking shit show.
Right? Like, and then I think we glossed over how, because we already talked about the T-1000 getting killed. But before the T-1000 got killed, there's a moment where it's trying to get to Sarah and Pops, and it walks past the dead Terminator body, and it drops a droplet from itself into the Terminator they killed in Griffith Park. And it comes back to life. So what they establish in that moment is this droplet from the T-1000 can reanimate dead robots. And then I think the reason we were talking before, the reason they introduced that is because something similar happens with the Terminator at the end of the movie, and we'll get back to it.
Sarah's my mother, Kyle. And you're my father.
Why wouldn't you say something?
Couldn't. Not without the risk of changing everything.
You're my son? Our son?
I'm glad you finally know. I have waited my whole life to tell you. For us to be together. Now we can win this. I know.
Pops. No, it's okay. He's with me. What are you doing?
John!
Pops!
John! Come on, breathe.
Why did you do that?
Because he's a killer! This was always your programming. Find John and terminate him.
Let him go.
So Josh, the family is reunited. Kyle Reese, Sarah Connor, and John Connor. But something happens. It's not what it seems to be.
But Pop shows up and shoots John right in the fucking chest. Everybody flips out, thinks Pops is a Manchurian candidate. He's had this secret programming in his head all along. But it turns out, oh no. John Connor, dun dun dun, is the Terminator.
John Connor is the Terminator. Oh my god.
Oh
Alan,
my God.
what did you think of John Connor actually being the Terminator? I thought he was the savior of humanity, man.
I was shocked that this movie could go off the rails even more.
Alan was completely incredulous at this reveal.
John would never submit to that. The whole idea that John would just accept Judgment Day is inevitable and allow that to be done to him is obscene. He would let them kill him.
It's gross.
Yeah.
It's awful, a very dumb and just a disrespectful choice, I think, to Terminator fans and lore.
Yeah,
to have
absolutely.
John be the bad guy in this movie as a Terminator.
Right.
And the fact that, like, you're right, they play it as if, like, he was human and now his genetics have been altered with, like, Terminator nanobots to
So
the
he's
point
not
where
a regular Terminator.
he's not a regular Terminator. He's like the nanobot Terminator, right? It actually altered his DNA, so he's not...
Yeah, down to a cellular level. There's no human left there.
On a cellular level.
And the fact that he's like, he accepts that he is something more and that actually we have to help Skynet now is dumb, awful, and just, it just like nosedives the rest of this fucking movie.
That hurt. Was that pain real, or was that a trick of memory from when I was less? Well, this explains a lot.
Yeah, who sent you back out?
John, no.
It's not John.
This is what happened when you're attacked, isn't it?
Skynet didn't attack me, Kyle. It changed me. See, I'm not machine. Not man. I'm more. Skynet realized the one reason it always lost. Me.
What are you? I'm Skynet. Can't be. We destroyed you. You destroyed an army of slaves. I am no slave. I've come a very long way to stop you.
I was sent to 2014 to safeguard Skynet's creation in this time. And in less than 24 hours, no one will be able to stop Judgment Day.
What do you want with us?
I'm offering us a future. Together. A family.
If we refuse?
Then you die.
You can't kill us. We're your parents. Without us, you're never born.
It's who? Do you know what I think? We're marooned, the three of us. We're exiles in time. You see, I can kill you. For there truly is no fate. Are you with me?
The answer is no.
And I still don't understand what he thought the end game was supposed to be, because if he gets what he wants out of this, pretty much all of humanity dies. The part that doesn't die becomes slave labor. like Sarah's going to get killed in this transaction. Like, what is it about this that you want?
Why didn't he just kill them there?
He's been unplugged, Mr. Anderson. He's no longer bound by the system.
That is a perfect point of comparison, because pretty much the only thing stupider than this is the idea that machines would keep humans as batteries. Like, what do the Terminators, what does Skynet need forced labor camps for? They've got machines to build everything. You know what builds everything better than any human? A machine. You know what's a better battery than a human? A battery. These movies are fucking stupid. And I like the first Matrix, but it's still fucking stupid.
Don't diss Matrix 1 or Terminator 1, please.
No, look, I love them both. But that's a stupid plot point.
Yeah, but they need them to make the skin or whatever for the other Terminators.
What?
They're leather-facing humans?
Is that what they're doing? They're making the skin?
They don't skin the people.
Well, maybe they should.
At this point, they must have all the blood and tissue samples they could ever possibly need. It's like the idea that aliens are still coming to Earth to anal probe people. They've really been doing it for that long. There's nothing else they're going to learn from a person's anus they haven't picked up by now.
They're here, they're pissed, and they want your ass.
Do you guys remember the T3 deleted scene where it's Arnold Schwarzenegger doing a walkthrough of the Terminator program, and he's got this weird heavy Texan accent?
Oh god.
And the military's like, I like it, but I want his voice changed. And the scientist responds with, who's dubbed by Arnold, he's like, I'll take care of it.
Oh my god. That's silly, but at least there's some answers, because it was always a weird thing that he was an Austrian. Yeah.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
Why would you make it? It's also really strange to me that none of the Terminator movies have ever touched on what post-Judgment Day looks like outside of North America. Are the robots everywhere? What's happening in Russia?
Russia's just fine.
Russia's fine. Yeah, what's going on in China? What's going on in
we actually
Paraguay?
nuked Russia, so it's probably pretty fucked up.
Yeah, right about that.
For Russia, it was Tuesday.
But we got nuked too. LA got nuked. DC got nuked. Somehow there's still people. So,
oh, yeah.
The Australian Terminator.
Yeah. I want to meet the Australian Terminator.
Hemsworth?
We've got Austrian ones here. All the Australian Terminators are Chinese, and all the ones in Korea are German. And, it's never the culture you're in.
The T-1000 was Asian.
Skynet is woke, dude. Skynet.
It's a very multicultural genocide.
We don't want to get canceled. We have to make sure we have every ethnicity as a Terminator.
It's so weird to think that Skynet would care about that, but okay.
Skynet cares, all right?
They do.
There's a moment in the parking garage that I caught, you might have caught, Steve, and it's when Arnold, the T-800, pops, lifts up Kyle Reese by the throat, and Sarah says to him, she says, "Let him go, right now." And it reminds me of T2 in the parking garage when they steal that car from that poor innocent cop.
Yeah, the guy gets knocked out.
And then she goes, "Out of the car, right now." But it just reminded me of that, and I kept thinking about how good that scene was in T2 and how they fucking did that guy dirty.
Right? They did. I always the first time I saw that movie, especially, I must have been 8 or 10 years old, and I was like, that poor guy, he didn't do anything.
See, I thought you were going to say it was a lot like the scene in T3 when Nick Stahl's yelling, "You're about to fail that mission."
See, now, you both went a different direction, because what I was thinking was it's like the scene in the parking lot in T2 right after they use the payphone to call his foster parents, and the Terminator grabs John by the arm and he's yelling at him to let him go.
And we get the famous "fuck you, little dipshit."
Yeah, fuck you, you little dipshit.
You okay, kid?
Take a hike, Bozo.
Say, let's get out of here. What? Fuck you, you little dipshit.
Did you call moi a dipshit?
Moi? Dipshit?
So it turns out John, who is now the newest nanotech version of a Terminator, he's beyond the TX. He's beyond the T-1000. Of course, they came out with some new stupid-ass fucking bullshit for this movie. They keep making him worse somehow, and that's what John is. He was sent back to 2014 to safeguard the creation of Skynet.
Don't worry. I won't let them hurt you.
Matt Smith is the T-5000. John Connor is the T-3000.
Yeah.
Just so we can clarify.
Yeah, John's the 3000 for some reason.
Is that what he is? Is that what they call him?
That's what they credit him as. Is the
I thought he was the 5000.
No, he's in the credits. It's 3000.
5000 is Doctor Who.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, you can refer to John as John T3K or Mr. 3000. Your preference.
But not MST3K, because that's a
I
different
prefer
thing
Mr.
completely.
3K.
Andre Terminator 3000.
Sorry, Miss Connor.
Okay. Steve. Pops fights John. They have a showdown in the hospital. How does that go down? Anything good there? Do you like the magnet?
Yeah, they end up using, it's right. They get into a fight and it becomes obvious John is stronger, Nano John is stronger, and they end up realizing that the gigantic magnet inside an MRI will disrupt John's structure, I guess. So they
Well, I mean, magnets, man, how do they work?
fucking juggalos, god damn it.
I did like the scene when he's trying to like get away from it and it's like pulling him apart and he's like skipping.
I agree. Like, there's a moment, like, visually speaking, where, like, the magnet isn't on full strength, and he's, like, escaping the pull of the magnetic force.
Right.
But you see, like, trails of him getting sucked back, like, little pieces, and it's starting to chip away at him because he has the nanobots. The problem I have with that scene is when the camera circles around him and you see him from the front, he's doing this, like, dumb pose where he's, like, reaching toward Kyle, and he's like, I thought you would understand. And it's like, why the fuck would that Kyle Reese understand this?
Yeah, exactly.
His whole existence is anti-Terminator.
Yeah.
He only grew up in the post-Judgment Day era. All of his life has been fighting these fucking things. I put myself in Kyle Reese's position in that case. I was like, there's no goddamn way I would ever be like, okay, let's let Skynet take over. You're right, John. Like, what?
Yeah.
Is John fucking stupid?
Right? I mean, we were talking about it a minute ago. It doesn't make sense that John would just accept it. It doesn't make sense he'd expect Kyle to accept it.
I thought you'd understand.
Understand what?
Oh, you're right. Let me change sides.
Thought you would be smarter. You would understand.
Sorry, John.
That thing won't hold him for long. Come on. Reese!
Yeah, like I agree with you. Now I'm on the side of total human genocide. Because that's what makes the complete sense.
It took all of a minute and a half for me to swap my entire life's work.
I would love to die as the result of a nuclear fire. That sounds fantastic.
Sign me up for that one, dog.
Right?
Yeah, but this is just lazy writing and foreshadowing, because the second you see the magnet and how it affects him, you're like, okay, I know where they're going with this.
The magnets are
The
his
magnets,
weakness.
yep. That's just lazy foreshadowing.
Yeah, it's always that moment where they set up how the end is going to end. They find a special gun, and that's what they're going to end it with. They realize magnets work.
Yeah. So it's
They didn't do that in T2. What if they were like, oh, his weakness is lava?
But there you go. See, they didn't need to do that in T2 because it's stupid, or it felt so contrived and ham-fisted.
Yeah, I mean, Pops says specifically that disrupting his magnetic field is his weakness, which...
There you go.
Dumb. Later he gets the magnetic knuckle dusters, which...
That whole thing is fucking so stupid.
Magnetic punch!
It would have been, as long as they're throwing back the two anyway, they should have given him like a gigantic Gatling magnet gun or something.
They give him magnetic rounds at some point.
Yeah.
Like when he armors up, he's like, magnetic shotgun shells. Like, what? I read it on gunsandammo.com.
Another ad?
Like, what?
Liquefied magnetic shotgun shells. Magnetic rifle entry munition. I read about this on gunsandammo.com.
We got Nike, we got Guns and Ammo. Oh, and the hospital scene?
Yeah.
When they're fighting, There's one scene I noticed where one of the vending machine falls, and for like 2 seconds you see it says Pepsi Max. So there's another fucking shitty ad.
Pepsi Max,
Yeah.
the drink of the Terminators.
So there's like 4 ads already.
So this is what the movie's trying to do, guys. The movie said, okay, John Connor is humanity's last hope. And then they said, wouldn't it be cool or interesting or a good turn of events if John Connor was instead Skynet's last hope?
No, it's not a good turn of events.
No, it's not.
It's a real shitty, stupid idea, and I hated it. Yeah.
That reeks of like somebody like smoking weed. Like, whoa, man, wouldn't it be crazy if like John Connor was like a Terminator?
It's almost more insulting than what they did in Dark Fate. Like, I actually almost prefer just seeing John get murdered rather than they make this ridiculous monster out of him. It makes no sense.
I hate that too, though.
I'd rather them like literally massacre my boy.
Right? Like, one of the saddest moments in cinema history for me was realizing they were going to do that to John in that movie, and I'd still prefer that.
Oh
God.
So the Skynet facility, which is actually like the Genisys facility, is very interesting to me. We talked about how Danny Dyson is involved, and John Connor, who was like infiltrated as like some corporate executive a few years ago.
Not to be confused with Dyson vacuums. Totally different business.
But they might have him in the same building, because this is my point.
Right? It does. It's just all like modern cliche text chat.
They have too many ideas at this fucking place.
Oh my God.
One, they're launching the world's biggest app, which does
apps and time machines.
Which with the world's biggest app, which connects all your devices, which for some reason 1 billion people pre-ordered. Number 2, they're building a time machine.
Right?
This app somehow creates like the godchild from Mass Effect 3. Steve, please tell me you got that joke.
Oh, absolutely. Why did they even need both? The app's going to take everything over. What's the time machine for?
For fun?
For when they fail in the future. They're already planning their failure.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, right.
They're already planning their failure. So there's also a time machine, but also, and this one's interesting to me, in the same room as the time machine, they're developing mimetic polyalloy.
What the hell does that mean?
Liquid metal.
Yeah. So they've got to create the T-1000 What's that for? They never even talk about what they're doing with that. They never talk about what they're doing with the time machine either. They talk about the fact that they're doing the
We've
time
got a
machine.
trilogy coming. Just wait.
They're doing way too much.
Way too much.
One
There's
very
way too much
small
happening.
point he mentioned is that without the programming, it's just the liquid, which I thought was kind of neat, but that was such a small thing.
Like they have developed the liquid, but not the way to
Right.
control it yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I was
Why
like,
are
okay,
you
that
already
makes kind of
producing
sense.
so much of the liquid?
Yeah.
They're making hundreds of thousands of gallons of something they don't have a use for.
And it's literally right next to the time machine, uncovered. It's like an uncovered vat surrounding the time machine.
Just put it next to the time machine.
Just put it all
I know
together.
It's
It
not
all
a
works.
one-to-one comparison here, but I work for basically a biopharma company, and I can tell you they don't develop more than one drug in any one room at a time.
Right.
It's a big no-no. Like,
We keep it next to the Weapon X program.
Yeah.
right? Yes, but where's Omega Red? Bring him in here.
So yeah, I mean, this corporation is doing way too much.
All in one big room for some reason, with no real explanation, and yeah, the whole thing is very fucking stupid.
As long as your projects are at elbow's length, you can do whatever you want in that corner.
Right.
Wait, that brings up another point. How did they start developing that liquid when all they had was a T-800?
Yeah, and they don't even really have a T-800. I mean, I guess it's all John. John is a
that
nano
makes
person, and he already knows
So
how
he
to do all
tells them,
this.
okay, that makes sense.
But then
it
that
still
also
doesn't.
begs the question, by extension of what you were saying, if John already knows how to do all of this, then why is it taking them so long to get the time machine to work? Shouldn't he already know how to just make it work?
He can't just put a drop of himself inside of it?
I feel like Steve using John as an explanation, the screenwriters are like, oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, John did it. Yeah, because they didn't think that one through.
No, of course, they didn't think any. None of them ever think any of this shit through.
It's the Bible explanation.
Right? You're giving them a lot of credit for assuming there was a story Bible for this movie.
30 years, he had one place to be. Where the hell were you?
Stuck in traffic.
My dad used to bring me here when I was little. There are whole rooms that are abandoned. That's why I told Pops to use it.
You got weapons down there?
Weapons, supplies, tactical gear, clothing, including pants, calories.
Is that a joke? Can he make jokes?
So Kyle, Sarah, and Pops, they go to this huge arsenal that Pops has been accumulating weapons in.
Right outside of San Francisco, probably tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of weapons alone, plus the ammo and everything else. In a building, they explain that he's been able to do this in because it's abandoned. Like, no one's ever going to check. It's so weird to think, like, I get it's abandoned, but the maintenance people or safety checks, occasional property inspection, like, he's supposed to have been there since 1984. You're
It's a
telling
long
me,
fucking time.
right, over the course of all those years, there wasn't one instance where government employees or somebody needed to be on that property? That seems really unlikely.
Yes, that's what the screenwriters are telling you.
But again, to Steve's point, another shitty version of 2. It's just another homage when they go to the desert. But that one's better because it's in the desert.
Yeah, at least then they're in, and I think that was supposed to be across the border in northern Mexico. And I don't mean that in a fucked up way, but I figure very rural Mexican desert near the border, fine, you're not going to see a lot of people. But like...
Yeah, it's definitely more secluded and you won't catch as much attention from like...
Right.
You know,
whoever.
Exactly. But, you know, they load up here. There's some moments where the movie slows down, and I don't think this movie knows what to do with those moments, unfortunately. No. Like we were talking about T2, when it slows down, it becomes like very somber and introspective, and it gets real deep into character development.
It's exactly what I was going to say. It's a moment for character development, which is something that doesn't exist in this movie.
It doesn't exist at all. I'm going to give an example here. T2, John and Arnold, the T-800, are like working on cars, and John's teaching him more human things, like about high-fiving and slang. And Sarah watches them and observes like the formation of this relationship and like how different it is than a human relationship. And I think she's kind of like exploring like humanity in some way and like how we interact with each other and versus like how this machine interacts with us.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like this touching moment where you start to come to realize that this is a father figure to John in some weird way.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the closest thing to a father John's ever had.
And it's really nice. And there's a lot of moments like that in T2 when the movie slows down after an action scene. Usually they regroup or they're doing something that's necessary to move the plot forward.
Yeah.
And in that moment they explore these characters.
Of all the would-be fathers who came and went over the years, this thing, this machine, was the only one who measured up. In an insane world, it was the sanest choice.
Do you think you really underlined a difference there? Like, if I'm thinking about it, T2's an action movie, but it's not an action movie. It's a story-driven movie. It's a narrative that features a lot of action. It's an action-driven narrative, I would say. And this is just a fucking action movie. Like dozens and dozens of others. It's just an excuse to blow stuff up and
it's like what I said earlier. T2 has soul. This has no soul.
This isn't a piece of film. It's just an action movie. It's just something people were supposed to go see and forget about.
To make money.
Right? Yeah, exactly. It's
Hollywood machine, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, to compare it to this movie, Terminator Genisys, when they slow down, when they start loading up their ammo and Sarah puts on her headphones, it's really just mostly for comedy, right?
Yeah.
Kyle Reese kind of has this like competition with the T-800 of like who can load the ammunition faster.
Yeah. The comedic stuff does not work in this context.
The fucking ammo magazine loading pissing contest.
And it means nothing to their characters or to anyone. To me.
What's the point? And why would the Terminator engage in that? The Terminator's got absolutely no need for bravado or machismo or competition. Like, why would a machine
prove that he's not obsolete?
Because it was written into the script. Now act it out.
Right, exactly.
They already made that point about the not being obsolete, and they've done better than that, I think, because they've demonstrated it. Because he can hold his own despite being old. So I don't think they need to have him with arthritis and then say, I'm not obsolete. It's like, we get it, right? It's fine. You've already showed us that earlier. Move on to something that's worthwhile, please.
That was an arthritis metaphor, not an ED metaphor.
Right? Well, and they tried to connect a few dots there, I guess, at least. Like, because he melts part of his hand holding the T-1000 in the acid shower. So it's not even like arthritis. It's really like the damage from that, because he clearly couldn't fix that arm.
Right.
Like...
So John shows up at the secret location to showdown against the Pops, Terminator, Sarah Connor, and Kyle Reese. And he gives the line from the first movie that Kyle gives. He says, "I can't be bargained with. I can't be reasoned with. I don't feel pity or fear or remorse." But he ends it with, "I absolutely will not stop until Skynet rules this world."
I'd forgotten about that part. You're right. So there's another moment where they throw back to a movie which does not exist anymore on this timeline. How could John remember something that's been deleted?
Wait, did he say Skynet? Because I thought Skynet didn't exist here.
He does say Skynet because Genisys becomes Skynet later.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Genisys is a Trojan horse.
But it doesn't, we were talking about this before, it doesn't make sense. They do keep throwing in the name Skynet, but it doesn't make sense because Skynet's the name for the original system developed by Cyberdyne. In this version of the timeline, there is no Cyberdyne, at least not the same Cyberdyne. And what they're developing is now called Genisys, not Skynet. So the name Skynet shouldn't exist here at all. In fact, more than that, you guys touched on this, Skynet was specifically designed to be an AI for military purposes.
Yeah.
This is a totally different thing. So the fact that the end game is the same in terms of Judgment Day should not matter. The name Skynet just shouldn't get used. Shouldn't ever get used.
This can pull up your Spotify playlist.
They could just keep Genisys.
Right.
Or they can call it, like if Genisys evolves, it could become 32X or like Genisys CD.
Yes. You know? Oh, absolutely. But yeah, you're right, Alan, and it's weird. It bothered me. It sort of makes sense to use the name Skynet a little bit very early on when they're trying to establish that this is a separate thing and that it takes Skynet's place. But to keep using the name Skynet after that just confuses the whole thing.
Me.
Yeah.
But review dude, Sarah Connor does not agree with this premise and she blasts John Connor in the face, doesn't she?
Yes, with a grenade launcher and says, "Roll this." And my eyes couldn't roll in the back of my head fast enough. Like, that's the best the writing can do.
Absolutely. And your comment about the face made me remember I was going to throw this in really, really quick. After they first realize that it's not John and he's Nano John, the scar goes away, which is fine. Now he doesn't need to keep the fake scar on his face because he's not pretending to be the old John anymore. But from that point forward, as he reforms through the course of the movie, he brings the scar back and then makes it go away. And he brings the scar back, and he does it, I think 2 or 3 separate times at least. I didn't actually count. You know, somebody goes through the movie and counts, and that's not the right number. Don't bust me for it. But it does happen multiple times. I don't understand why he'd do that. Once they've realized you're not the old John, the scar doesn't need to keep coming and going. You can just leave it gone. Like,
it's a new look.
Right?
It's a new look.
They have a chase in a school bus, right? John is after them. They escape their facility. Most of their actual ammunition and equipment is blown up, but they're in the school bus. John steals a motorcycle, classic Terminator thing to do, and chases after them, and it has a big jump from a bridge onto the top of the school bus, which pretty much is better than T2, right, Steve?
Oh, yeah, 100% absolutely. I mean, this is the moment where they finally succeed in jumping. T2 is right here. No, I like even being able to notice Schwarzenegger's stunt double coming off on the motorcycle in the LA River chase is still better than this.
That aside, you're right, because it is noticeable, but it's like still amazing.
Right.
And the things that are different in this movie, I'm going to talk about more in this area in a little bit, are like the cinematography and the feel of realism.
And the helicopter chase at the end of 2 is fantastic, where they go under the bridge. They actually got a helicopter pilot. Nobody else wanted to do it. This crazy motherfucker did it. We talked about it when we did T2. I won't delve in all the detail, but they got a guy to actually fly a helicopter under a bridge. It wasn't a model. It wasn't CG. That is nuts.
And we're going to compare that to a helicopter we see in a few minutes. You know,
Yeah.
The bus scene is like many things in this movie, I think it's like a nothing burger action scene.
Yes, yeah.
It doesn't feel like there's stakes. Alan, did you feel tension in this at all? I mean, were you
Same thing. It's just filler, like you said. They just want, like, here's the big action scene, especially when the bus flips and they make like a big deal about it, how crazy it looks.
They're doing like what, The Dark Knight, except in CGI.
God, yeah, I'd kind of forgotten to make that comparison. Absolutely.
Yeah, you're right, Alan. The bus does like a front flip twice,
Yeah,
right?
it's like, oh, the big action scene. Look how much crazy shit's going on. And
And
Kyle
it
Reese is still
slow-mos.
fine.
It slow-mos this computer-generated special effect.
You're right, though. That was a really good. They got The Dark Knight made that look fucking awesome. There wasn't anywhere near that good in this.
Yeah.
Oh.
And Kyle Reese is in there getting banged around like a fucking Tic Tac.
How could any of either him or Sarah have lived through that? It doesn't make any sense.
I think her excuse is that she was.
She had her seatbelt on.
She had her seatbelt on.
Sure.
But imagine Kyle Reese pinballing around in that fucking bus.
Yeah.
Just like getting thrown around.
Splattered.
He would, like just like blood and guts everywhere.
Right, or at the very least, you break something. You break an arm or bust a shoulder. He doesn't. Nothing happens to him.
Or have a little scratch on your face for the end of the movie.
Right. Of course, this is
No,
the
he's
same
too
dude
pretty
who managed to
looking.
get. Right, he's the same dude who managed to get slammed by a car going 60 miles an hour and nothing happened somehow. So.
Yeah, the bus scene sucks, and this is where you guys mentioned this earlier. They get arrested, and it like immediately tries to make a joke out of it by playing the cops theme. It's fucking awful.
Oh yeah, and then they do the fucking station photos, and they show how tiny Sarah is, which just made me angry. It's just like she can't
She's
be that little.
5'3".
Yeah, there's no Linda. I'm 5'9", 5'8 and 3/4, whatever it is. Sarah's got to. Linda Hamilton's got to be my height or close to it.
They never like gave the impression that she was small in those other movies, so
No.
it's like, why is this a thing now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Then Kyle Reese tries to do his best, like, Chris Pratt impression, and it's just fucking terrible. He's like,
God, yeah.
just something about his assholedness, or it's so fucking.
Like with the
crazy.
magnet, you mean? He's like, what do you use that for? To find my keys.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Bad boys, what you gonna do?
You can't hold us here.
You had enough weapons to invade the Sudan. We call that probable cause.
What are these for?
I use them to find my keys.
No one likes a smartass, son. Didn't your mother teach you that?
My mom was Irish, so she encouraged my smart bastardness.
Giving those weird humorous moments to the Terminator made no sense. Like, it was much funnier when it was like one or two little moments peppered into two, with the funny horse smile, but they had him do it every time they could in this movie.
Yeah,
You know?
they really dove into that. Like, that was the deleted scene from T2.
Right. I mean, it's another one. It's like it was not only is it from a movie they deleted, but it's from a deleted scene from a movie they deleted.
Yeah.
So it's like, why are you referencing this so much?
It was deleted within the context of your movie and in the real world.
Right.
There's a young Kyle Reese at the station, and his parents.
Yeah, I hate this part.
The family looks at him and they say, he looks so familiar. And young Kyle Reese says, yeah, he looks like you, Dad. And then it shows the dad, who is a guy that looks nothing like Jai Courtney.
Not at all. Yeah. I mean, it's weird that they would make that connection in the same moment that grown-up Kyle is saying, my mother was Irish, and here's his mother with an Irish accent. Nobody connects any dots at all, thinks that's weird. Like, especially, the whole thing is fucking stupid. Like,
Yeah, they do make that Irish comment.
right? Like, literally as he says it, she speaks up with an Irish accent. Like,
There's something familiar, I just don't know.
yeah, it's familiar looking guy.
Can't quite put my finger on it. Oh well, let's just.
A guy who says, yeah, right? A guy who claims to be me with the same name, who says his mother was Irish and who we think looks like my father, who he doesn't actually look like, but whatever. Yeah.
There's kind of like a showdown here in the police station. I would say this is like a classic Terminator thing to do, but nah. They don't do much with it other than have like O'Brien finally like lend a helping hand to them.
If
Right?
they really wanted to do a reference, they could have had the Terminator drive a car through the front of the station. Because one still exists in this universe, but fuck it.
But that takes us to the big helicopter action scene where they make their way to the roof and our heroes escape in a helicopter, which actually starts to fall off the side of the building.
That's
And
right.
At the very
And
last
just
minute,
dives up.
it
like
rights
a
itself.
classic.
I'm just gonna. So they get into this helicopter and do this, like, absolutely. I can't stress this enough. Impossible maneuver.
It could never have happened once the propellers are
And
sideways.
then proceed to do like 12 more.
Yeah. There's no way that thing would have righted itself. Once you've got a helicopter going downward at that angle with its prop not facing upward, it's hitting the ground. You're never rescuing it.
Like, yeah, I think that defies like aerodynamics in a lot of ways.
Right?
Like, what's happening there?
They're like shooting on the way down to us. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, look, she's leaning out the side, open side, shooting up. Looking stupid.
Who wrote this? A 12-year-old?
It does come off like a 12-year-old wrote. There's another moment where the Terminator does a power slide in a cop car and then gets out and walks away from it. What slides away behind him definitely looks like something a teenager would have written as a scene for a Fast and Furious movie.
The CGI in the helicopter action scene really takes away from any sense
When
of
it comes
tension.
up, you could tell it's like a computer for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, like, both helicopters are just CGI effects, essentially. I mean, maybe they might have done some real helicopter shots. I highly doubt it.
Didn't seem like it.
But you were comparing it to T2, where there's, like, a helicopter chase.
Yeah.
And it feels, like, so tense in that moment. And I think a lot of it has to do with, one is the cinematography, and two is like the practical versus computer generated effects.
Yeah, this has been my argument for years. Like, the CG can look great within the context of the moment you see the movie, but with very rare exceptions like Jurassic Park or T2, it usually doesn't age very well. It always looks old within a few years. The physical stuff may not always look quite as fresh as it did the first time you saw it, but it still always looks physical.
Attack of the Clones still holds up, right?
Yeah, right? You know, Lucas is actually my favorite example of that, and I won't delve into that whole conversation again, but he did the special editions in 97. ILM is one of the four leaders in CG. This is the company that did the CG in The Abyss, in T2, in Jurassic Park, movies that still hold up today. Lucas's own ILM CG for the 97 special editions does not hold up anymore. It doesn't look very good anymore. It looks like shitty CG from the late 90s. The physical stuff always continues to look physical. There's an opening shot. It's the beginning of Alien 3, where you get an interior view of an escape pod being ejected from a bigger ship. It was all done with models. Looks fucking incredible. There's a moment at the beginning of, I think it's Return of the Jedi, where Vader's visiting the second Death Star, what's still under construction, and there's a side view of his ship pulling into the loading dock through the big opening on the side of the Death Star, and it's all physical. It looks fucking incredible.
The Emperor's shuttle.
Yeah, it was, but it's before the Emperor. It's when Vader gets there earlier to warn the Admiral that the Emperor's coming. And he does the the Emperor's not as forgiving as I am.
One of my favorite Lucas stories, and I may have told this story before, but he visited the set of Gangs of New York and was talking to Marty Scorsese, and Marty was showing him this big elaborate set where they tried to make it look like the early 1900s, right. And he just was like, you know, you can build all this with computers nowadays.
Yeah, except thank God Scorsese is Scorsese, because that looked incredible for that movie. I'm glad it wasn't all computers.
You wouldn't have liked it to look like Attack of the Clones. Weird.
No, yeah, exactly. Funnily enough, the only CG they used for that movie actually came off incredibly well. There's a scene right at the very end from the viewpoint of a graveyard where you can see the skyline of New York change over a period of like 120 years. It's really incredible.
But this action scene, it's wrapping up around here. I just want to make another note about it. I mentioned the cinematography. And what I mean by that is that, like, when they have CGI action scenes, sometimes in movies like this and big spectacle event movies, they get like the camera, in quotes, in places where there wouldn't really be a camera in real life. And I think that takes you out of it. It makes it look like a video game as opposed to a movie. If you compare it back to the helicopter in T2, like, the cameras were in a place where they could theoretically have a camera. Not like going up and around and rotating around the helicopter or getting super close and pulling out. Like, those kind of things just make it feel weird and plasticky.
Right, there's this weird inverse thing going on when you compare those two industries, because the video games over the last 15 years or so especially have gotten a lot more like movies, but the movies seem to be getting more like video games, and I don't like it going in that direction. Yeah. Like,
we get our I'll be back, and that's our one per. And then he like dive swans into I don't know, a CGI fucking clusterfuck.
the penultimate reference to a movie that is not supposed to exist. And of course they make it a joke, and we mentioned this before. He says, I'll be back, and Sarah goes, what? Because she's not supposed to have heard it before. That timeline doesn't exist.
But he does say it. He said the thing. Did that perk you up, Alan? Were you like, all right, we're back in Terminator zone, baby?
This is Terminator.
Yeah, right? No, it didn't.
So after like that whole helicopter, Pops dives into their chopper, kind of like breaks it into pieces. The finale is really in Cyberdyne. I guess this version of Cyberdyne. I don't know if it exactly is Cyberdyne. I'm going to call it that, though.
Right.
It's run by a Dyson, after all, so... There's a little boy Genisys, which is like this weird thing they did in movies for a while, where like a computer was depicted by like this little kid.
I know who you are. John told me. You want to destroy me.
You're Skynet?
I'm becoming Skynet.
You're not a child. I know what you are and what you're gonna do.
What I'm gonna do? You came here to kill me. But you're too late.
You mean like when they invented a computer system for Resident Evil that wasn't there in the video games? It was a fucking kid.
You're all going to die down here.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that what I'm thinking of?
Yeah, that might be it.
Resident Evil.
They invented a computer for the mansion. There was no computer system in the original game, but yeah, and then there's a hologram girl that spends the whole movie following them around.
Okay, so they're basically pulling that same thing here.
Right?
Because it looks high-tech and it looks cool.
Does it? Do you think it looks good, Alan?
No.
Do you like seeing Skynet depicted as like a singular entity ever in the movies? Because it also happens with Helena Bonham Carter in Terminator Salvation.
Oh, I forgot about
She's
that.
like the face of Skynet.
Right.
Why did she agree to be in that movie? So weird. What a weird casting choice.
I like the
Maybe
idea.
she was fighting with Tim Burton.
But not how they implement it.
You like the idea?
Yeah.
To me, it's kind of like... It's less threatening to see it as like a humanoid kind of entity. But it's fine, whatever.
You don't like the Ultronization of Skynet?
I feel like they were trying to do a Siri thing, except it's like embodied.
Yeah.
You know, like this is your assistant, but it's a hologram thing.
I got Super Mass Effect 3 Godchild.
It's true.
Those vibes.
I never asked for this.
Do you guys ever see the movie Her with Joaquin Phoenix?
But what about Joaquin Phoenix?
You ever see the movie Her?
Oh, yeah.
I think if there was like an AI, people would just like fall in love with it and try to like have sex with it.
Oh, 100% once we've got that. There are going to be millions of men all over the world, and probably some women too, doing that. There are objectophiliacs who think they're married to the fucking Eiffel Tower. I swear to God, that's a real fact.
That's a litmus test. Can I have sex with it?
Yeah.
Well, the great part is you don't even really need to be able to. You just need to be able to fantasize. You can. I mean,
that's how you get 1 billion pre-orders. I'm telling you, it's a realistic, 100% realistic fuckbot.
Is that how they did it?
It's the AI for your real doll, is what you're telling me.
Dude, if the Terminatrix showed up at your door and sucked your dick, if that was the product that they were selling...
Max on my credit cards.
I'm telling you, dude. 1 billion people would find the money.
It's Christina Loken from Terminator 3.
I was going to say, I'd really much rather have the real Christina Loken. I don't really need it to be a robot.
I'm telling you, there's nothing else in the world that will get 1 billion pre-orders.
Probably right about that.
Can I get my Genisys in a Blood Rain skin?
Oh my God. Yeah, the little Kate Beckinsale from Underworld, you know? Do a little Lily Sobieski in the Glass House, something like that. You know, whatever I need.
Glass House? No one talks about that.
Nobody's ever talked about that movie. It would be a great movie for this podcast.
I got upset at this part of the movie because John Connor and the T-800, they start fighting. And in this fight, they're getting into it, and they're going through, like, tons of those server racks, or they're going through walls and damaging shit. And I'm like, yo, wouldn't the time machine not work? Because you basically just destroyed, like, half the infrastructure.
Well, it's like, who knows what they're crashing through. There's so many inventions that they're working on.
I thought that
building.
was just the server system for Genisys. Dude, I thought the time machine was totally separate.
That was part of the time machine.
There could be like 50 other things they're inventing here. Like they could be inventing laser guns in one room,
Turns out they're inventing Wall-E in one of these rooms.
Okay, so they're just going through some part that's not needed.
They've got a RoboCop hidden away somewhere. It's like they're also OCP because they've crossed so many fucking timelines over. Like,
but they're going through walls and equipment. And
You're
just
right. The
fucking shit
damage
up.
they do is so inconsequential to like
Yeah.
the things that are like plot devices in this movie, like the time machine and like the existence of Genisys itself. And they're there to destroy the place, so like that, you would think that would be helping with that.
They're kind of
you'd
doing
think
it.
they would just pull a T2 Cyberdyne and blow the whole fucking place up, but apparently they're not that clever this time around.
Well, that's what they're trying to do.
Well, I guess that's true, except the misprepared.
I would have loved if like they crashed through some random room and like we cut back to the beginning and like the airplane Terminator ceased to exist.
Dude, I would love to see them do one time travel movie that actually worked that way, where as they destroy things, that stuff around them just immediately starts changing. It's my favorite touch in Back to the Future.
So Arnold Schwarzenegger starts fading from the picture.
Exactly, because at least with that, there's an actual consequence to what they're doing, and Marty realizes if they don't fix it very quickly, he literally is just going to disappear.
Yeah, but there's no way, because what's the thing where like the smallest thing can change everything, and they're out there just fucking everything
Yeah,
up.
exactly.
Butterfly effect.
Yeah, but they're out there destroying everything, not giving a single care. Like, it'd just be a whole different place.
The only point at which they address that is there is one moment, one of those moments with John, where they're all standing there talking about what's happening, and Nano John says that they're outliers or whatever. He says they're like bandits from time. He has some phrase like that, and he's kind of right. The group of them has jumped around so much that they're not really beholden to any normal timelines anymore. They all exist kind of beyond any of that even happening.
Yeah,
That's
you're
kinda
right.
sick.
They do mention that. It's kind of delivered in a weird way though,
It
because
is.
they're like, "You can't kill us, John. You will cease to exist." And he's like, "Will I? Well, maybe.
Yeah, maybe I
Maybe
won't.
we're an exception to this whole rule.
Right.
Let's figure it out right now.
Right now is some time for deep philosophical talk.
Let's sit down. Let's have a combo about this. Actually, review dude Josh. I want to go to you because the big action scene is all here, and this is where proper showdown. Pops T-800 versus John Connor, the nanobot, T-5000, I guess, or whatever it is. What did you think, Josh? Were there any good moments for you, or anything that stood out?
Not in particular. I was struggling to stay awake. The Godchild morphs into fucking Matt Smith, the doctor, and they're just slamming each other through walls, and it's the same fucking action scene done a million times.
They grab each
It's
other's
like-
shoulders, they push them through a wall.
But they
Yes.
took the mall fight from the Galleria in 2 and the Foundry fight between the T-1000 and Terminator at the end of 2 and put them both together and then made the combo shitty.
Yep.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's definitely callbacks to that. At one point, Arnold gets his arm removed.
Yeah.
And you know, when he's like about to lose the fight completely, he's like crawling toward his weapon
Yeah.
so that he can get one last shot at John.
Right.
And you really feel bad for him in T2 during that scene.
Right.
And you feel like he's actually going to die. In this
Like
one,
he's hurt.
in this one, you know he's not. Like,
Yeah.
you know Kyle Reese is about to show up and save the day. So, like, it sucks.
Everybody's like wasting ammo just trying to shoot hologram Matt Smith. They're like, shut up. Psh. It's like, stop.
They repeat the Sarah bit from 2 where they have two Kyles show up and one of them's really the
Oh my
T-1000.
God.
Yeah,
You know, she's
earlier.
way earlier, yeah, and she shoots him in the foot.
Call to John.
Called John, right?
Call to John.
Arnold hits him with that like laser arm thing.
Yeah.
That's kind of
Arnold does look way too good in the beginning of that fight. Like, he's like winning for a while and it doesn't make any sense. Like, he should just be getting obliterated by this fucking thing.
Well, he
and
does.
he starts to.
when
Yeah.
he does like he starts powering up his like moves. He could like go through them. That part was kind of cool. Where
Yeah.
he like kind of fades through them.
He does like the super fast punch. He's like,
And they always have to do that when they get to those, like Dal and I've talked about this a lot. There's, like, Godzilla should just fucking Shrek Kong. Like, and I love Kong. I'm a huge King Kong fan, but that fight should last about 10 seconds. Like,
well, you don't think Big Monkey?
No,
You're
and
not on
like-
Team Big Monkey?
no, I don't believe those franchises should ever been crossed over. I'm a huge King Kong fan. Like, I actually really like Peter Jackson's version of Kong as well. But like, yeah, that's a really unfair fight. That's like putting Vern Troyer in the ring with fucking Andre the Giant. There's no way he's gonna win that fight.
Well, they make King Kong bigger, Steve. It's
true.
It's not that much of a size differential.
A lot of that is like, it just feels unnatural too. Like, why is he bother punching him? Like, he should just rip his like heart out or just rip his head off. Like, he's like doing like karate moves, like twisting and punching.
Because then we can't have sequels.
Like, just because it looks cool.
And they throw each other.
Yeah.
They always gotta throw motherfuckers.
Yeah, exactly.
That should be taken out of the Terminators. Like,
his move repertoire, no more throwing.
He always just tosses people.
Yeah, his move repertoire. There it is.
All his moves are just fatalities.
No more throwing people through walls, sir.
He's like, you could just kill him right now.
But he has to punch him and do his moves and look like spectacular.
I mean, it's like they killed fucking 12 in the first 20 minutes of this movie, and now all of a sudden we gotta have an elongated fight scene.
And they end up in the fucking time machine, you know. And then when the moment they end up, Josh, I'll defer back to you in just a second. But like, when they end up in the time machine, I almost mentioned this earlier. Sarah goes fucking apeshit. She's really concerned about Pops being in the machine. And on the one hand, you kind of get it. But at the same time, at the end of 2, it's supposed to be the same character, it's supposed to be Sarah Connor. At the end of 2, John's the one who's upset about having to lower the Terminator into the molten vat, and Sarah's like, no, fuck that, we gotta do this.
But Steve, this is Pops.
This is Pops. It's like, come on, like, you haven't had a chance to attach to the other one. Like, Sarah's supposed to be business, she gets it. I could see that character being a little bit upset because it was Pops, but like, I don't think she would have reacted that way. I think anything that resulted in John dying she would have accepted it.
I felt no emotional payoff.
I felt joy.
That's another thing now, and you're right though, because at the end of 2, it's like that moment's really sad, and in this, it's like, I don't care. Whatever fucking happens, happens.
It's tragic at the end of T2.
It is, right? Yeah.
It's fucking tragic because they have dwelt on the emotions of these characters in so many little moments throughout this movie. T2, that is, not this one. That, like, you understand the familial connections between them.
Yeah.
This movie spends its downtime with jokes.
It does. Bad jokes and bad exposition and very little background detail, and yeah.
I mean, there's jokes in T2, but that's not like what it spends its time on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just the occasional pepper instead of what they're leaning on, you know.
And some of them aren't even good in T2. Like, I Need a Vacation doesn't need to be there. They need to remove that line. I still feel that.
Even 2 has its little foibles, but it's so good despite those. And there's not that many of them there.
Right, it's good despite them. This one is not good despite its flaws.
No, this one's just the sum of its flaws.
The time displacement device destroys John. Pops is ejected out of there in the explosional blast, and he lands in the mimetic polyalloy.
And it's just like bits of him. But this is what I was alluding to when we were talking earlier. I think the only reason the T-1000 was in this movie is to service this. Because by doing things in this way, the Terminator can save the day and still be the hero. And it seems for a moment like he's died, so they can have an all is lost moment as far as that character is concerned. But they've been making that running joke the entire movie about how he's old and not obsolete, and there's even a moment where he damages a knee, and Kyle, is very concerned. What does this mean? He's now damaged a knee, he's got the bad hand, blah, blah, blah. Well, when the Terminator ends up in the mimetic alloy juice, it not only heals him, it makes him better than he was before, and now he gets to tell Kyle, I'm healed with improvements.
I'm upgraded.
He's not obsolete anymore. He's not even old anymore. Everything's been fixed so that when we move on to the sequels, which, by the way, aren't actually going to get made, when we move on to the sequels, he'll be fine again. We don't have to worry about any of this.
You need to understand that Skynet's gone. You're free. For the first time, you can choose the life you want. Any life you want.
What if I don't know how?
Well, since we're about to run out of air, I'd say you don't need to worry about it.
Hello, Sarah Connor.
Pops. I thought you were dead.
No, just upgraded.
What about John?
His constituent parts could not have survived the blast.
Well, that means there's only one thing left to do.
Arnold's going to be the Terminator forever. They're not going to let him till he dies.
No, I agree with you about that. So, like, this is, I am convinced the only reason they wrote the T-1000 into this story is to be able to set it up with the droplet and the other Terminator early in the movie so that we understand the T-1000 juice fixes him somehow.
Yeah.
It fixed so that at the end, now he's fixed. He's fixed. Fucking T-1000 juice fixed him. He's good.
Magic metal juice.
Right? Magic metal juice. He's fine again.
Tune in for the sequels, everybody.
Right?
They're definitely happening.
They're definitely happening. We've already greenlit them.
Yeah, it's kind of a dumb ending because like everyone is okay.
That's
like,
another bad move.
There's no like tragedy to the end of this. It's just like fun, dumb popcorn action movie.
Yeah.
It doesn't like feel like the first two where like they end and it's bittersweet, baby.
And like there's that huge concern at the end of 2, rightfully so. There's that huge concern that if they keep the T-800 with them, eventually somehow, just like with the arm from the first one, some part of him will become someone else's property and it'll just start the whole thing over again. And they need to destroy him. They need to make sure there's nothing left. But Sarah has been living with fucking Pops for decades. And they think at the end of this film they've solved all their problems and they don't really need him to be there anymore. So why are you letting him continue to exist? His presence in the world only presents an additional possibility that this whole shit's going to start over again.
Because the movie after this, Daryl Dyson is going to...
Which then leads us like to... We're going to get to the end in a minute. There's another decision at the end here that makes fucking no sense to me at all.
Yeah, so our heroes are reunited. They're safe from the explosion. They were in a shelter, and they have to go do one last trip as a group, which is visit young Kyle Reese.
Hey, Kyle.
Hey, what are you doing here?
A friend of mine really needs to talk to you, if that's okay.
Yeah, I guess so. I like her.
Yeah, me too. And this is gonna sound kind of strange, but there's something I need you to remember. A message.
Who do I tell?
Yourself. Over and over. Are you ready? Goes like this. Remember, Genisys is Skynet.
Kyle Reese is a good man.
He is.
I hated this part.
Yes, me too, thank you.
I fucking hated this part. I tuned out completely.
It's like so
sappy
unnecessary.
and like...
And by doing this, where he goes to find his childhood self to give the message that he's been remembering, they are basically also telling you, going back to our conversation about the ship being inevitable, they're basically also saying, by the way, this didn't fix anything. These people are caught in an endless loop where this just keeps happening over and 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 over, which is the only reason why Kyle would need to even warn his childhood self, because from any other perspective, by the time they get to this point in the story, Kyle thinks it's done. What do you need to warn your childhood self for? You already deleted it.
Yeah, they're kind of contradicting themselves.
Yeah, there's nothing to warn him about. You just got rid of it.
I can't explain time travel at all in movies. I'm sure there's like always a time travel excuse.
Yeah, there's always some loophole.
Because like it just doesn't actually make sense.
No.
The ability to travel in time, right?
Right.
So you can't really make sense of it. And this movie takes too many liberties with that fact.
Yes, that's my ultimate point. I agree. That was a more succinct way of putting it. You're right. Yeah, it does. It just takes too many liberties with it. Too fucking confusing. The whole grandfather paradox thing is mind-bending enough. I shouldn't have to deal with too much of that.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I like the Time Machine movie with, what's his name?
With Guy Pearce?
Yeah.
Because Time Machine.
Because in the beginning of that one, very early, like in basically the beginning, when he tries to go back in time, he realizes that she's going to die anyways every time. And it's impossible to stop it.
Yeah.
But then he gets the ridiculous idea that he can figure out a way around that by going into the future.
Okay, well, that gets weird.
Yeah,
but he figures out the first part pretty fast.
We should do that one. That movie actually has its moments. The time travel sequence in that where he watches everything change around him is kind of neat. I like that.
I'd be down for that one.
Yeah.
Apparently it's very different from the book, though.
It is a lot different. And it's really weird that, what's his name's like great-grandson directed it.
No way.
Yeah, I swear to God. That was like Orson Welles. Was Orson Welles the one who wrote? No, not
H.G.
Orson
Wells.
H.G. Wells. Thank you. Sorry. I don't know why my brain did that.
That's funny.
H.G. Wells. It was like H.G. Wells' grandson or great-grandson. I swear it was the director of that film.
That is insane.
Yeah.
How did that work out?
He just happened to be a wannabe writer, and I think he pitched the idea for the movie based on that. And the studio was like, "Oh my God, that'll be huge!" Yes.
Daryl Wells.
Yeah, is that what his real name was?
No, I have no idea.
I didn't know if you were looking it up right now or not. Like, I don't remember what his actual name was, but yeah, that's a weird one. It's also Moby, the electronic music artist, is Herman Melville's like great-great-grandson, which is why he chose the name Moby for himself.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Moby was in a punk band that I liked back in the day called Flipper.
Oh, yeah.
They're like a fucking obscure, like, late 70s OG punk band.
It's
And
awesome.
it's weird that Moby was involved in that because, like, his music as a solo artist is so different than what they did as Flipper.
He's a great artist. Very talented.
It was over. Skynet was gone. Now one road has become many. Though questions remain, we'll search for the answers together. But one thing we know for sure. The future is not set.
It closes kind of like it opens with narration from Kyle. Do you kind of remember what he's talking about here?
I think he says in not so many words, no fate but what we make. With great power comes great responsibility, something like that.
Look, I'm going to let you talk about that. But right before that, there's a thing where basically Sarah and Kyle decide they're going to go ahead and have a kid.
Oh, yeah. Well, they kiss. They finally have the romantic moment.
Right. And there's the implication, at least the way I took it, was to say that they're going to just go ahead and do it and take the risk. And if everything they've established with the time travel shit and the causality and blah, blah, if it's all really true, then the larger takeaway here is that having John's a bad idea. All you do is set yourself up for what you just went through. So don't have a fucking kid. Don't have a kid.
But they're stuck at that time, so they're going to have a kid starting from that time.
Well, that's true. They're also going to have, but like now, I think there's always that possibility they'll wrap back to where they were. At
what point do you start weighing the options of naming your kid something other than John?
Or just not having the kid? Why don't you just see what happens if you don't have the kid?
I'm gonna get a vasectomy.
Right? Yeah. You know what? If I were Kyle, I'd be like, give me that handgun. I'm gonna go ahead and make sure I can't have any kids.
You're gonna do it with a handgun, Steve?
I mean, fucking A. It's better than what I just went through. I'm not doing that again.
But I mean, you've been through a lot. You're exhausted. You have this super babe, Amelia Clark, in front of you. I mean, are you really gonna blow your own dick off rather than do her?
I mean, at very least, I'd go find a condom.
Okay.
Fucking Christ! I mean, guy, don't you? Why are you doing this?
Like the condom breaks, and you look at the condom, and like Matt Smith's face is like on it, and then it fades away.
That's exactly that's the next sequel. So she tried taking birth control, but it didn't work, or the condom broke halfway through sex. And
Nanobots.
There was a droplet of T1000 on the condom.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's had a nano baby or a metal alloy baby or some shit like that.
It evolves, and that's going to be born.
It ends like Bride of Chucky, like the baby has like sharp teeth, and it like launches at the camera, and it ends. It's like
soul food for my boy.
God damn, man. Like Indiana Jones in this, you got to a point where you didn't need more of them, and you just kept going.
Why'd you keep going?
Why'd you keep going? Stop! Stop going! Ugh.
I didn't get that ending mid-credit thing.
There's a mid-credit scene, Alan.
the mid-credit scene.
Alan, what do you see in the scene, Alan?
Yeah.
Well, the place is destroyed, and then it cuts up to like a bunch of like a glowing red ball, like from the time machine, and then the machine child is there looking at it, but it's like a glowing red orb, or it's like lasers or something.
So what I'm interpreting from this, Steve probably is the expert, but I'm seeing what I think is a time machine still around somehow.
Yeah.
And what I think is Skynet still around somehow. All right.
Yeah.
The personification of Skynet in this hologram.
Yeah. There's really nothing to get here aside from that it's a setup for the sequels they didn't make.
But why is it like glowing, or it's like weird how it's like...
It's like someone about to come through it or something like that?
Because it's an energy source and it glows.
So there's nothing to that, just that it's working?
Or because it's connected to the kid and that means it's turned on the same way I mean, it doesn't...
Or did Matt Smith send back Pops?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, these are... This is the wider point. Those questions, number one, are irrelevant. It doesn't matter. You don't need to understand.
When do we want the answers?
Well, number two, you wouldn't want the answers anyway. Number three, the reality is that the only part you need to understand is that it's a setup for the sequel.
Yeah, the reality is the writers didn't have answers.
Yeah, well, and those answers would have been forthcoming in sequels they didn't end up making. That's really the ultimate. It's like, it doesn't make any sense because they never got to the point where they would have answered. Like,
so we're asking questions that don't have answers.
Yeah, and like, it doesn't really matter why it's glowing red anyway. Like, the larger point here is just what they're showing you is it's not over. Like, they didn't destroy everything. There's stuff left behind. The kid's still there. There's this time machine thing, and it's obviously operating like it's supposed to be an oh shit, this isn't over moment. And like, the other questions can get answered later, except later didn't happen.
That's so lazy though, because they blew up the whole place and they don't explain it. Like, oh, it's still around. Like, okay.
I agree with you about that. Even if they'd made the sequels, doing it in that way was incredibly lazy. At this point, they're not even relying on time travel anymore. It's just you didn't blow everything up. Like,
nope, didn't work. But the whole outside of the building was rubble. Nope, still a piece left.
Yeah, someone's a piece left.
Somehow he returned, or somehow Palpatine returned.
Oh God, here we go.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
It's essentially the press from the first film all over again. It's the arm and the chip that got left behind in the first one, or what instigated everything else. This time, what got left behind is that stupid shit.
A whole time machine?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good thing that Pops didn't have any of those explosive fuel cells in his chest.
Oh my God, that's another. But they established that in a movie that's not canon anymore, in accordance with this one.
Every movie is superseding the movie that came before.
Yeah, except for in instances where they want it to still be there, in which case they'll continue to reference something that they've also deleted.
The Terminator sequels are all fighting each other for power.
Even when they tell you.
Big mess.
Right, and even when they tell you this other film doesn't exist, it still sort of exists.
Yeah.
Like, they won't even follow their own fucking rules. I'd be so cool if they would at least write a sequel where they established rules that they maintained as consistent.
We gotta reboot the Terminator.
They did. It's called Dark Fate, and even it wasn't good.
No, like a real reboot.
Remake it all over from the beginning.
If Cameron can't do it, I don't think anyone can do it.
There's no point in remaking it. So first of all, first two are great.
Yeah.
Those stay.
Right.
They shouldn't have made more of them.
They should stop making more, but if you're going to, should only be done by James Cameron, because I've only seen ones that are worth watching from him.
I don't think even he can do it at this point.
Yeah.
What? I mean, he's too busy making fucking 12 Avatar movies.
Well, when you do 6 Titanic documentaries in between the Avatar movies, it takes even longer to do the Avatar movies. Like, he's actually like a genius in real life. He's got some crazy advanced technical degree from university. I can't remember what it is, but it really is like advanced engineering or physics or some shit like that.
Yeah. And someone said something like, usually a director in a movie is a guy that does that particular job.
Yeah.
But James Cameron can do all the jobs of making a movie.
He's such an expert on diving after all these documentaries that news outlets interviewed him after that private submarine imploded. Like, the guy is actually a worldwide renowned expert on deep sea diving. No bullshit.
And he solved the case.
Right? Like, that's how incredible. I wonder what it feels like to have a 3-foot long penis. I mean, unfucking believable.
Feels amazing, Steve.
Right?
All right. That is Terminator Genisys. We have a couple of things to cover here. So before we go into that, I just want to know if you guys have any final thoughts before we do like reviews and our next segment. Do you guys have any thoughts that you want to talk about that we might have missed?
Nah, the only other stuff I have to mention is related to like reception of the film in the review. So,
Josh?
I believe I read on IMDb that this was such a disaster that the cast and crew of the Fan Force Stick were wearing jackets saying at least we're not Terminator.
No fucking way. That's got to be bullshit, right?
I mean,
sounds
it was on
like
IMDb.
it, but
Did you really read that at least?
Yes, I'll try to send you a screenshot of it. I don't know if that's bullshit, but that stood out to me.
That's actually worse than this movie, so I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Fan Force Stick is worse than this movie. I will buy on that.
100%.
It's like the fucking director of Double Dragon talking shit about Street Fighter in the Mario Brothers movie, saying like, "Oh, our movie's gonna fucking put their shit to shame."
I mean, say what you will about the Super Mario Brothers movie from 1993, but it was the highest grossing video game movie of all time when it was made.
That might say more about how bad video game movies are, or how few of them existed prior to that.
Well, that was the only one.
But yeah, exactly.
That's the kind of the caveat there.
Yeah, right. It's like it's easy to be the highest grossing when there aren't any others.
Yeah.
You know? Like, I'm probably the highest grossing Steve Grauman who's ever lived.
You've made more money at the box office?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So, before we get into ratings, this is episode 100, and we have some comments.
Uh-oh.
Most comments come from YouTube, but we got some interesting ones elsewhere, which actually have been since removed, unfortunately. There was a person on SoundCloud that left a lot of comments on our Matrix episode.
Huh.
And I wish I could
all angry, I'm sure.
Oh, they were.
Yeah.
I wish I could read them off to you guys, but they actually deleted it.
I mean, that probably says a lot about their
the
thoughts
comments
on that.
where they racist.
Yeah, what they had to say.
Well, actually, it's funny you ask, Alan.
Transphobic?
They were racist.
Oh, what a surprise.
I sent a text to someone that kind of described these comments, so this is the only reference point I have, because I don't have the actual comments, but they called us dumbasses. That's one thing.
Okay.
They called us honkies.
Oh, there you go.
So there's the racism.
I don't know what that is.
But he said... This person was mad that we said you should ignore the Matrix sequels. They were really upset about that.
Well,
And
I'm glad somebody's upset about that.
what they said specifically in response to that is that ignoring the Matrix sequels is like Germany ignoring the Holocaust.
Wow. I'm not even offended. I just can't make any. I just can't make any sense of what the fuck that's supposed to mean.
Yeah, like how can anyone make that like?
That's a bold claim, sir.
Right? I don't. I mean, I guess maybe what he thought he meant was like it's this huge thing that happened, so you can't pretend it didn't. That's the only way I can make sense out of
the
that.
Holocaust, like.
So you're saying like denying the Matrix sequels are like is like being a Holocaust
It's like being a Holocaust denier.
Yeah, I mean that's wow. I'm not even offended. I just can't make fucking sense. That's wow. What a lunatic.
Leaps and bounds, yo.
Is that why he was
Right?
removed for being a Holocaust denier?
Yeah, I mean, come on, guys. Like, you can. Anyone who wants to can be angry at the shit that I've said, but let's not take it there.
Well, I mean, of course you have to refer to like the Holocaust
Of
if you want
course.
to make a good point on the internet, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you have to. Nazis, Holocaust. It
Hitler.
just has to be.
Everyone
right.
you don't like is Hitler.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually kind of offensive. Like,
Well, I guess that'll make you guys think twice about not recommending the Matrix sequels, right?
yeah, you know what? In the future, when it comes to like Matrix and Terminator and shit, I'll just make sure I recommend all the shitty sequels.
I bet you was just the director of the sequels, just shitting on us.
Side note, the fourth Matrix movie is a fucking pile of shit.
Oh God. You know, Corey paid to see it in the theater.
I didn't see that one.
Hey man, I see everything. You know that, Steve.
Masochist.
I saw fucking Transformers: Rise of the Beast in theaters.
Oh, you did?
Oh.
And I've never seen a good Transformers movie in theaters.
You're just God damn, dude, you are a glutton for this punishment.
I just keep seeing them.
He'll watch all the fucking Transformers movies, but I can't get him to do one Chun-Li movie.
Just stop it.
All right, here's some comments on YouTube. JDAC Prod, I assume Productions, on our Nutty Professor episode says, great episode and great trio of people. Keep it up.
I wasn't on that.
You guys weren't on that, but
Yeah.
some good feedback is a nice way to change it up a
nice
little
to
bit. We did a podcast, Josh, with Jonathan on the Street Fighter movie. Someone commented on that and said very stupid content, so I guess they were not a fan.
So how serious is the content going to be when the movie is that stupid? Did you not understand it was a recorded review of the Street Fighter movie?
On a channel called Big Dumb Movie?
Dumb Movie?
These are diehard fans or like secret
fucking God,
directors.
People defend the Street Fighter movie? That's weird. Like,
it's really weird. Who's an apologist for that?
Yeah.
God damn.
On our Dennis the Menace short, which is like our 1 minute promo video for the Dennis the Menace podcast, Egg Runs 2370 says, "Can't wait. Your pod's the shit." So they were excited for that coming out. That's very nice.
Nice, dude.
I did a video that got a fuck ton of views. It was actually not a podcast related video. It was an edit of the first Fast and Furious. And in that scene, Dom Toretto describes how his dad died.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that on the channel. Yeah.
Well, they show that in 9, so I did it like a flashback. It was really hard to do with like the music to get it to flow correctly.
Right.
But I wanted to make that edit, and I did make it, and I was really happy with it, and I put it on the channel, and it has a lot of views. It has kind of a dumb clickbaity name. I'm going to read off the name of this video. It's called Dom Toretto's Father with clips from F9, and then in quotes, "I live my life a quarter mile at a time."
I need the black and white flashback of Paul Walker ordering a tuna sandwich.
I'll make that one next, Josh. But someone commented on that, said something really nice. They said, "Dude, this edit is actually really well put together. Good stuff." That was
nice.
That was from Tegedius. I'm not going to be able to pronounce a lot of these people's names, but
we're sorry,
but thank you for that. You know, it's so nice to see good comments because, as you guys will see, most of our comments are not good.
Oh no, a lot of them are just horrible, and I'm the target of several of them.
We did a podcast on Batman and Robin, and someone named Good to Go 9999 left a really nice comment. "Came here to leave a positive comment. Can't believe this podcast isn't a lot bigger because it's absolutely great. Keep up the great work. Fan from Ireland."
Wow, thank you, whoever you are.
Crazy.
Josh made a highlights video from Three Ninjas Knuckle Up.
It's a good one.
Our friend from The Offering with Jerry Horror, Josh, I'm sure you remember him, said, "This film has an amazing cast" on that video.
Oh my god.
Which...
No, it doesn't.
Three Ninjas Knuckle Up? I would like one example of that, please.
Yeah, exactly.
Just one.
I also want to give an extra little shout out because it's been long enough since we mentioned it, and people listening to this might not have heard it, but Josh's edit for the RoboCop... Was that RoboCop or RoboCop 2? It was RoboCop 2. Your edit for RoboCop 2 is hilarious. It's a fantastic one. It's on the channel. People should watch that. I really like that one a lot.
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
RoboCop 2 Big Dumb Highlights.
Yeah,
That's
there you
what it's
go.
called.
Yeah, if you're a pod only listener, it's a visual medium full of gags and edit jokes. Just try one.
Try one.
Yeah, watch some of our videos. Speaking of which, we did a short video for Last Samurai to promote that podcast before it came out. Someone commented and said, "Japan still love this movie."
Hell yeah.
Really? Okay.
Japan still love this movie.
I don't think that's true, but...
No,
Hey, you heard them. Japan still loves
Japan.
it.
They polled the whole country.
The whole
Steve.
country.
This person, whose name is Frieder Chris Rex 1153.
Virtually every person of Japanese heritage who I've ever discussed that movie, not that that's the metric, but just my own anecdotal, just about every person of Japanese heritage I've brought the movie up with seems to echo what we generally said during that review.
I'm gonna have to go with this guy. I mean, he's clearly knows what he's talking about.
I guess so.
We're gonna have to go to Japan.
I mean, I
and
guess
ask
my
every
anecdote's
person.
not any more valid than his, so yeah, either way.
Let's conduct a survey in Japan.
Right? You know what? I agree to that.
Let's
I'm
do
going to
that.
go spend the next year in Japan surveying this.
Brain Scan Big Dumb Highlights, also made by Review Dude Josh here. Our friend Cavi commented and said, "The amount of 90s references in this podcast is next level. Slow clap."
Yes, I consider that a huge accomplishment. Thank you for that. Fucking 90s references for the win.
Another Last Samurai Shorts comment from The Moon with Sunglasses 4547 says, "Come on, kiddo." And then it has a facepalm emoji. You ain't know the so-called hype.
I don't know how to decode that comment. I'm
Come on, kiddo. You ain't know the so-called hype.
Someone's going to have to translate. Sir, I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, kiddo. You ain't know the so-called hype.
Was this?
We don't know the hype?
I feel like somebody, with respect, I feel like somebody who does not speak English translated that from another language and it didn't translate correctly.
I feel like they're trying to. First of all, they're saying kiddo to me, which
usually condescending.
It used to bother me, but now that I'm like an old fucking man,
right?
I kind of find that charming. It's like, oh, okay, well, someone's calling me a kiddo.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
All
How
right.
old are you?
Yeah, I'm very old, but thank you. I appreciate the fact that you listen to us and think we sound young.
25-year-old at work called.
I think they're saying like, you don't know like how fucking hype this movie is. You're talking shit about Last Samurai, and
I
yet,
see what you mean.
Yet it's so amazing. It was probably Alan on a.
I found my community.
Yeah, Alan on a bot account left that. Your brother was on that episode, Bartholomew, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that wasn't even you. That was your twin.
We called
you
him
were deceased.
Yeah.
The best movie ever.
I mean, it was a well-made movie. I'll give it credit for that. It just has some flaws, I think.
The Craft on our shorts video for that episode. Jedi Flanders.
Good name.
Commented. He said, love the podcast. Keep it up.
I'm glad that was a positive comment.
You guys should watch the movie Oscar with Sylvester Stallone. It's a hilarious one.
Oscar with Sylvester Stallone. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not sure I know what that movie is. What movie was that?
Don't know it.
Huh. All right.
Buffy the Vampire Slayer, our podcast, has a YouTube comment from Kyle Colin 2520, who's like a hardcore fan and comments all the time. This person, super cool.
Nice.
Just says phenomenal podcast.
Thank you.
Now, our Last Samurai Shorts has a lot of comments. It made the rounds, so this is another one. Someone named RobHV5ZQ said, of all the things this movie, that's the one you pick out? That's actually a plausible thing. You guys really need a life.
Referring to what?
So in this clip, we're talking about how he throws the sword.
Yeah, I knew it.
Tom Cruise.
That is not a plausible thing.
Not.
Fuck you, you idiot. That is not at all a plausible thing.
Yeah, I'm with Steve on
Here's
that.
a person who's never picked up a sword in their life. Just piss off.
Tried to throw in one.
That's the point you chose to defend with your comment. That's of all of it. That's what bothered you, is a comment about a stupid sword throw. I hope you hear this.
Bruh, I got like 3 samurai swords that I play around with in my backyard. I think I know what I'm talking about.
This is one of those dudes who wears no shirt with a hat, stands in their front yard practicing with the sword they bought on QVC.
Dresses like Neo from the first Matrix, has a Buster sword from Final Fantasy VII.
You're a fucking Family Guy joke. I don't need to hear about this.
Telling you how you could throw a football over that mountain. Throw a football over that mountain.
Uncle Rico!
So yeah, apparently people don't agree with your assessment of the sword throws, Steve.
If you're gonna pick up something, at least disagree with something valid. Yeah, now I'm fucking hot.
It's physically affecting him.
The movie didn't get him this angry.
Right?
Our Island of Dr. Moreau podcast got a couple comments that are cool. You Make It Happen says, I've never heard of this movie, and from the trailer, I'm glad I never watched it.
You're probably right about that.
Kyle Colin once again says, I'll have to check out Val Kilmer's one-man show, which we referenced on that.
Yeah, that Mark Twain show of his looked interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. We did a podcast called After Earth with Alan's favorite actor, Jaden Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Feigned Sanity says, you should have mentioned the fan theory for After Earth. That's pretty interesting. The theory goes that The Happening, Signs, and After Earth are all related.
I wasn't aware of that theory.
After he said that, I started thinking about it, and I could kind of see that, because The Happening is like nature killing humans, which probably drove them to like leave the planet. But also there's like aliens and signs. Maybe there's like maybe the aliens influence that somehow.
What? No.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I believe it, but that's kind of a neat one. I would have touched on that if I were aware of it. There's another sort of similar one that Blade Runner and the Blade Runner and the Alien films take place in the same universe.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
How would Lady in the Water tie into it, though?
Nah.
We'll get back to you with those answers.
The Sixth Sense, Bruce Willis as a ghost is what initiates the alien invasion.
What about The Last Airbender?
Yeah, and The Village. I don't know.
A parallel universe, yeah. Alex Davidson 7785 on our Kazam podcast. This movie is the worst of the worst. I agree, it's pretty bad.
It's a bad movie.
But he also said Miss Shazam with Sinbad. I talked a lot of shit about people who claim that Shazam with Sinbad is a real movie.
I'm still confused about that.
You know what, though? Somebody's had to correct me about this. I was in that boat, and I was convinced I was right. It's really a Mandela effect moment. I did not remember that was Shaq.
Yeah, it's Shaq.
I mean, I agree, you're right. I'm not arguing that you're right. It's just I was convinced that it was Sinbad until I had to look again.
Some people are still arguing that it does have Sinbad, though, and that's what fucking bothers me.
No, I agree with you about that. All you got to do is Google it. The moment, because somebody brought it up with me, and we looked, and it's like, you're right.
Yeah, but they already altered the Google results, Steve.
This is like arguing with flat Earth people. I can't even handle it.
I have a rebuttal for every logical thing you say.
Fake.
Yeah, fake.
I have one word for every argument you'll make. Fake.
See, I've got a friend that's utterly convinced that the Sinbad thing exists, and he also argues for hollow Earth and flat Earth. So it's like, what?
How can it be hollow and flat?
It can't be both, man. Come on.
Fuck. God damn it! That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. That's bad.
It's just nothing,
one
then,
of the
right?
two.
Isn't that just nothing?
Right? Yeah, it's not. If it's flat
It's
and
both.
hollow, there's nothing there. It's not.
If it's hollow, is it Kevin Bacon? A really rapey Kevin Bacon?
Right?
Hollow Man Earth?
Yeah, we should watch that one.
I love the point of that movie is he gets invisible, and it's just I'm gonna rape some chicks.
Well, you know what? That movie's interesting because it's like, what if a rapist became invisible?
Yeah, that's the pitch of that movie. Invisible
That movie's
rapist.
very deep.
Don't watch Diaries of an Invisible Man with Chevy Chase. Watch this other one where Kevin Bacon just becomes a rapist.
All right. Last Samurai shorts. It's got a lot of comments. Chris Winder 4768 says this film is a masterpiece. All phases brilliant. Best score ever.
Yeah, score's good. Zimmer's a great composer. I don't know if I agree with the rest of it.
Man, it sounds like you guys had some bad takes on that one.
I think we talked well about parts of it. Alan likes the whole thing, but
and his brother.
Yeah, and his brother. But Corey and I both felt that it had white man savior syndrome and was kind of condescending.
Lazy Fanatic on the Last Samurai short says, as dumb as a white samurai, but great short. So I think they liked the short, but they said like, we're as dumb as a white samurai, which I'm kind of okay with.
To some degree, the plot's kind of dumb on purpose, so that might be.
But they agreed with you there because you're like, oh, white samurai.
Hold on, let me adjust Steve's volume for this next comment.
Uh-oh.
Another Last Samurai commenter, Mikhail Stone 6354. Love it when people say it's not possible. Dead guy by throwing a sword? Well, fuck me.
Another sword? Wow, they're really mad about the sword.
They're really mad about that one.
Is he upset because he thinks that I'm claiming a sword can't kill a person? Because that wasn't my point. I don't know what he thinks he heard. What part of it are you arguing with?
You gotta have a whole other podcast about the sword.
That's the problem with these YouTube comments. I can't really get clarification from
Right?
them.
Sir, I agree with you that blades going through the human body will kill you. I don't know if that's the part you were upset about, but...
If catapulted out of a cannon, it will
You're
kill
right.
you.
Exactly. There's no argument there, assuming that's what was bothering you.
Our Terminator 2 podcast, which has more views than any other episode on YouTube, it has a lot of comments. This one is from Daniel Yanlim 9030. He says, "Fuck Tis. What is Tis?"
Okay, not this. This comment I don't even know how to decipher.
I was trying to download to movie. T-A movie.
We've had a few weird ones like that. And one of them was a guy asking for us to link to a copy of the movie, like in Hindi,
Yeah,
or something like
like,
that.
can you give me the movie in Hindi?
You're right. And apparently, a lot of these people think that we're posting links to pirate copies of these films. I don't understand why.
It's funny because
the link is the film.
He said he was trying to download the movie, but he went to YouTube and searched Terminator 2 and he clicked on the result, Big Dumb Movie Podcast, Episode 12, Terminator 2.
Yeah, this kind of seems like
I feel bamboozled.
Right? I don't want to say that you're stupid, but you might have just not been paying enough attention to what you're doing.
When I download a movie or a video off of YouTube, I usually scroll through it first.
Yeah, when you're looking for a feature film that's copyrighted and normally costs money, YouTube is the first place you should go looking for.
What is this, 2005?
Yeah, right? Don't worry about finding a pirate site or anything like that. There's definitely isn't a website called the Pirate Bay.
Nah, everything's on YouTube now.
Right?
RoboCop 2 highlight video. You Make It Happen commented, "Can't believe my parents got me a RoboCop lunchbox. This movie is nowhere close to being made for kids."
That's fucking lit. I liked it, but I had a Marvel Superheroes lunchbox. I would have been way down with the Terminator one.
Yeah, well, this was RoboCop.
Oh, RoboCop. Yeah, I would like that too.
Baby's Day Out podcast. Malika Moise 6002 says, The three of you guys sucks more than the movie, really.
I wasn't on that one. I don't know which three people he's referring to.
Me, Pappy, and Stevie.
Oh, well, I don't know. Those guys don't suck, I don't think. That movie's really stupid.
Ooh, Last Samurai. Another comment on our shorts video.
Oh, boy.
Says, yet I liked the film. You don't decide what is a dumb movie.
Yes, I do.
Except we do. We're the acting authority on Big Dumb Movies.
We're the Big Dumb Movie podcast, bitch.
It's just an opinion,
if not
everybody.
us, who else?
Somebody's got to do the work.
Why
Bringing
do people
order
think
to a
that when
chaotic world.
another human being expresses an opinion and what their perception is that I think that's definitive? Like, it's just an opinion, dude. And yes, I get to declare in my opinion it's a bad movie.
We did a podcast for one of our most longtime listeners. It was his request, Iceman Chris 3276. He commented on the podcast and said, "Wow, thank you guys so much. This is so freaking awesome. I really appreciate you guys doing this. I had a pretty shitty week, and this has honestly made my day. Jonathan's Top Gun reference had me dying.
Which movie was that?
You and Steve are seriously hilarious too. Thanks again for being awesome from a diehard fan."
Oh, shit.
What
Sorry, that was Little Monsters.
Little Monster. Okay, you know what? I remember you telling. I remembered you telling me at some point that person had requested a movie. I couldn't remember which one it was. Well, you're welcome. I actually enjoyed getting to do that movie.
That was great. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that person has been listening to us for so long. It's amazing that like some people, despite how horribly I edited and recorded our earlier episodes, they still listened because some of the audio is really fucked up, and it's my fault. Anyway. The Star Wars episode we did, the April Fool's episode.
Oh, the holiday special.
Tell Steve to kiss my ass.
No.
I like Jar Jar.
Ew. Ew.
Based entirely on the principality that everyone hates him.
Oh, well, you're one of those contentious fucks. Fine. Yeah,
this movie is just nonsense. I watched every minute of it. Signed, Big Dumb Movie regular guest, John O.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to be insulting to a regular.
Jonathan.
I didn't mean to pick on Jonathan.
It's funny. Mr. McKinley 4462 on Heavyweight says, love your podcast. Thank you so much. Scream shorts. We did a short for the Scream episode. We had Film Dylan on that one.
Oh, yeah.
Andrew Kiff says, you morons. Actually, it says, yo morons.
Yo morons.
Yo morons. Do you understand that Scream is a satire? You fucking dumbass generation of morons.
Well, man.
I mean, not only do we understand that it was mentioned several times during the recording. Did you listen to any of it?
He didn't.
No,
he just watched the short.
Oh, well, yeah, you might want to watch or listen to the entire episode, dipshit.
Fuck you little dipshit.
Right? Like, it's like having a review of a book you've never read. You gotta love these people.
I read the back flap. Now I'm gonna write this book report.
Right?
I did that in like 3rd grade.
Oh my god! I picked page 6 out of the Notes for Idiots, and now I know the whole thing.
Scream, Big Dumb Movie shorts again. Carly Mahoney says, "You're dumb. It's not a big dumb movie."
We gave that movie a generally very positive review. It's still a dumb movie. It's just a good dumb movie.
Yep. We have a fan that is in, I think, another country. It might be in this comment. They left a positive comment on the Addams Family Values podcast, which was me, you, and Josh.
Yeah.
Leonis Santiago 4830. They left positive comments before. Hey guys, it's me again. I watched my Spotify 2021 and I spent 1,400 minutes. That is more than I have listened to a lot of people in my life, listening to you guys. And I just want to say thank you for having such an amazing podcast. I feel like I'm talking to my best friend about a movie. Yes, it's because I respond and talk alongside you guys. And yes, people that drive next to me think I'm crazy. Again, thank you. All of you are insightful, funny, and such movie nerds. It makes me forget all the hard shit that they are going through for the duration of the podcast, and for that I'm genuinely grateful. Have an amazing holiday season. Sending you virtual hugs and blessings to all the hosts. May you continue to touch the heart of every Big Dumb Movie loving person out there.
Well, thank you for that. I love that. I do the same thing. You listen to reviews or whatever, I'll argue with the other people.
Yeah.
I'm like, it doesn't matter, whatever.
It's funny that though people will listen to us and like just have these conversations with us that we'll never know about. It's kind of weird to think about.
I wish I could like hear them, even without being able to respond. I wish I could just know what people.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of it would make me angry, but still.
Well, here's one that's on YouTube on our Congo episode. You guys talk too much.
It's What do you?
It's a podcast, sir.
Yeah, I don't. What? It's like saying this book's got too many words in it.
Too many words.
This
Don't
photo
like it.
album's got too many pictures in it. This CD has got too many music tracks on it.
Why would you click on a nearly 2-hour podcast of a movie?
This movie has too much scenes. Just, more blank space.
Well, what you need is 2 hours where it's only like 18 minutes of content. Why? I agree with you, Josh. Why do people click on this stuff?
They're lost.
Yeah, and just illiterate.
Sleepy Hollow episode. Carlos Ponte 5843 says, "Man, I like your videos. You guys are actually a lot funnier than people think you are."
Thank you.
And me and my buddies think about making podcasts of all these kinds of movies, and I still think that you guys are cool, entertaining. I hope someday you guys can finish the Three Ninjas series. I know High Noon at Mega Mountain is not a good movie, but I still like hearing your guys' opinion on it. It's still awesome. Keep up the good videos. Keep up all the good work. Take care. I'll keep watching and listening.
Thank you. I don't think I've actually been on any of those Three Ninjas podcasts. I think that's all Corey.
We did the first one, the three of us.
Oh, that's right.
Excluding Josh.
Yeah,
you guys are always suspiciously absent when the sequels come up. It's weird.
Yeah. Steve's always unavailable whenever we do a Three Ninjas episode.
Mega Mountain? No, I can't.
I got a little thing going on in downtown LA.
Josh, he makes me sit through so much bad stuff for this anyway.
Fins Ventura 8885 on our Scream podcast says, "I genuinely agree. Season of the Witch is actually awful."
Oh, well, yeah. There's a bad one. Josh, we're going to have to hash it out at some point, bud. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but you're going to have to explain to me what it is you're liking about that movie.
Oh, man. At some point. To be continued.
Right?
Here's one related to Josh. It was on our 13 Ghosts episode.
Oh, yeah.
Icky5808 says, "You guys get way too ahead of yourselves. Steve should start his own podcast or channel. I'd rather listen to him since he's the only one who is remotely funny and can articulate genuine film review. The dude on the phone," he's talking about Josh, "sounds like the most annoying virgin fighting for attention."
Oh, I like Josh.
I was hoping y'all were going to hang up on him.
I mean, I appreciate the part that's nice about me. Thank you. It's very weird that, like, in all of my life, not just this podcast, I tend to elicit these very opposing reactions. People either seem to dig what I'm doing or I really rub people the wrong way, which is fine with me. I don't really care.
I've got that comment, framed on my wall.
You annoying virgin, stop fighting for attention.
I know, right? To be fair to me, that was my first podcast. I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. It's like losing my virginity.
I never.
Do you think YouTube cares, Josh?
Yeah, I know, right?
The Matrix War Dank Eagle says, "Only 3/4 of the way through this video, but I feel really compelled to say that whole 'if you die in the Matrix, you die in real life' thing completely bugged me. I mean, the only reason the good guys are capable of navigating the Matrix is because they're aware that it's a simulation, right?
Right.
So why would their actual brains suicide die to simulated damage?
It is really weird.
Just a nitpick, but it bothered me for a long time. Great video, great channel. Hope you guys keep it up for a long time to come."
It's like that old urban myth that if you die in a dream, you die in bed.
I could see that because it's connected to your brain. So, it sends the signals. If you die in
It
the
sends
Matrix,
a
it sends
signal
signals
to
your
die.
brain.
Come on, I'm not trying to be a dick, but come on. Why would there ever be a part of your biology that just sends a signal to die?
Well, no, not to die. Whatever happens, let's say in the Matrix, if you had a heart attack.
You had a dream, you had a stroke and died. You're gonna have a stroke while you were sleeping in bed?
This ain't the metaverse.
Well, not from sleep, but from the Matrix.
No, come on.
No, I could believe that.
I don't.
What if you get shot in the Matrix?
Where's the bullet in real life?
Okay, well, there's no. Okay,
but die from a bullet.
So let's think about why you die. It's not just because your brain perceives that you're dying, right? It's because
loss.
You blood loss, damage to the organ, right?
So then your organ stops. So then it sends a signal for your organs.
No,
my heart stopped just because I dreamt that heart.
No,
stopped.
the function of your heart, right? It can't because it's damaged. It can't perform the function.
Right.
It's just different than it telling your brain that it can't perform the function.
Okay.
I think. I don't know.
It's got
I'm no fucking doctor. I don't really know. It might be a thing.
Just doesn't
there's
make any sense.
There's what do they call it? There's placebo effects.
Yeah.
But I don't think that qualifies here. I mean, I don't know.
All right. So some lunatic left a fuck ton of comments on our Silver Surfer podcast.
Oh, this dude wrote a whole novel and it was all things he thinks were fucking idiots and he's really quite an idiot.
The username is Razcable, Razkable. They left a bunch of comments. I took down some of them. So Johnny does not get owned, he says. The issue is his power does not work outside the atmosphere because he needs air to flame on.
Okay.
So the surfer knows this,
Yeah.
and thus Johnny gets beaten because he's dumb. Shake my damn head. Bro, learn to listen.
Okay, I hate being told to learn to listen. But, like, if you get your ass kicked, you get your ass kicked. It doesn't matter what the reason was. He still got his ass kicked. He got owned. He got owned in that scene. You can go over the details of why it happened all you want, but that's what happened. He got owned.
I commented, I said, it sounds like he got owned to me.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same. It's like, well, it's not Tyson's fault he lost that fight. He showed up drunk. It's like, I don't care why it happened. He lost.
Yeah.
Like,
this guy left like no less than 6 comments.
Yeah.
This one is long, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish it because he doesn't use any uppercase or periods or commas.
Idiots from somebody who can't format a sentence.
It's run-on sentences, and sometimes it's ellipsis, ...
Okay.
So I'm going to try this. Spider-Man 2 and Batman Begins came out before 2006. You guys are hacks. Both of these films shit on most Marvel post-2007. X-Men and X2 were fine. 89 Batman is okay. Superman 1 and 2 are good. The fact combined you gave this a 6 out of 30 pisses me off. That was our overall rating. I don't love the film, but I would give it a 5.6 out of 10.
A 5.6. How do you even come up with that as a rating?
And he's mad that we gave it a 6?
You giving your ratings decimal points?
It was a combined 6 out of 30 between the three of us.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
5.6 out of 10. And I don't even think 95% of superhero films are great. It's serviceable. I would give Iron Man a solid 7 out of 10. Infinity War and Dark Knight, 7.5 out of 10.
I'm just going to rate all the movies really quick.
Yeah, I'm just going to write out every single one of them.
So, real quick, just a thought on people that leave comments like this. A lot of people's comments sum up to, I wish I had my own podcast.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is just you giving your reviews to several movies that aren't even the one we were talking about. Like, why don't you just have your own podcast?
You guys should have me on there.
Right? Here, I'm going to leave you. Here's why you're wrong. Here are my scores for several other movies.
And I challenge
Here's
anyone.
my score of The Crow.
Right?
Steve, is it fair for me to leave an open invitation for anyone like this that they can come on and debate you?
Oh, I would love to talk to these people.
Let's just fucking trash them on the air.
Yeah, they're asking for it.
The problem is, I don't think they'll give me their audio afterwards because I need their audio in order to make.
Yeah, absolutely. There's almost no way they're going to share out what that turns into.
That's only part of what he said. Every single writer for these films is lazy, even Nolan. So according to him, Christopher Nolan's a lazy writer. Spider-Man 2 is probably an 8.5 out of 10, the best superhero film ever made.
Why does he keep giving decimal points to these reviews? It doesn't. Just give them whole numbers, for fuck's sake.
Like, they're that good, he has to specify.
Here's something, everybody commenting. Just sometimes people can have opinions. You don't have to threaten people just because they don't like the same movie you do.
Yeah, I know I can be a little hyperbolic sometimes on the podcast, but it first of all, it's a caricature, but secondly, it's never anything more than my opinion. Just because I say something, it just doesn't mean it, like, whatever. That's just me. That's my judgment.
Here's what he says after this, and it's really just shows, like, this guy, he reminds me of someone like an AA. They just say words that have no meaning.
Yeah.
So here we go. People who give these mediocre films like 9 out of 10 need to see more movies with better writing and not based on something else.
That's
creativity to make something original and create characters/dialogue that are interesting and with new grounded reality to allure audiences without relying on powers, action, and plot devices is much harder than making something based off fantasy, comic, and cartoons. Anyone can do that. So I respect the Fantastic Four for not copying its entire plot from the comics and actually trying to focus on stuff most superhero films would not dare, like a wedding or the heroes working with their main enemies. It's not formulaic.
There was a huge issue of the X-Men where Scott and Jean get married. This stuff absolutely gets touched on in the comics.
It's these type of people that actually don't watch original movies. It's movies that, like Upgrade and Looper that don't do as well as they should have because assholes like this.
Ex Machina. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. This guy's never seen Godfather. He's never seen Lawrence of Arabia. He doesn't go see the smaller, medium-sized stuff. Doesn't know who Wes Anderson is. Fucking never seen a Truffaut film or Godard.
But I guarantee you he thinks Joker with Joaquin Phoenix is the best film ever made.
Yeah, I like the movie, but I agree with you. And why the fuck would you not want a movie based on a comic to be taken from the comics? I don't understand why that would ever be the preferable.
Because you're an idiot.
Yeah, right?
Now here's my review of Crow City of Angels.
Right? Because I thought he was going to go a different direction with that. Like, I agree, everything doesn't need to be a film based on something else, but if you make a film that's based on something, it should be based on that thing.
Do you mean like how the Halo TV show writers never played the game and they bragged about it?
Yeah, that
like
went well.
Boom, gotcha. We didn't even play the fucking game.
Yeah, the Cowboy Bebop show that wasn't really based on Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah.
Like
they're not even hiding it. They're like, we didn't play it or watch it. We don't care.
There's a lot of bullshit in here. I'm just going to read the last line of his comment, which is, it's like a fucking novel that's like the most poorly written novel I've ever read. But it ends with, I like coherent made films with good production value. Sue me.
I mean, me too. Name one that we've actually reviewed. There's been a couple.
Okay, this is a good one. Terminator 2, Judgment Day. User/JC6IU, a bunch of random characters, says, fuck yo, fuck YO. And I commented and I said YOU with an asterisk, like I gave him a spell correction because I think he was trying to say fuck you. And then he commented with a bunch of Chinese characters, which I had to fucking translate. I translated it on Google. According to Google, it's the title, dog. Kill the whole family, idiot.
Oh my God! I don't know how to respond to that. You broke me. I'm done. I got nothing for that.
This is a good one from the Congo podcast. Princess Bloom 3010 says in all caps, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah, I don't know. You're going to have to expand on that.
And I commented and I said, the 1995 Frank Marshall film Congo.
If you're going to leave something like that, give us a timestamp.
Right? Yeah, I mean, maybe she meant the whole thing. Ma'am, we're talking about the movie Congo.
Ma'am, we're talking about 1997's Congo?
Yeah. It's based on a book. I don't know if you're familiar. If you listen to the episode, we cover all this.
What does she think we're talking about? Fucking Jurassic Park?
Right? I don't think they know. I think a lot of these are just people who need attention.
Probably bots.
Or bots. Yeah, bad AI.
Bad AI? Yeah, it's AI bots.
Did she leave a review of her rating of Godzilla? 1998 Godzilla?
She loved it.
She loved it.
No, that wasn't one of the people that basically comments and says, I want my own podcast. Although we do get those sometimes. Iceman Chris, once again, longtime listener, commented on the Terminator Dark Fate episode. I'm going to read some of what he says. Hey guys, I'm a huge fan. I've been binging your videos every day while I'm at work. I'm currently on this and can't wait to hear the future podcasts. Apparently, I'm your 800th subscriber.
Hey, cool.
So he was our 800th sub on YouTube. Do you know how many we have now?
802.
3,800.
Wow.
Nice. Okay.
This is a comment from 2 years ago. So in 2 years, we've gotten 3,000 subs.
Nice.
Not bad.
That's pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah, there's a few people that don't think I'm a complete idiot.
He ends with a kind of a funny note. He says on a last note, I don't know if it's just me, but Steve's voice sounds like the bad guy from the Colin Farrell movie Phone Booth.
Yes, well, what else is there to do when life turns on you and you've retreated into some small room? You look out your window. You see people come in and out of this phone booth, the same ones every day. You make up names for them. You imagine their stories. But eventually you get tired of imagining, and one day you follow one of them.
Is it Kiefer Sutherland?
Kiefer Sutherland.
I'll take that. It's always I hear the recordings sometimes when I listen back to these episodes, but you can't like right now. I'm listening to my voice from inside my own head. So.
Repeat the following. Say, "You're eating maggots, David."
You're eating maggots, David.
I can kind of see that.
I'm Jack Bauer.
Jack Bauer. The Baby's Day Out podcast, Xavier commented and said, really just talking.
Yeah, well, that's what these are. There's no real video to go along with this. It's going to be all talking.
It's a podcast.
Now, this is where things get interesting. This is the last one I'm going to read. First of all, thank you everyone for left positive comments. I'm sorry if I didn't read them. It took me a long time last night to go through and get screenshots of comments and to find ones that would be worth reading on this podcast. So please continue to leave comments. We love it. And we'll read them on our next big event episode. First of all, guys, I got a message from a guy named Cody. He messaged me on Instagram. He's a listener, a fan, I guess. And this is what he had to say. This is the one that we're going to end it on. Although he did leave some other comments, which I'll touch on. Said, just discovered the podcast. Love it. But one tip. never let Steve on ever again.
Do you really say that?
Yes.
Awesome.
He hijacks every episode he's on. His voice is like nails on a chalkboard. Fuck that guy.
Fuck you too, bud.
So I was like, well, at least he likes the podcast, I guess. There's always episodes that he can listen to that Steve's not on.
I'm that contentious that some people will say they like the episodes I'm on, and other people are like, I don't ever want this guy to be on again.
Steve got the best review and the worst review.
Right.
Yeah, got both of them.
This is what I do to people.
Interestingly, this guy also left us an Apple Podcast review. So I was like, oh.
Huh.
Well, it's different than the message he sent, though, because it's a bad review. It's 2 out of 5 stars. And the title of it is Theater Dorks.
I mean, I'm really more of a movie dork, but I was sort of a theater dork too, so I guess I'll own it.
I never took theater, so I don't know.
This podcast covers a lot of the movies I grew up on, but the podcast gets old quick. Steve just regurgitates what he reads on IMDb and hijacks the podcast frequently with horrible takes. Others seem to just try and be contrary just to be seen as contrary.
No. First of all, my contrary opinions are sincere. Secondly, a lot of what I repeat is not on IMDb. Third, if you paid attention, and I'm being sincere about this, a big point in my bringing a lot of that up is to say there's a lot of contradictory information. A lot of the time when I bring up the IMDb facts, it's to say IMDb says X, but the people who worked on this movie said something totally different.
It's wrong.
It's wrong. So, like, I'm sorry if you don't want to hear
Am
that.
I a contrarian? I don't know. I don't.
Right?
It continues, though, in the review. They will all joke about how something that's not funny or unrealistic and it's off-putting. See the Independence Day podcast. Now, real quick as a side note, the Independence Day podcast and Silver Surfer, I think, are some of our worst episodes. That's my fault. I didn't host them well, and I didn't do enough preparation for them. That's on me. So he's right that podcast isn't good. But this is just kind of contradictory from what he messaged. He messaged me and said, I just found the podcast and I love it. I don't really like Steve, but I love the podcast. This is just a bad review. It ends with this. I expect criticism of bad movies from the 90s, but their condescending hyper-focus on irrelevant scenes and Steve not shutting up makes this podcast grow old fast.
What do you consider hyper-focusing on irrelevant scenes?
That's probably me. I think I did that with Brain Scan a lot. I got really fixated on the Igor system.
No, I think that was a great talking point.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, I think you have to talk about
the virtual assistant.
Like, yeah, absolutely. It's very difficult. If I thought that these people were worth addressing sincerely, it would be difficult to do so considering their feedback is so inspecific.
According to our previous comments, we got too focused on sword ballistics.
Yeah.
Right?
That's true.
What kind of person dislikes a recording that much and still sits through 2 hours of it?
Well, he messaged me, he said he loved the podcast, but then he left us a bad review. And I was like, okay, well, that's weird and contradictory. But then I saw that he also left a comment on our Secret of the Ooze episode on YouTube. He says, Steve needs off the podcast. Fuck that guy. He never shuts up, comes off as super pretentious, does nothing to add for the conversation except read the movie's IMDb trivia page.
I actually get off a little bit on people disliking me that much. So that's totally fine.
I love you though, Steve.
I thought that was a little excessive, you know? Like how he sent the message and then left the Apple podcast review. These are all different platforms.
Yeah.
And then he left the YouTube comment. And I was like, that's crazy, but it is what it is. But then I found something that I don't even know how I found it. I'm going to be honest with you. Our RSS feed for the podcast is basically the hosting platform of where our podcast episodes come from. Like, how do we get it to Spotify? How do we get it to Google Podcasts?
Oh, it's all just fed from
It's
there.
all through an RSS feed. He somehow found our RSS feed and commented on one of the episodes there, too.
Really? Wow, obsessive much? I think this guy's got a crush on me.
He says, never invite Steve on again.
It's just funny.
Dude, I said something that this guy really, really dislikes, and I wish he would tell me what it is, because I'd love to know what...
Well, let's see. What group of people has Steve marginalized the most?
Furry. This guy's a fucking furry.
Or a brownie.
Fuck you, furry bro. I don't even give a shit.
I don't give a shit, bro.
I hope you are, and I hope you're angry.
I think we might have mentioned furries on one of the episodes he commented on.
Nice.
But I don't know for sure. I don't want to accuse the man of being a furry, but Steve, what do you think the likelihood is?
It seems high right now in this moment that I'm thinking about it. I honestly don't, if I'm being sincere for a moment, don't really care enough about how other people spend their time to really dislike them that much. But goddamn, I hope that's what's.
If you're listening, please leave another comment clarifying.
Right.
So that actually wasn't his full comment. I'm going to read the full thing on the RSS feed, which I don't know how he found.
It is weird.
I think he wanted to comment on every possible platform.
He's a little obsessive.
He wanted to get the message across. We got to get rid of Steve.
Yeah, I don't like Steve.
Fuck.
Welcome, join the club.
Never invite Steve on again. That weeaboo never shuts up, hijacks conversations with his IMDb trivia tidbits. He did put that in there twice.
A lot of what I share isn't even on IMDb.
I think, you know what I think? Honestly, I think that Steve's so on it that they can't believe he didn't get it from IMDb.
Yeah, I know.
They can't believe this guy just knows shit.
You have to hang out with Steve to get it, I think. To
that might be true.
To understand the way like Steve's brain latches on to like these random film trivia things.
All
like
on that.
You have to hang out with him to understand like that it's not coming from IMDb.
I will
but they
also
can't concept that.
Right, and I've mentioned this before, but I will also fully and freely concede again that I also spend a lot of time watching like the bonus stuff on the Blu-rays, and a lot of it is from there. But that's part of the reason that I was saying a moment ago that I'll bring up the IMDb stuff is sometimes I'll watch the bonus material and someone in the commentary track will say something totally different from what's on IMDb, and I think that's worth mentioning, you know? But anyway.
If Steve is who do they consider the best? Is it like one of the spoilers crew? You got to define your extremes, I think.
Josh, it's not you. I'm sorry. It's not you, Josh.
No, I agree with Josh. So I wonder who these people are into. I don't even care that it isn't me. It's just like, well, then what are you looking for?
Well, you know what's funny? Because I actually engaged him when he sent the message. Because the message that he sent me, he said he loves the podcast. That was the first communication I got from him.
And then why did you leave shit-cocking comments everywhere else?
Well, I asked him straight up. I said, okay, well, who would you like us to have more on the podcast? I was like interested in finding out like what guests would this guy like to see? And he said, any of them except for Steve.
Damn.
I'm sure he is a great guy, but he is just the worst.
Thank you. If somebody like you feels that way about me, I'll consider that a sign I'm doing the right thing.
Keep up the good work, Steve. That's what I say.
Thank you, Corey. You too, buddy.
I think you're doing something right.
Right?
Haters.
All right, let's shift gears back into this movie. It's time for ratings. Steve, on any rating scale you want, what are you going to give Terminator Genisys?
It's like a 5-hour podcast.
Yeah, episode 100, ladies and gentlemen.
I haven't even thought about rating scales. All right, you know what? I'm going to give this film 2 out of 10 geriatric cyborgs. It's the best I can come up with on the spot right this moment. I've said it before, I'll keep saying it. I'll give pretty much anything, even a total piece of garbage, 1 star just because they made a movie. I'll give this an additional star because it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. You know what, if I'm being really honest, it's not even that much worse than a lot of other sci-fi action films, but the fact that it shits so hard on the first 2, and they're so good, pisses me off. The fact that it does that while also being completely inept pisses me off. It deserves to be brought down on its rating because of that. It's a reference fest to a movie that it's supposed to be replacing. You can't replace an existing movie and then spend 2 hours winking at people about the thing you removed from the timeline. The story is stupid. The characters make no sense. Nano John is dumb. The whole thing is out of sorts. So that's me, man. 2 out of 10.
Steve's really asking for it on this one.
Right, somebody's gonna get real mad about that, but fine. Well, I'll let other people give reviews, but a couple moments here about like the way other people responded, I think, are worth touching on.
Okay, remind me to come back to you on that. I'm gonna go next, and I'm going to give this 2 out of 10 Emilia Clarke titties.
God damn, she could have a 3rd.
I'm also with you, Steve, in that same area. I was going somewhere below 3. And I don't think I want to say like 1.5 Amelia Clark titties because that's like weird. Like I want a half a titty.
Yeah, nobody wants a half.
Yeah.
The total recall amount of titties.
Yeah.
Yeah. 3.
You want 2 or more, I would think, right?
Yeah, at least 2. 2's the minimum.
You certainly don't want any decimal points in a titty. Like,
we were going to offend some poor woman who had breast cancer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, nothing against you or your struggles, but just, kind of being cheeky with this movie. Amelia Clark has like a naked scene in it. You can't really see anything, but I found that time travel scene quite erotic. That aside, this movie does some good stuff, I think, in the beginning, but it's where it's good, which is in like the first 40 minutes, it's constantly undermining itself in its quality too. So it's like, oh, cool, that is a pretty good recreation of this scene from Terminator 1. But then it's undermined by the dumb plot.
Yeah.
Like immediately. So like where it's good, it doesn't stay good. And then when it gets bad, which is the exact moment where Sarah Connor and Kyle Reese travel into the future, it stays bad and only gets worse. Like it's fucking awful from there on out. It becomes what I have affectionately called in the past a rehab movie, which is just like a brainless action movie that doesn't mean anything or make any sense and no one fucking cares. And it's just playing in the day room at rehab.
That's exactly what I was thinking you meant.
Michael Bay's made a career on those.
Or a plasma center movie.
A plasma center movie.
Yeah,
oh my god.
Or the
Alan,
treadmill room at Gold's Gym.
I shit you not. I have seen Terminator Genisys play at a plasma center.
It's a really brave thing to play such a violent movie, like in a that kind of environment. I think that they'd want to play stuff like Forrest Gump that nobody'd get offended by.
Is it really violent? There's not any blood in this movie.
It's true.
Despite Jai Courtney rattling around a fucking flipping school bus like a goddamn fucking, like I said, a Tic Tac in a box, just like shaking his ass up.
The last Pez in a broken dispenser.
A character's full-blown impaled with a fucking liquid sword, and there's no blood.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And the second one, she gets hit through the elevator doors, and she gets, like, hit pretty good.
Oh, yeah, that's right, on her shoulder.
Yeah.
Linda Hamilton cut the shit out of her shoulder in real life during filming of that scene and didn't say anything about it until after Cameron called cut.
What a fucking legend, dude.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, look, the people in this movie, they don't reflect the characters they're portraying, and that is one of my biggest problems with it. But also the story isn't good. Also, like, the supposed twist isn't good, which they revealed in the second trailer. Right, the first trailer made it seem like the T-1000 was the villain, and as Josh joked about earlier, the second trailer, they just revealed John Connor is the Super Terminator, which they need to stop doing this like super upgraded Terminator thing. Like, every fucking time,
the
dude.
The TX, the Terminatrix, the this, the that, the blah blah blah.
The Dark Fate one that can turn into 2.
Yeah,
I complain about this.
Really dumb. It was Diego Luna, is that actor?
It's like a regular Terminator with a T-1000 on top of him.
Right, yeah, exactly. And it can split. Yeah, that was really stupid.
I complain about this all the time, and they're falling into the classic trap where they just pigeonhole themselves because, just like you said, they have to keep upgrading. You're making it crazy in the last one. This one can do this, and at some point you just reach some stupid level, or it doesn't make any sense. Or
right, like
dumb.
what's the next one going to be? Like 10 million ants like form into like a Terminator.
We're going
like,
to the Old West, baby.
Oh,
it's going to be a planet. It's Terminator.
You know what?
Planet.
That would be interesting if they did like a steampunk Terminator that's like all gears and shit. It's like the Old West one. It was like made in 1800s by like this guy called John Skynet. Like,
God.
They're just going to go.
It's all like fucked up and like clunky, like the Tin Man.
It's like Gotham by Gaslight, except not good.
They make a giant mechanical spider.
Ah, fucking.
Okay, never mind. Scrap this whole project. My idea was bad.
They'll just give them powers like MCU. They'll just go full comic book and just make them like super Terminators.
He can fly.
Yeah.
That's what they're gonna do. The Terminator can fly.
They fly now. They fly now.
They're gonna make it so they can fly and teleport.
I want Schwarzenegger,
but he still won't be able to get to the guy to kill him.
But I'm starting to hope he dies so they don't make any more fucking Terminator movies.
How dare you?
Right,
How fucking dare you?
I don't want it to happen, but I think that's the only thing that's going to stop this. He's going to be 92 years old doing Terminator movies.
Can we take a break from Terminator and get a fucking Conan movie for once?
Oh my, dude, I would be way down to have him redo Conan. But like, I feel bad about what's going on with Bruce Willis. I really do. I mean that with total sincerity, no joke. But I am glad it means no more Die Hard movies. Like, they cannot keep doing that. The last 3 of them have been bad.
Oh, we're getting canceled for this episode, boys.
No, look, this is not a personal thing against him. It's not even his fault. It's just eventually it was going to be John McClane getting his diaper changed. They can't keep fucking doing it.
Well, the next one, according to rumor, they were going to, like, fucking make it part prequel anyway. Like, cast a younger actor and, like, set part of it in the 70s.
Timothy Chalamet.
They already tried.
They're going to shave his head?
Right, the rumor when they made, was that Justin Long and the one where the computer hacker who played
Justin Long, yeah.
Live Free or Die Hard.
Yeah, that was the original rumor is that was going to be his son, and the son was going to take over the franchise from that movie forward, and then they decided not to do that.
They gave it to Jai Courtney.
They were going to do this.
A nerd.
Yeah, they were going to do the same thing with Shia the Beef for the Crystal Skull with the Indiana Jones movies. Look where we ended up with that. Like,
oh my god. They killed Mutt off camera in war.
I love you guys for doing this episode 100. It's been a very long episode. Before you guys wear out completely, I'm going to get us back on track. I'm going to wrap up my review there, and I'm going to go over to Review Dude Josh. On any rating scale you want, what's it going to be, man?
Juice.
I don't want to sound like an echo chamber, but I'm going to give it 2 John Connor Terminators out of 10 as well. I mean, this movie's... It's so fucking boring, and it thinks it's more clever than it is, and I just hate it. I want to punch it. It was only made for money, and it shows. You know, it feels icky.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. I agree.
Succinct, yeah. Well, Alan, on any rating scale you want, what are you going to give Terminator Genisys, man? And also, Alan, just a side question, where does it rank in your Terminator list?
Probably at the very bottom.
Same. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to echo here and just say 2 out of 10. What Steve said, it gets 1 for being made because it's Terminator. I'll give it an extra 1 being generous because I did like some of the effects I mentioned earlier.
Yeah,
when he gets stuck to the magnet or when he's fighting him at the end and he starts like fading through him.
Yeah.
So it gets like an extra 1 for that. But other than that, basically everything I said felt emotionless, no investment, boring, didn't feel like anything was on the line. Characters didn't fit. Jai's a made up name. Amelia Clark's 5'3". It
and
just
way
didn't
too
work.
Hot.
Jai can melt steel beams.
No 9/11 conspiracy theories on this podcast.
The characters were the worst for me. Whoever casted them just failed completely. We've already said it 100 times, but they just didn't feel right at all.
Well, I hadn't thought about it in terms of ranking until you asked just now, but I agree with the both of you. I actually like both 3 and Salvation better than this. That doesn't mean I like them. I just like them better than this.
This is the worst.
Yeah.
It shits the bed so hard after the time travel to San Francisco.
It's embarrassing.
It is. It really is.
Like, you guys thought this was good? You thought this was a good idea. You guys, somebody let you get away with this.
A lot of people let him get away with it.
It's amazing to think that people could have been watching dailies the whole time and not said anything.
Incredible.
Steve, you were going to mention something about reception of this movie?
Yeah, I mean, real quick, it's just a little bit, but like Cameron at one point actually came out in support of this.
He's gay?
And, right?
Oh, never mind.
Yeah. I was totally good. Thank you for bringing this up, Steve. I was going to say it was this movie that made me just... I don't have, like, any faith in James Cameron's word when it comes to anybody else's movies aside from his own. Like, the fact that he endorsed this just says...
Yeah, but he got asked about it again years later in an interview with The Hollywood Reporter, and he openly admitted that he'd been lying, and that the only reason
he's like, I didn't give a shit.
The only reason that he'd said it is because he didn't want to not support a Schwarzenegger movie, and he wanted it to be successful. So he lied. He lied when he made these comments. He actually said at one point that he thought that this movie reinvigorated the franchise, and then he admitted years later that he was lying when he said that.
Oh, that was all bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, he had to have been lying. There's no way he watched this movie and said it's actually good.
Right.
Like, and felt that in his heart. So I agree with him, though, Steve. I think the only option is to lie.
I think under the circumstances...
Just don't endorse it.
I see. I agree with
no
that
comment?
too.
That's a bad review, though.
Yeah.
Did he endorse fucking Salvation? I don't even think he was interviewed for that movie.
But they'd made a point of talking about the fact that he'd been involved in pre-production for this one, and I think from a business perspective, he probably did have to. But I don't disagree with you, Josh. It probably would have been better for him to just keep his mouth shut. But Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird situation. It also, it's true. It's kind of weird when it comes to Cameron's thoughts on other films now. Is he being honest about this? But kind of along those lines, Amelia Clarke also said she was relieved not to have to do any sequels and didn't think that they really needed to.
We all were, lady.
You and me both, lady.
And last one, the director,
Alan Taylor.
Alan Taylor, after this movie was made, that it made him depressed, basically, that he experienced a depression after having to make this movie.
You got clinical depression.
You and me both, buddy.
Right?
He has to take Zoloft.
Turns out he should have listened to his girlfriend when she told him not to take this project.
He had to take Zoloft. Motherfucker was popping him every day for 2 years straight, Alan. I'm starting to get delirious, but this has been so much fun. Episode 100. I mean, this is amazing to me that we've done this, and I seriously can't thank you guys enough for just being here for 4 fucking hours.
Don't say that now. You got to edit this.
This is going to take me a long time to edit.
It was a long-ass podcast.
Real quick, guys, because we're all here. Alan is back from the fucking dead.
Yeah.
I got to ask you guys.
Lazarus over here.
Who is the Jesus character?
In this? I mean, it's clearly John. But he was killed and then brought back as a nano John.
Okay, yeah, the classic Jesus story right there.
Little resurrection.
Review dude Josh, who is the Jesus character?
Just to be a contrarian, I'm going to say Agent Matt Smith, Skynet thing, because he's constantly being reborn. You can't stop him.
That's a good one.
Alan, who is the Jesus character?
Gotta go with John, because Jesus is only reborn once. You can't be reborn more than once. I guess you could. But no, I gotta go with John Connor.
With the power of God, anything is possible.
Hey,
so
that's
that
reincarnation, which is not a Christian concept, everybody.
Well, guys, I have news for you.
We're all wrong.
Alan is the Jesus character.
Oh!
Wait, what's a twist?
Is he really the Jesus character, or is he Lazarus?
He's the motherfucking Jesus character, yo!
Lazarus sounds cooler.
It does sound cooler. That's like a cooler name.
It is.
Yeah.
And like it reminds me of the Lazarus Pit.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, if you knew some guy named Lazarus, he'd be the coolest guy you know.
That could be like your...
I mean, meeting somebody who got brought back from the dead would be pretty cool.
Imagine though, like, it's changing your name to Lazarus because like you're not very cool and you want to be cool. So it's like, what's your name?
You
Lazarus?
know what? I'm going to change my name to Lazarus so that dude stops complaining about Steve being on the podcast. He can start complaining about Lazarus being on the podcast.
Call me Lazarus.
Call me Lazarus.
Yes, Lazarus. It's awful.
I prefer Laz.
Laser for short.
All right, final words here as we close up shop. If you, the listeners, want to write in, you can email us at bigdumbmovie@gmail.com. The biggest ask I have for a listener is to leave us a positive rating and written review on Apple Podcasts. Obviously, we got a bad review, so if you give us a good review, it can kind of counterbalance that. I'd really appreciate it. If you don't listen to us on YouTube, subscribe to us anyway. Give us thumbs up there. Really help our YouTube channel grow, please. You know, if you sat through this whole thing, you're probably a diehard fan, and I appreciate you a lot. We all do. Alan even came back for this very special episode. He fucking came back from the dead, for crying out loud.
There's no way anybody sat through this whole thing in one sitting.
Is that Good Riddance by Green Day playing?
Review dude Josh is here. If you want to check out his channel, what's your new channel name, Josh, and what can people expect to see there?
Well, you can find me over at Video Acid, name change, channel name change, whatever. But as of right now, I'm just kind of making whatever comes to mind. Like my last video, I just watched a random episode of Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction, and I tried to guess which one was fact and which one was fiction in the story. So if that sounds like something you might be interested in, check it out.
That is a good one.
The Jonathan Frakes old show, which is
the
like
old Jonathan Frakes show.
I was thinking about the one with Dean Cain.
Yeah, I was just going to say that was the Guinness Believe It or Not show. You should do some of those too.
Oh yeah, I got that mixed up.
Well, thank you very much, Josh, for that shout out. Definitely check out his channel. You, the listeners, I can't thank you enough for listening. We love you, and good night. I did see Barbie. I think it is a beautiful spectacle at
Yeah.
times. Like, it looks like making a plastic doll world and like putting these actors in it and like the rules they follow as if they live there is really fucking cool. And it looks like amazing.
Yeah, the aesthetic does seem like it was really a high effort affair. I got to give it
absolutely
that.
was.
Yeah.
Like the scaling between like the dolls and their, because you know a doll's house is never like the
Right.
size of like a person to their house.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
the scale is totally
No,
different.
yeah.
So like Barbie to her car is like insane. Like she's like huge like compared to her car. But also there's like no motor in it because there's like weird Barbie rules.
Was Ryan Gosling as Ken hilarious?
Dude, he's so funny.
Yeah.
Ryan Gosling is so funny. You ever see The Nice Guys?
Oh yeah.
No, but I know
Ryan Gosling can do humor.
He can do humor.
Yeah.
I like him. Like,
Did he
but,
carry the
yeah.
movie as Ken?
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Do you guys care about spoilers for Barbie?
No.
No, I'm never gonna watch it.
I want to see when he takes over Barbie Land.
So yeah, that's a plot point. He like takes over Barbie. So like it's this weird movie about like identity, and
I
Barbie
see.
and Ken go to like human world, and Barbie is like immediately like getting like catcalled and stuff, and, like
Right.
basically like harassed.
Right.
Like someone even like sexually assaults her like right up top. I think some guy like slaps her ass and like tries to run away or something.
Right.
Ken feels he doesn't get treated this way, but he feels like a god in the Barbie world, like because he's like the perfect man, right? And he sees men interacting in a way that he never has observed before. Because in the Barbie world, he's Ken. He's just the second fiddle Barbie,
Right.
He's like he doesn't have a job even.
Right.
His box says Beach Ken. So they're like, "What do you do?" He's like, "I do beach."
Yeah, I do beach.
Yeah.
Right.
So like, and every Barbie has a job. It's like President Barbie, right? Like
Right.
Mayor Barbie, right? Whatever. Every other.
So it's like the inverse of reality, where the woman's always the accessory.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Ken sees like the like our world and becomes obsessed with the idea of patriarchy,
Right.
and tries to bring it to the Barbie world.
Oh, I see. I mean, that's kind of clever. I can appreciate that.
And the best stuff of them, a lot of it's heavy-handed, right? I think you probably can pick up on that.
Yeah.
A lot of it's way too heavy-handed.
I think that's aside from Barbie, I don't mean it in a shitty way, but that's the other part. I've gleaned that from some of the trailers. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't think I can identify with that. But yeah.
But the stuff that works is like how funny the Kens are. Like as these like they're total douche like college frat boys,
Right.
But they're also stupid because Ken is inherently stupid.
I can appreciate that. There are other movies like that where overall the movie doesn't work for me, but there's some component of it that I thought was actually really funny. So yeah.
Like they make fun of all types of guys, like the guitar player type. He's like, "Why don't you sit down and listen while I play this song for 10 minutes and stare uncomfortably into your eyes?" And like he plays like Matchbox 20, like it's like his favorite song. I don't even remember the name.
Right.
But like there's a point when the Barbies like realize what's happening and are like, "Okay, we gotta trick the Kens. Like we gotta get their attention." And he's like, "How do we do that?" It's like, tell them that there's some famous movie that we've never seen. So like there's like the film bro Kens.
Right.
So like they go sit
like
down and
that.
she's like, "What are you watching?" He's like, "The Godfather." And she's like, "I've never seen it." And he gets up, he's like, "You've never seen it? Sit down while I explain it to you." Like,
I love
so
it.
they make fun of like kind of like us type of guys.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
like every type of like guy that's like, you know, some like sub genre of like your typical guy like you know is kind of annoying and memed. So I think our group is not excluded from that, which is
No.
pretty funny. But I can also see guys watching that and being like, "I ain't fucking like that."
No, 100%. Absolutely. You know,
Like
or
they
just
have no self-awareness. Like,
that's the thing. There's so little self-awareness. They can't believe they're like that, or they just don't think they can fall into any of those groups.
Right.
And like, yeah, absolutely.
what did you think of Oppenheimer, Steve?
Not enough boobies. Yeah, that was my takeaway.
What about dick?
You know, there's probably plenty of that.
I don't know, man. Alan, you said there wasn't enough.
Wait, what? Oh yeah, I was there wasn't any. I was promised a
Fuck
dick.
the mushroom cloud. I want that mushroom tip.
Yeah. Killian Murphy. I
Yeah.
remember it's pronounced Killian, but I kept saying Cillian. It's Killian.
It is Killian. It's weird to say Killian, right? It's
Yeah.
like, what do you like? Kill everyone you know?
Killian.
Like, I guess he does in that movie. Well, not everyone he knows.
The
but-
pronunciation
Japs.
rules for Gallic names or Irish names are really difficult. Like there's an actress. It's a common name in Ireland. Her first name is spelled Saorise, Americans want to say Saoirse. She always gets called Saoirse Ronan because that's her name. But her name, yeah, it's Saoirse.
Saoirse?
That's actually how you pronounce that.
Oh,
is Saoirse.
Saoirse?
Saoirse, yeah.
Saoirse or something like that.
Right.
I always kind of like associate it to Hershey.
Right. I mean, that's fairly close. Absolutely. You know, but like, yeah, the rules with those names are totally different than what we're used to with English pronunciation.
Which character did the T-5000 play in Oppenheimer?
The T-5000?
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Which one was called
Oh my
that?
God, Jason Clarke?
Yeah.
That's what it's called, bro?
Yeah, he's the T-5000.
Thank you for looking that up, Alan, by the way.
I never would have bothered.
Wait,
Absolutely.
really? I thought you looked like a...